microphone, and I will go around.
I thought
Yeah.
you were the how did you say? Our assistant. You were our assistant with the microphone.
I am the hostess for questions.
Okay.
Yes.
You have the power.
If I don't want one, I don't give. Hello. Thank you, fine. Did you sleep well? Did you enjoy the location? Yes. You
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully everyone sleeps very well and we can start with a fresh mood and we can listen very carefully to our good speakers of this day. And this morning we start with the apheresis from the perspective of the apheresis nurse. And also this is a very important part of apheresis. We as apheresis nurses can't work without good apheresis doctors, but all the apheresis doctors need also very good apheresis nurse to do the job very good, because without apheresis nurse, there's no apheresis. So therefore, it's very good that we have for the beginning, a very good apheresis nurse from Spain. We start with Marie Jesus Mustiles. She works for years and years in Spain, and the last 10 years she's also specialized in the vascular access. And she starts with a presentation of the ultrasound-guided vascular access in apheresis.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for give a space to the nurses to speak about how the apheresis treatment should be done. Yeah, when and why is important, but how is also important. This is the introduction I made 2 weeks ago, but I thought it was not so clear, not so shocking to communicate that ultrasound is really important in apheresis. So I changed it to this picture. This is me with my first apheresis device. And you can imagine that I saw a lot of things. The most important change I saw is the ultrasound system arrival. So if we are not a vascular access team, we are an apheresis team, and if this is the echo-guided venipuncture, as the vascular access teams understand, we are just a few place in this information, and we don't pretend to be nurses from the vascular access team. And there is a place here that it's outside of the information they have. So sometimes they think that we are wrong, but we are not wrong, because we need to have the cannula or the needle in the right place, but we also need that this cannula provides flow. So we should only insert short peripheral vascular devices, no peaks and not midlines, as the sterility requirements is much higher. So the advantages of using the ultrasound is that we access to deeper veins. They are in a better condition, and they give better flow rates. We decrease the number of catheters, and it's also important that this is a nurse-led practice, and we save a lot of time. The training should be progressive and should include a little bit of theory, then a simulation with phantoms, and then patients, real patients. At least the first 10 to 15 cannulations should be supervised by people who knows how the ultrasound works. The first paper I read about ultrasound in apheresis said 30. I wrote 10, but if you have the opportunity of having 30, it's much better, obviously. And the other thing is, when we are landing, we should use the ultrasound with all the veins, not only with the difficult ones, because it's so frustrating not doing it well, and you have to do it with all veins. Things in this part that the vascular access teams don't understand is that the angle of cannulation can't be too high, as the tip of the cannula is resting on the lower wall of the vein, and we don't have good flow. The second thing I would say is that a partial cannulation is useful in apheresis to avoid a bad point of the tip. Has to be in a good place. I like cannulate all the cannula, but if it's not possible, it's not a big problem. If you say it to the vascular access teams, they say, you are wrong. The third thing is that short cannulas are the best thing for apheresis. When you speak to the vascular access team, they always offer, I have a wonderful midline, a wonderful peak, but this is not useful for us. This is how we were trained in my hospital. In 2018, we had the ultrasound system for maybe 1 year. We made an online course. I recommend this course. It's really useful. And a course given by our hospital staff. And in 2020, a nurse from Sweden came and gave us some tips. She was just, I think, 2 days, but she gave us the tips that we needed to begin using the ultrasound that was there for 1 or 2 years. And then in 2024, we designed our own course for apheresis nurses, not only for our new apheresis nurses, but for people from all Spain and South America. A little bit of theory. You all know that the ultrasound system is a medical instrument that uses sound waves to produce real-time internal body images. And it has two parts, the display screen to see the images, and the transducer or probe who sends the waves and receives the echoes. We should know how it works, how these three things, this is the minimum of the ultrasound that we should know. One is the gain. It would be something similar to the contrast, like on TV. The depth, that this is not exactly the zoom, but we could say it's a zoom. And we have to be careful because if we are changing the depth, we are changing the size of the vein, and maybe we think this is a wonderful vein, and maybe it's not. So I always recommend working with the same depth. The third thing is the central guide, this line that says us where to insert a needle in the skin. For those who never saw how a vein looks like, this is what we see. We can put the probe in this position, like this, and we see black circles, and we can put it like this, and you see rivers. Here we can see the needle, here we can see the needle. So when we see the veins of the patient, we should accept, this is not a rule, but we should accept only veins with more than 3 millimeters to be used as draw vein, and no deeper than 1.2 centimeters, as it's difficult to cannulate and also to obtain flow from these deep veins. We should avoid ascending veins, thrombus veins, and very curved veins. Obviously, we should avoid arteries, nerves, and to avoid a nerve, we should know how to recognize how it looks. It's a circular structure with dots. And another thing that helps is knowing the anatomical path of the nerves. If you know that there is an, let's say, important nerve in that part of the arm, you should look for it to avoid touching it. And the arteries, it's quite easy to see the difference between arteries and veins because arteries pulse and veins don't. But we should be careful with the patients with hypotension or hypovolemia, because maybe the artery is not pulsing. And the question is it harmful to puncture an artery or in apheresis? No, if we wanted to, with some precautions, we could use it. But if it was an accident, like here, I entered into the vein and then I say, it's easy. I left the ultrasound, the probe, and then the cannula went into the artery. If this happens, we should remove the needle because there is danger of compromising the circulation to the hand, and also because here we can provoke a fistula, an accidental fistula, so we should remove the needle. These are the places, the typical places to cannulate. This is the most common. When you use the ultrasound, you nearly always discover some vein that you didn't touch or didn't see. This is the second place for me. There is a very lonely vein with nothing important near. And in some patients, it can even be used as draw vein. And here there is a wonderful vein, but we should avoid it if possible and leave it intact for possible future peaks, because it's more difficult to cannulate because it's not like this. It's a little bit like this. So you see the image, when you see the image, down is there. But when you are cannulating not in a straight plane, down is there. So it's not really easy to cannulate for beginners. And so that is easier to provoke a thrombus or a hematoma. And if the needle or the cannula goes out during the apheresis, it's more difficult to see it. It's really easy here, but not here. You begin, well, I don't know, maybe I think it's, and when you see it, the hematoma can be big. About the adverse effects, we have the same that we see in traditional punctures, but now we have more information. We can see a thrombus. It looks like this. And this is a thrombus that maybe we made the day before or the week before. So they are probably generated by us. We cannot puncture a thrombus area because we can move the thrombus, and there will need to be good flow in that part because the thrombus will go into the tip of the needle and we will have no flow. To avoid these adverse effects, we should enter always in the upper part of the vein. If it was a watch, a clock, we should end it at 12. And not here, because we can touch the wall and we can provoke a thrombus. And when going into the vein with the cannula, when cannulating, we should be always in the middle, not here. To prepare the puncture, we should give importance to the position to the posture of the nurse, and always to the position of the hand when handling the probe. So the bed should be raised at a comfortable working height. The nurse should be seated to ensure stability. You never know if you are cannulating in 10 seconds or maybe in 40 seconds. And being in a bad posture for 40 seconds give us less, it's a less accurate cannulation. The asepsis there is a little bit of discussion. I see people who are not protecting the probe, but I don't agree. We should protect always the probe with two objectives. One is avoiding the blood-borne diseases, and the other thing is avoiding germs of the environment. So we should protect. If we are using a sterile option, we will meet both objectives. We can do it with the standard probe covers, or we do it like this with a Tegaderm, or we can use sterile gloves. And if we are using not sterile options, we will protect the patient against these diseases, but not against the germs of the environment. So that when you are cleaning the skin, you should clean also this cover that is not sterile. The big problem when cannulating is that the needle tip and the needle shaft, the body of the needle, look the same on the screen. We have the same image, but there are different situations. We are just reading here, and here is in a good position, but the needle is outside. So the best one is the last option, where we are always controlling the needle tip. There are two techniques to cannulate. They are the most common techniques. This one, is following this. I will not say the name because it's difficult. But you understand. We measure this, the tip of the depth of the vein, and then we cannulate. We insert the needle at the same distance with an angle of 45. And yes or yes, you find the vein. This is what this option says. And the second one is called dynamic needle tip position technique, DNTP. And the needle is inserted about 3 to 5 millimeters from the probe, and the angle is 30 degrees, more or less, with small variations depending on the depth of the vein. In apheresis, 45 is too much, because the tip of the cannula or the needle finish here, and maybe you don't have flow. So probably the second one is the most appropriate. I'm not explaining this, it's how inserting the, I recommend this website. You will see it very, very well explained. But the objective is controlling always the needle, the tip of the needle, with alternating small movements of the needle and the probe. The idea is that when you see the tip, you move the probe, and this is how you know that this is the tip. I see the tip, I don't see the tip. I see the tip. This is exactly because if you read here, you always see an image, and you can think that this is the tip, but the point where you see the tip is I see, I don't see. This is the place. So you are working like this. You see the tip, you move the probe, you go, you move. This is the name of dynamic. This is why they call it dynamic. So I will not explain more. I recommend this website. This is the effect, the impact of the ultrasound in my hospital. We have been using it since 2020. In these 6 years post-ultrasound, we avoided 250 catheters, and these are the graphics. This is for stem cell collections for patients. We decreased a lot the number of catheters. The last 2 years, we inserted no catheters in these patients. This is for collections for CAR-T, and it's also really low. And TPE is coming. We thought that they were a different group of patients, but now we are thinking that they are the same. And I think that we will not arrive to these numbers, but I know we are decreasing also the catheters in TB. This is an extreme case we had. It was a patient 1 year ago. He needed a leuker reduction. He also had COVID. And he was in this position and to insert a catheter. Obviously, veins were not, he was over 100 kilo. Veins were not visible and not palpable. But to insert the catheter, they have to change the position, and they didn't want to. So we inserted these two cannulas with the ultrasound, and flow rate was 85. It was a correct flow rate. And the hero here was the ultrasound. So as a conclusion, the ultrasound-guided cannulation is becoming essential in apheresis. The ultrasound allows us using deep veins, which give usually better flow rates, and also allows us decreasing the number of catheters. And training should be given by nurses who understand the apheresis requirements. So that's all.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. And we have a little bit time for questions.
Maria Jesus, just a wonderful presentation, and I learned a lot again. And I was thinking two things, so I have two questions. Do you have sufficient hands during the venipuncture and handling the probe? Because I think a third hand would be very useful.
When you know how to do it, you need 5 minutes more than inserting in a blind technique. And sometimes it's even better because when you have no help, maybe you fail and you do it again. And I would say it's quite the same time. But there is one problem. Before, no veins, catheter. The catheter normally works well. But now we are using very thin veins. Sometimes they don't work very well. So there, in that moment, is when we need more nurses, more hands. Not to cannulate, that I would say it's the same time, but when the vein is not working very well. Sometimes it works, but sometimes the patient is cold, the patient, I don't know, the tip is in a bad place, and you have problems that maybe with the catheter we didn't so sometimes we see also with the catheter. But I think, but for the cannulation, I think the times are similar to the blind technique.
Okay, thank you. Can you, I don't really see the need, but maybe you can convince me, of sterile covers of probes and sterile gloves doing this. Otherwise, then when you have a sterile field to bring in a long line, a central venous line. But in a normal situation, when you disinfect the skin with alcohol, you have a disinfection. You don't sterilize the skin, of course. So cleaning it, disinfecting it with alcohol or with chlorhexidine or with iodine, isn't that enough?
I wrote the title of a paper I read because it gave me a lot of information. I didn't wrote any paper, but that one. Sometimes the probe is manchado, has blood. So I'm not happy just with alcohol since 2 minutes ago I saw blood there. So it's really easy to cover it with Tegaderm, and really cheap, and we always have, and it's not so, the standard covers are more strange to use, but the Tegaderm is so easy, and you are more, I'm more happy, more relaxed. But, one moment. When I said sterile gloves, it was not for the hands. The hands don't touch. The glove was for the probe. Okay? No. Gloves we are not touching. So.
I have also 2 very short questions. Do you see the patients beforehand that you can define whether he would need a central venous line, or you will go then with the ultrasound-guided puncture? So in advance, some week before or so?
We see them before if it's scheduled, or if we know the date.
Yeah.
We see it.
And you do the ultrasound already there to see?
We have a sheet where we write this. There is a.
Yeah, I understand. And the other question would be the hands you need. So you take the probe in probably the left hand, and you are puncturing with the right hand. So only one person is doing this.
If you have somebody, it's okay. Open this. I need some.
No, I know, but the operator alone. Who is puncturing the vein is.
We are alone. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe I have also a little question. Did you learn it to the whole apheresis team, or is it a special group who did it? But
no. We are all people. It's a part of the training. You learn how the machine works, and you also learn.
But I can imagine that the one is better in it than another one. Not everyone has the same.
Why? Yeah,
handling.
Obviously, if you cannulate with a blind technique, you know that somebody is better than others, but it's quite uniform.
Wonderful presentation, truly important work. Any thoughts on the catheter or what you could use to puncture? I mean, we, especially in smaller patients or other types of patients, is there enough development, or are there enough options for size or using non-metal, for example?
In the next presentation I'm doing in half an hour, I will speak about the photopheresis, and I'll show the options. We are not using metal for nobody, only for fistula. When somebody has a fistula, we are using metal, but no. And there are some different devices, vascular devices on the market that you can find. We found some that works for dialysis, so for apheresis also. And I'll show you later. We have from 22 to 16 or 15 even. So we have everything in plastic.
Wonderful, wonderful work.
Okay, thank you, Maria, for this nice presentation. So then we go on with our next speaker. I'd like to introduce Dr. Jonas Kozana. She's from Johannesburg, South Africa. And Dr. Jonas Kozana is the medical manager of the clinical apheresis department at the South African National Blood Service, but also the JC collection facility director at SANBS for autologous and allogeneic hematopoietic stem cell apheresis collections in pediatrics and adults. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Jonas Kozana. I am the Clinical Apheresis Director at the South African National Blood Service. Please just signal me if I'm speaking too fast. I've got a bad habit of doing that. Today I'm going to be speaking about replacement fluids and apheresis and how we come to make the decisions about which fluids we'll be using in various settings. I'd like to be able to change my slides. Okay. Okay, so I don't need to explain to anyone in this room what therapeutic apheresis is, but just for you to understand what we do in our center, we do work with both the Spectroptia and the Amicus machine, recently adding the Amicus machine to our fleet. We have a group of therapeutic specialists who are all professional nurses who travel from site to site with the various machines, and they perform procedures at the bedside where the patients are admitted. We use the American Society for Apheresis guidelines, and we advise our clinicians and doctors who are ordering procedures to use this as a guideline, a reference point, to see what kinds of procedures they need for their patients with various indications. And I'll explain some of the limitations that we face because we use American guidelines. So just to give you a little bit of a background in terms of the South African context, I'm not sure how much you guys know about our health system, but it is a dual health system. We have a state-funded portion and a privately funded portion. So the state-funded portion actually provides care to about 84% of patients who need care, and the privately funded portion is only covering about 16% of the population. And this is because of the distribution in wealth in our country. It's the most unequal society. If you know, we actually are winning in that category. Then we come to our health burden, which is a quadruple health burden. We have infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, trauma, injury, and maternal mortality that are all quite high, unfortunately. So for our apheresis center, we've had to come up with a model that kind of tries to suit and cover this setting. So our apheresis center is mobile, as I've explained. It services both state and private facilities and patients. It is a non-governmental organization, and it's also not-for-profit. So just to look at coming away from the South African background now and looking at the compartments and fluid compartments in the body. So a good way to start looking at this is looking at the Starling's forces. We have both the hydrostatic pressure, which impacts what's happening inside the vessel and outside the vessel in the interstitial space. Then we've got the oncotic pressure that's also in the vessel and outside of the vessel. And what influences the movement of fluid between these spaces is components like proteins, so albumin and your antibodies, and electrolytes, which are also pushing and pulling the water in the different spaces, as well as what disease state that patient is in. So if they've got interleukins or whatever's going on in their vascular space, they are more likely or less likely to have water moving in that space or fluid. So now we're interested in looking at what type of fluid is there that's available to give. We've got colloids versus crystalloids. So colloids are large molecules which tend to hold water in the space that they're in. So they're very good for volume expansion and volume sparing, and this becomes relevant in cases of hypovolemic shock, severe burns, or cases of hemorrhage. So natural colloids include whole blood, FFPs, plasma, and albumin solutions, and synthetics are like starches, gelatins, and dextrans. So generally, when you're replacing fluid, in this case, you'd be using a 1-to-1 ratio where you're having 1 unit of, let's say, red cells that's replacing 1 liter of blood lost. So these fluids hold space, and their half-life is about an hour to days, whereas when you're looking at the crystalloids, they only last in the intravascular space for about 30 to 60 minutes. But then the risks that go with these fluids include allergic reactions, blood clotting disorders, kidney failure, transmitted infections. But then when you look at crystalloids, which are quite different, you have hypertonic, isotonic, as well as hypotonic solutions. And they tend to, because they don't hold space they don't stay in the vascular area for very long, you then require about 3 parts to 1 to be able to replace a unit. So with this, the potential risks of interstitial edema and hemodilution go hand in hand. Okay, so now I'm going to go into the different the different solutions that we have available to us in the country. We've got fresh frozen plasma, which is derived from whole blood donations. Our whole blood donations come from voluntary altruistic donors. They contain coagulation factors, immunoglobulins, and plasma proteins, which are all good and well. However, there are different factors that then impact the availability of plasma for us. The expiry date is about a year if kept frozen, comes down to 5 days if it's thawed and refrigerated, and then shoots right down to 5 hours if it's thawed and then the cold chain is broken. So all of these factors become important when you're dealing with patients who are far from where the blood bank is. So if your blood bank is 20 kilometers from where you're doing the procedure, you now need to consider how you're thawing the plasma and when you're doing it. So logistics become a very important factor to consider. So the uses of fresh frozen plasma and coagulation deficiencies, warfarin toxicity, bleeding in decompensated liver disease, but then relevant for us, we use it as a plasma exchange fluid in TTPs. And the risks that are associated with using plasma include transfusion reactions, TTIs, and volume overload, especially in cases where you've got patients receiving plasma without apheresis, so high-dose plasma infusions, which some of our facilities have to end up using if we can't get to the patients in time. Then we've got cryopoor plasma, which is frozen plasma with the cryoprecipitate portion removed. It's got lower quantity of clotting factors, but has similar levels of ADAM-TS13. So it's as efficacious as FFPs in our setting. It's used primarily as a replacement fluid for TTP, but it's also a raw material for fractionation purposes, so for the production of albumin solutions and other therapeutic immunoglobulins. So then there ends up being this competition between cryopoor plasma for TTP and cryopoor plasma for this fractionation process. And then this now further limits what stocks we have. Then we've got freeze-dried plasma, lyophilized plasma, which is a pathogen-reduced and freeze-dried plasma. So this lasts for about 2 years. It's really good for us in our setting because it's stable at ambient temperature and you've got this rapid reconstitution, so it's readily available. It can sit on a shelf for a while, and when a traumatic injury happens, then we can use it for massive transfusions. We have recently had to use it in place of FFPs in 2 patients who required plasma exchange, and we had absolutely no AB plasma in the country, so we had to resort to using FDP. It was not ideal, but those patients did make it out alive. You'll see how many units of FDPs we had to end up using just to meet the targets that they needed. The risks that are involved with this is that the reconstitution process, there is a risk of contamination and opportunistic infections, especially if the reconstitution is not done correctly. Then we come to red cells, which don't technically count as a fluid, but red cell concentrate is also sourced from whole blood donors. It lasts a very short time, only 42 days shelf life, and it's very expensive compared to the other fluids that I've mentioned. It's used for increasing oxygen carrying capacity, and it's our replacement fluid of choice in red cell exchanges, which we perform mainly for patients who have sickle cell disease, who present in crisis, and some who have severe malaria. So the risks that go with red blood cells include transfusion reactions, TTIs, as well as poor availability and accessibility. So depending on what area of the country you're in, and what access you have to blood units it varies. So if you're in a desolate area and you need a specific maybe antigen matched unit, the turnaround time for getting those units can go up to days, and that becomes a problem if it's a life-saving procedure. Then we come to albumin solution, which is manufactured from cryodepleted human plasma. So it comes in multiple variations. Our standard is that we use the 4%, the isotonic formulation. However, during national shortages, we have to end up using the 20% solution. And that is done on a case-by-case basis because then we need to end up diluting the product to get it to the correct consistency. So albumin solution does not contain blood groups, and therefore there's no cross-matching needed, which is a nice step to skip if you are trying to perform a life-saving procedure. However, if you're looking at replacing plasma, ideally you would want to be replacing plasma with plasma because of all the good stuff that's in plasma that we're removing. However, we know that that is not realistic, so we do have to use albumin solution in other cases. So if you look at the uses of the albumin solution in hypovolemia, hypoalbuminemia, and plasma exchange, I'd like for you to note that hypovolemia, especially in cases of trauma, malnutrition, burns, major injuries, and infections were all on that list of our health burden that I mentioned. So the demand for albumin solution is much higher than we'd like. So shortages happen, and they happen frequently. In terms of the risks, allergic reactions, not really significant. We haven't seen very many allergic reactions in our patients from albumin solution, as well as fluid overload, and then this poor availability during manufacturing lags. Then, because of that poor availability, we've had to now come up with creative solutions, and we've recently introduced gelofuscin to our option of fluids. I know from speaking to colleagues here that some people are already using gelofuscin, which is very interesting, and it's nice to see. It helps for us to be able to have data about gelofuscin, to know what the safety parameters are, especially when we have to be talking to doctors who need to be convinced that gelofuscin is actually a good option. So gelofuscin is a plasma volume substitute, which is bovine derived. It's also got an expiry date of about 24 months. It is provided in 500 ml bags, which becomes relevant to us because remember that we're moving nurses, machines, fluids all across the country. So if you can move lots of fluids in a different, in a more compact formulation, then it helps. But then we also have, it's more affordable compared to the albumin solution. But like I'm mentioning that it's a new product in our environment, so we're still having to convince practitioners. And it doesn't help that it doesn't appear in the guidelines that we advise the practitioners to use. There's no mention of gelofuscin in the Esfh guidelines. So now you tell everyone, okay, use the Esfh guidelines, and then they look at you and they say, but what is this that you're talking about that's not in the Esfh guidelines? Give me FFPs. And then we create the problem that we're trying to solve. And then it also helps for patients who are religiously bound to not receive blood products or human blood products. Gelofuscin really helps in that space as well. Yeah, so it has been quite a game changer for us, but we are finding that we are increasing the numbers of acceptability. Then we have normal saline, which is not really an ideal replacement fluid, and that's because it's a crystalloid. It's the only crystalloid that's made it onto this list because we used to use it as an exchange fluid in leukodepletions. But now we've actually switched over to using gelofuscin, and we're finding that our patients are doing much better. The incidence of hypotensive episodes has gone down in those patients. So that's been a nice learning that we've had. Okay, so I'm talking prices, and I've mentioned all the different things and what's influencing our decisions in terms of what fluid to choose. So this actually helps to give you an idea of what prices we're actually facing. And you look at red cell concentrate, and you can see that it's by far the most expensive of all of the fluids. Then you look at the comparison between FFPs and cryopoor, and you say, oh, that difference is not actually that big. So why is it even a factor? But when you have facilities that are government funded, and I explained to you how limited the resources are, whatever little bit of saving you can make, then you end up taking that opportunity. So there are some facilities that we have that perform plasma exchanges for TTPs who exclusively use cryopoor plasma, just because of that saving that's possible. And then if you look at the difference between the albumin solution and the gelofuscin, it doesn't look like that much of a difference, but you should look at the standard unit volume at those prices. So it means that if we can go the gelofuscin route, then you can make quite a significant saving in terms of the procedure, or the cost of the procedure. So I wanted to give you an impression of how many procedures we're doing in a year and how many units of these fluids we're using in a year. I've used the year of August 2024 to July 2025. And if you look at the hematological indications for plasma exchanges, you can see that we're using about 8,000 units of FFPs and only about 5,000 units of cryopoor plasma. And that's because some of our doctors are still very much following the rule to say, give me FFPs, that is the gold standard, that's what I want. And you can see that with those FDP units, we ended up having to use 95 units for 2 patients who required plasma and had none available. And then if you look at the non-hematological indications for the plasma exchange, for the albumin solution, we used about 10,000 units and only 635 gelafuscin units. I'm excited to go and look at our data now because we've had units that are steadily choosing gelafuscin and actually keeping with the gelafuscin. So we know that that number is going to go up in our more recent data. And then just for interest, I added red cell exchanges. We had 8 of them in this period and we used about 57 units of blood. So just special considerations for each of the exchange fluids. I've mentioned most of these factors, but I can go through them again now. The FFPs in the cryopore plasma must be specifically ordered by doctors from their nearest blood bank. They need to be thawed in a temperature-controlled bath. And I've explained the expiry time that ends up happening when you now break the cold chain. These are all considerations that need to be made if you're going to be taking plasma from one blood bank to another blood bank. And you need to make that decision from the outset to say, we're not going to thaw the plasma at the source blood bank, and we'd rather thaw it by the patient's bedside. And then the question becomes, is there a thawer? Is there a bath by the patient's bedside? So there's all of these resource questions become very relevant when you're dealing with the real patient at that time. And then we want them to be ABO compatible and not necessarily matched. And I'll go into a little bit of an explanation about that just now. And then looking at the lyophilized plasma, it's really important that when you have staff members who are performing the reconstitution of the lyophilized plasma, that they know how to do it correctly and they avoid the transmission of hospital-associated infections, which can vary from hospital to hospital in terms of risk factors in those environments. And then in terms of albumin solution, due to the frequent shortages, we then have to develop a procedure where we advise our nurses on how to dilute the solution down to a 4%, which is acceptable for our process or for our procedures. So this graph was designed by none other than Dr. Hans Vrielink, who's sitting here today. And this has helped us to be able to inform our blood banks, as well as the physicians who are ordering units from those blood banks, about which plasma is appropriate for which patient, so from what donor to what patient. This helps when you have situations of mistrust and uncertainty. So just to have a nice depiction where it's put together and we can easily refer to what to do in what cases. And then we've got other special considerations in terms of gelafuscin. The hypersensitivity risk is one of the conversations that we have with the physicians when we're asking them to use gelafuscin. Then we've got this limited, it's not really no safety data, but limited safety data in pediatric cases. And it's just important to monitor sodium when using gelafuscin, just like with any other fluid, just to monitor what's happening with the patient to avoid hyponatremia. And then for red cell concentrates, similar to the plasma, it also needs to be ordered by a physician from a relevant blood bank. And then depending on what we're using it for, whether it's for a red cell exchange, a transfusion, or a blood prime, the type of blood that we'll be using becomes important. How old is the blood? Is it leukodepleted? Isn't it? Is it ABO matched? Does it need any further antigen matching? This becomes very important when you're dealing with patients who have sickle cell anemia and have received multiple red cell transfusions in their past and have alloantibodies. So these are all factors that influence the turnaround time of how soon the blood can be ready for the procedures. And then similar graph, another depiction of the red cell decision-making matrix. Which donors are good for which patients. So in conclusion, what's really important is that we have information. Firstly, information that we can give our patients so that they can make informed consent, they can give informed consent. What information that we can use to anticipate and manage any complications that arise during procedures. And for us to have the knowledge to be able to utilize our resources appropriately. And then in terms of communication, it's really important because of the logistics and ordering and delivering of units to the bedside. We need to have very good communication. That's real-time communication that has like a lot of responsiveness. And this is one of the issues that can arise between our facility and clinical facilities. And then we've got just ensuring that doctors know which options they have in terms of what the procedures that we offer are and what fluids we can provide for them in those cases. And then just to be able to empower our physicians and even our nurses, we do offer doctors at all the South African facilities blood product guidelines to assist them with patient blood management and selecting the correct procedures and correct fluids in different cases. And those are my references, and that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jona, for this wonderful overview of all our fluids we use. Are there any questions? Miguel.
Thank you very much for this nice presentation. I was wondering about gelofuscin, the use that, what is your strategy using gelofuscin? I mean, in a cycle of plasma exchange, you always use gelofuscin as a replacement solution, or do you intercalate with albumin?
So we've been using gelofuscin in place of the albumin. So it is generally for procedures that are on alternate days, and we advise the physicians on whether they would like to have a mixture, because it just becomes that we need to know, because we need to know what fluid to send. So, but generally we haven't been doing a combined provision. It's just been the gelofuscin in place of the albumin in facilities that allow it.
Okay. And have you monitored the final impact of using gelofuscin at the end of the cycle of plasma exchanges regarding albumin concentration in the patient, electrolytes, and so on?
Yeah, that's a good question. So electrolytes always, albumin we hadn't added it yet. So what we do is that we have the baseline albumin that we have at the start. The only time that we've had albumin reported at the end of a procedure has been when a physician has concern. Where they've checked to see if there was a change or anything. But generally, we do monitor quite closely, but it also depends on what resources the hospital has. Like, it really becomes quite important what funding the patient has in terms of what information we then have.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your very great presentation. I have this is perhaps a niche question. I have just, in transfusion, they have just published a report on which fluids should we say in red cell exchange transfusion. I don't know if you have read that. And this might somehow suggest that we shouldn't prime the machine with serum, with saline only, that we should perhaps use albumin and so on to prime the machines. Do you have any experience in that when you perform red cell exchange?
Yes. We do have experience with that. We tend, it depends on the patient's clinical status, but generally we use albumin as the prime before our red cell exchanges. That's generally because the patients are kind of unstable at the time. In cases where we can, when we have enough units, we can also prime with a unit of those red cells that are already antigen matched. Yeah, so we do perform that just depending on how the patient is doing at the time.
Any other questions? Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jona. So, and for the last part of this session, I can introduce for the second time Marie-Jesus from Barcelona, and she gives us a presentation of the problems to be managed by the nurses during an ECP procedure.
Here I am again. I feel more comfortable speaking about the vascular access, but I'll do my best. The extracorporeal photopheresis is a therapy based on ultraviolet light exposure of mononuclear cells in presence of methoxylin, I think, to modulate the immune system, as you know, and cells are collected by apheresis and then reinfused to the patient after the photoactivation. I will speak about the patient and then the procedure and then about the product and a little bit of our experience. about the patient, I begin speaking about the vascular access. We have two bad things and two good things. The number of sessions is they usually come to apheresis more than 20 times. This is bad. The period is months or years. We will have this into account when choosing the vascular access. And the good thing is that flow rate is not so high, and the volume to processed is also low to medium. When we see the veins of the patient, we can see that maybe they are not good, so he will need a central line. And there are two options. One is a tunneled catheter, and the other one is an implantable port. And if the veins are good, the work will be choosing the best one for this patient in the correct type and the correct size. We have to think that peripheral vascular devices should be the first option, and the central line, as you know, produce adverse events that can be serious, is not comfortable for the patient, and the cost is much, much higher than the peripheral vascular devices. So if we choose to, if the patient has no veins and we have to insert a central line, we can choose the catheter that should be tunneled, as it's needed for more than 1 month. And in patients with graft versus host disease, sometimes the skin integrity is not good, so we will have more risk of catheter-related complications. And if we choose, or if in our apheresis unit we or somebody decided to use implantable ports, we should decide which one, the standard one or the apheresis port. It will depend on the desired flow rate, or sometimes on the economic cost, because this is much expensive. These are the peripheral vascular devices, as I talked to him before. This is the more common. This is used for fluid administration. This is designed for dialysis. This is designed for contrast administration. And this is the typical needle that is used in dialysis or in platelets donation. The good thing of this, well, they are plastic and they are metal. And in my opinion, we should have a lot of options to have different calibers. We should use plastic because it's safer and more comfortable for the patient. And for the draw line, there is another thing that some of these devices have, that they are multi-perforated. They have more than the main hole. They have extra accessory holes. And these two have this kind of help. It helps to avoid the vacuum effect in the draw line. The needle also have an accessory hole, but as I said, that plastic devices are the best. The metal, I said, it's the red one. I don't like metal. As I told before, we are not using metal, as we have all the options. If we need slow flow, we can use this. We have 22, this is a very small size. And if we want to run, we use this one that is designed for dialysis. What can we do to avoid placing a catheter? We can use single needle procedures. We have Amicus and Selex that can do the procedure in a single needle. We can choose low flow rate as it's not a very long procedure because we are not processing a lot of blood, so we can go slow. Celex doesn't allow more than 50 milliliters a minute. This is not a big flow rate. Another thing is we can use the same arm but using double needle, always with the drawing closer to the hand to avoid recirculation. And we saw this in the last years in my hospital because we have some patients of nephrology and some of them have 2, 3, 4 fistula in the other hand that they are not working, but one of the arms is not the veins, the circulation is really catastrophic. So sometimes we have to use only one arm, but we decided to use double needle and not single needle, as it's a little bit more longer. The other thing is exploring options to improve flow. Mechanical actions, we all know, the patient moves the hand. And another thing that we discovered a few years ago is warming the arm on the patient. The patient doesn't have to be cold. So just using a warmer in the return line or warming the draw arm is really, really useful. I saw patients who begin at 25 milliliters a minute, and in 20 minutes, just warming the arm, finish at 75. So it can double or multiply for 3. And the last thing is the use the ultrasound. Some examples. We use this thing to pull slightly the cannula to make the cannula not be resting on the wall of the vein. We are using this. This is an electric heating mat. It's really cheap. And it's really simple, and it works very well. And a glove with hot water, even simpler. And this is what I said about double needle and single arm. This is always the inlet line should be closer to the hand, and flow rates are not bad. This is not. They are both at the same distance of the hand, but we knew that it was a different vein, so there were not recirculation, and we could see it because the efficiency was okay, was normal. So the adverse events are, it's a procedure that very well tolerated. We don't see a lot of adverse events. We can see the standard apheresis adverse events. We can see some due to the psoralen, flashing redness, fever sometimes. And if the precautions are not taken, we can see sunburn. And we have the patient there in apheresis, and sometimes they have some symptoms due to the underlying disease. These are the precautions, the post-treatment recommendations. They have to avoid the sun, even through the window, and they have to be protected with a hat or glasses. About the procedure, you all know that we have online and offline options. The online option in this procedure, the apheresis device automatically controls everything. Here is the collection, and here is the photo activation, and here is the collection, and here is the photo activation. This seems to be, there are 2 devices, but the bag is always connected to the patient, so it's an online system. And in the offline, the collected cells are manually transferred to a special bag and put into the photoactivation chamber. We need anapheresis devices to collect the cells, and we need another device to photoactivate the cells. This is the summary of the offline procedure. We need the cells, we need to dilute the cells with saline, and then we need to add Soralen. And all together, we put it into the photoactivation bag and then into the photoactivation device. And about the product, we should always apply an aseptic technique. We need labeling and traceability because the product, in our hospital, the product is photoactivated in another room. So you need to be sure that these cells belong to that patient. This is the summary of both procedures. In the online procedures, the aseptic technique is similar to other procedures. There's nothing, it's a little bit longer, the circuit, but is the same. The traceability is no needed because the bag is not leaving the patient, and the labeling is not really needed, but in my hospital we label everything, mainly because we needed to register the infusion in the electronic system. Well, I told before, the traceability is to ensure the infusion to the right patient. I'm talking about what we do in my hospital. This is how we work. We have been performing photopheresis since 2012. We made 3,000 procedures. This is the distribution of the number of the procedures. We work online with Amicus or Celex, and offline with Optia and Macogenic. We always process one total volume, except Celex that works with 1.5 liters. We always use a blood warmer because no cold means better flow rate. We always use calcium and magnesium in a continuous infusion. About the vascular access, nearly all the patients have peripheral access, and mainly since we have the ultrasound. And if it's not possible, we are using the apheresis port, Titan port. This is the port. It's one of the two devices I know that have the word apheresis in the name, because nobody thinks about apheresis. So it's nice having something. It's similar to a standard port, but the flow rates are correct. You can run 80, 90. And if you are using a Portacat, you have to be very slower than this. So this is the vascular access of the photopheresis. The ultrasound are up here, and we had some years with no catheters. This is this is two ports, and this is one port, one Titan port. And some patients that here had a catheter left the catheter because we saw they had veins, so we removed the catheter. The product we collected at 2 to 3% of hematocrit, and we label all the bags, and we perform a complete blood count in all the collections. We dilute it, or something like this, 110 to make the range a little bit more human. I don't know, to be read by the machine who read the CBC. And then we add the saline through the filter of the bag of Optia. And the saline, we separate the saline when the Optia is finished. We separate the saline and we seal it in a sterile way, and then we dilute the cells to 200 milliliters, and then transfer it in a sterile way also to the photoactivation bag and then to the photoactivation device. And then we administer the cells to the patient, and 2 nurses have to identify the patient. As we are always using sterile measures, we are not doing routine cultures, because we are doing all the steps are in sterile conditions. So the conclusions are the extracorporeal photopheresis is a well-tolerated therapy. The peripheral vascular access should be the first option, as the treatment is often required for months or years. Traceability is mandatory when performing offline ECP, and strict aseptic techniques are essential when handling the product in offline ECP. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Maria, you use the apheresis port for the total plasma exchange, but do you use it for the blood cell exchange?
We have no red cell exchange. We have one patient, but he has good veins. So, but they could be a good candidate for this kind of...
So we are thinking about it, but red cell exchange is totally different from plasma exchange. So we don't know the flow.
At this moment, we have 2 patients with this port. One is for photopheresis, and the other one is for LDL apheresis cholesterol. So red cell exchange, it's okay also
it should be
for this port.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Other questions?
Hi, Maria. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's really excellent. Thank you for the insights. I think I have not really got the point where you said you are diluting the sample. Can you please elaborate once again why you think it's necessary to dilute the sample 1 by 10? You mentioned out and said you dilute the sample in order to make it more human-like, but I thought when you dilute it more, I'm thinking it's less human-like, is it?
We are doing this with all collections because sometimes the number of leukocytes is too high. And then the machines that do the CBC, we think that maybe it's not correct when we are, because the range is not human, is really high. So we dilute a lot of years ago, we did it 130, and now for the last maybe 15 years, we are doing 110.
Okay, I get it. So you want to stay within the range that your measurement device is able to cope with. Okay, thank you very much.
This brings us to the end of this early morning session. We have time until 11 for a coffee break. Thank you for your come.
vortex, so it's
But a double.
Yeah, and you use non-chlorine, so you use big metal needles. And we tend to give our patients boluses of saline just before we start through each side of the port, and then red cell exchange through the port.
Yes, we used the vortex once, but it was so painful for the
So
patient.
we use local anaesthetic, and then or so just like lidocaine or emlaquine, and then a bit like that. But the patients that we've got vortex both have all had to have lights every time they came for the red cell exchange, and they got to the point where they couldn't get a line in anymore because the scarring was so bad, so it was their only option. But we found them really good. We got advice from a lady down in London because they used them a lot more than we did, so we go by their protocol. But I think it's St Mary's Hospital in London, we use the same protocol as them. It's good, but yeah, we use them a lot, so I just wanted to say,
So the red blood cell exchange patients are
I think as well, you tend to find you have to run, we use an osteoarthritis actually, we've got both platforms, but you have to run them really slowly to start with as the blood, as you start to get the blue blood in them, you can start to speed up, so yes, it's good, it's worth
rid of But this increases more than one, and it's for dialysis, but also for apheresis, but for the plasma exchange, I think red blood cell exchange is different. Blood is so much better. But thank you. But nice to see you here.
I know, I knew the hot was amazing by the way, I really enjoyed that. It was very strong, love it. But I wanted to go and say, by the way, I wanted to go and say, I really enjoyed your presentation. I went to Imo, we are regional trainer for Montia. So I worked with the
When we look at the world, we see potential at every turn. We seize that potential to unlock a better future, recognizing what is and reaching for what could be, building on what we know to advance into the new. Unlocking potential is our promise and our purpose. We uncover needs, then work to fulfill them. We tap our collective potential to keep innovating, improving, accelerating, to help bring better care to more patients around the globe. We advance technologies that automate complex processes and harness data to improve access to an adequate, safe, and sustainable blood supply around the world and support advanced clinical outcomes. We expand our blood technologies expertise to unlock the biological potential of cells and genes, helping to advance promising therapies while seeking better outcomes for patients. Every day, we dedicate ourselves to unlocking the potential of blood and cells, technology and data, our colleagues and patients, as we strive to fulfill our mission, contributing to society through healthcare. When we look at the world, we see potential at every turn. We seize that potential to unlock a better future, recognizing what is and reaching for what could be, building on what we know to advance into the new. Unlocking potential is our promise and our purpose. We uncover needs, then work to fulfill them. We tap our collective potential to keep innovating, improving, accelerating, to help bring better care to more patients around the globe. We advance technologies that automate complex processes and harness data to improve access to an adequate, safe, and sustainable blood supply around the world and support advanced clinical outcomes. We expand our blood technologies expertise to unlock the biological potential of cells and genes, helping to advance promising therapies while seeking better outcomes for patients. Every day, we dedicate ourselves to unlocking the potential of blood and cells, technology and data, our colleagues and patients, as we strive to fulfill our mission, contributing to society through healthcare. When we look at the world, we see potential at every turn. We seize that potential to unlock a better future, recognizing what is and reaching for what could be, building on what we know to advance into the new. Unlocking potential is our promise and our purpose. We uncover needs, then work to fulfill them. We tap our collective potential to keep innovating, improving, accelerating, to help bring better care to more patients around the globe. We advance technologies that automate complex processes and harness data to improve access to an adequate, safe, and sustainable blood supply around the world and support advanced clinical outcomes. We expand our blood technologies expertise to unlock the biological potential of cells and genes, helping to advance promising therapies while seeking better outcomes for patients. Every day, we dedicate ourselves to unlocking the potential of blood and cells, technology and data, our colleagues and patients, as we strive to fulfill our mission, contributing to society through healthcare.
Ich warte.
Ah, okay. Kein Gong. Soll ich die Leute reinholen?
Ja, vielleicht. Ich wollte auch gerade, aber dass wir beginnen würden, gerne. Ja. Bell. Like Christmas. When Christmas, the bell rings, everybody's coming. Hallo. So. So, hello, thank you. Thank you for coming in again. I have to make 3 short announcements. The first one is tomorrow we have a lunch session, meet the experts. We have prepared 7 tables with experts, and there are lists outside, and please sign in which table you want to attend, so that our experts are not alone. Secondly, with some food, yeah, with some food, lunch, of course. Secondly, I was asked to say that we have 15 places free on the boat in the evening, so 15 people can join us. Please come, it will be a wonderful trip, I think, on the Vltava River. And the third announcement is that unfortunately, Josef Schwarz is not able to attend this meeting because of personal reasons. And the talk in the afternoon, he will give it online, and the talk tomorrow will be overtaken by Hans Frieling. So thank you now, and now the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this session on a really exciting topic, and which is gene therapy. My name is Cihan Ai. I'm from the Medical University of Vienna. I'm a hematologist. And I'm co-chairing together with my colleague, Professor Dr. Turgay Ulaş from Ankara, Turkey. He's also a hematologist doing, I've heard, a lot of bone marrow transplantations in Ankara, Turkey. And we will have three presentations. So one on hematological disorders and role of gene therapy, mainly sickle cell disease, thalassemia, then about hemophilia, benign hematological disorders, and then we have the pleasure having with us Dr. Manis from Boston, who will talk in general about gene therapy. And it's now my pleasure to ask my co-chair, Dr. Ulaş, to present his talk.
Thank you, Mr. Ai. Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure being here with you, and I'd like to thank the organizing committee and the IRGERDA for inviting me and giving this speaking chance. My task today is talking about gene therapy approach for sickle cell disease and the thalassemias. My talk will take approximately 15 to 20 minutes, and we will have enough discussion time at the end. This thalassemias and the sickle cell disease generally seen in the sub-Saharan and Middle East countries, and nearly 10% of the patients live in the developed countries. When this topic was first given to me, I wondered the other speakers in my session, Mr. I from Austria and Mr. Menis from USA, and I also wondered how our guest will come to here from USA. I looked at the Google for the flight route, and the flight route looks like a crescent sickle shape. This journey takes approximately 12 hours, and I think all of the passengers fears whether the plane crashed down when crossed the ocean. And every passenger, I think, wants the plane landing as early as possible. I want you to compare these 12 hours with the whole life of the sickle cell and the thalassemia patients. Their quality of life is very low. Their life expectancy is short, nearly 50 to 60 years. Even newly development treatments, such as iron chelating agents and disease modifying agents. Their life looks like a plane flying with one engine burns out. We know that the only curative treatment option is allogenic bone marrow transplantation. But only 1/5 of the patients have matched sibling donor. Even there are several complications may develop before, during, and after the transplantation. This is why there is a safer, convenient, and accessible treatment options are needed for them. Gene therapy would be one of them. I will first describe the description of the gene therapy, and then what are the indications and the types of the gene therapies, and I finally finish my talk with the published clinical trials. This is my cat, Biggie. I adopted him when he was 2 months old. We prepared my talk together. After finishing my talk, he asked me whether he can able to come with me. And now he's convincing me, but I said him that, no, you have no chance to come with me. Because I said him that you have no passport, visa. A few minutes later, my cat showed me his passport. No, I have a even green passport. And suddenly jumped into my luggage and didn't let me to leave. I ran away and left him alone at my house. And in the morning, I asked my wife, what is the last situation of my cat? She answered me, he's waiting you. Okay, gene therapies generally are used for monogenic disorders. Here are the list of the monogenic disorders that gene therapies are used, but I'm only talking about beta thalassemia and sickle cell disease. In a simple schematic illustration, what is gene therapy? The stem cells are collected from the patient and exposed to a viral vector. The viral vector corrects the faulty gene, and the corrected modified stem cells given back to the patients. Not all of the patients are candidates for this approach. For sickle cell disease, the patients should have severe symptoms, such as history of 2 acute chest syndrome within the last 2 years, history of 3 or more pain episodes, rest cell alloimmunizations, more than 2 antibodies, patients under chronic transfusion for primary and secondary stroke prevention, 2 or more priapisms. And the other indications are failure to hydroxyurea if the patient has no donor and no severe comorbidity. For beta thalassemias, the core indication is transfusion-dependent beta thalassemia with adequate organ function, and the other indications are same with the sickle cell disease. These are the types of the gene therapies: gene addition, gene editing, and the hemoglobin F induction. All of these strategies have pluses and minuses. For gene edition, the stem cells are collected from the patient and exposed to viral vector. Viral vector carries a functional copy of the beta or the gamma globins. These are engineeringly modified genes, and the modified corrected stem cells given back to the patients after conditioning regimes, mostly busulfan. When I was preparing my talk, the Biggie said me that, oh, you did a big mistake, and he wanted to edit. If you want to edit your talk, you can use CRISPR-Cas9 technology. 9 here stands for they have 9 lives. Okay, for gene editing is quite different. The stem cells also collected from the patient and also exposed to viral vector. In this approach, viral vector carries CRISPR-Cas9 and the guide RNA. Guide RNA finds the desired site of the faulty gene area and make a double-strand break. After breaking the faulty area, the empty area is filled by the functional copy of the DNA sequence. And the broken ends, after filling with the functional copy, the broken ends resolved by the endogenous repairing mechanisms, mostly homology direct repair. And the following steps are the same with the gene edition. The third strategy is induction of the hemoglobin F. We know that hemoglobin F levels, increased hemoglobin F levels, are correlated with the reduced morbidity and the mortality, also increased survival. And it is believed that 10 to 30% of the hemoglobin F levels have anti-cycling activity and the anti-polymerization, respectively. These are the ways to increase and enhance the hemoglobin F levels. The most important one is BCL11A. After birth, the protein BCL11A suppresses the production of the hemoglobin F levels, and this will lead spontaneously increase of the hemoglobin A level. If we knock down the BCL11A, the hemoglobin F levels remains in the body, and these patients will have less disease complication manifestations. The other strategies are hereditary persistent fetal hemoglobin creation. It also uses the CRISPR-Cas9 technology, but most popular strategy nowadays are base editing. Base editing only switches the faulty amino acids, and this does not make a double-strand break. Therefore, the remaining of the gene will be intact, will not be affected by the treatment strategy. Yes, clinical trials. Now I will talk clinical because clinicians are thinking, because these gene therapies are not easy, because collection of the stem cells using mobilizing agents and shipping to the manufacturing facility, then exposed to the viral vectors and returning to the patient center, it will take nearly 6 months to 1 year. And these gene treatment strategies are very complex and labor intensive, and the costs are very high for these treatments. Thanks to the clinicians, they did a great job. Now I will talk the published clinical trials performed for the gene treatments. In the first trial, the transfusion independence was achieved in the first patient. In this treatment, lentiviral beta globulin gene transferred. After this, 22 patients enrolled another trial, and 22 patients achieved either transfusion independence, roughly 90%, or significant reduction for long-term transfusions. After these trials, the FDA approved in 2022 Zynteglo for gene edition for transfusion-dependent thalassemia. What about the sickle cell disease for gene edition treatment? In 2023, FDA approved Lyfgenia for sickle cell disease based on the HGB 206 and 210 studies. In these trials, patients received single infusion of the functional copy of the beta gene transfer. After 18 months, nearly 90% of the patients had marked reduction of the vaso-occlusive events. What about the gene editing trials? Firstly, 2 patients enrolled. One of them had TDT and the second one had sickle cell disease. Both of the patients achieved transfusion independence, and sickle cell disease patients was free of vaso-occlusive events. This trial paved the way, CLIMB TAL 111 and the CLIMB CSD 121 trials. In these trials, in CLIMB 111, 52 transfusion-dependent thalassemia patients enrolled, and 91% of the patients had transfusion independence, and also 94% of the cells expressed hemoglobin F levels. And no evidence of oncogenesis or clonal proliferation observed in this trial. For sickle cell disease, in CLIMB 121 study, 44 sickle cell disease patients recruited, and 30 at the interim analysis revealed that none of the patients required hospitalization, 97% of the patients were VOE-free, and all of them had transfusion independence. Based on these trials, FDA approved in 2023 Casgevy for TDT and sickle cell disease. Here is the summary of the all trials. We know gene edition and editing approved, and we are eagerly waiting the base editing and the other trial results in future. In summary, as I said, there are pros and cons of this treatment. The advantage of the gene therapy is very highly effective treatment option. There is no donor problem. There will be no GvHD or risk of rejection, and a lower risk of viral complications. The disadvantages of the gene therapies are risk of target effects and the secondary malignancies, but this is not proved yet. It's believed that gene therapy is safe, and the other disadvantages are poor mobilization and the delayed engraftment, and conditioning regimen-related side effects such as VOD and the loss of fertility, and the major concern and drawback is the costs. Future directions. In the cold winter nights, the cats gather together for warming, and they are waiting the sunny days. We are also waiting the sunny days for the gene therapies. This is our other cat. Came to our garden with a broken arm. We took her to the vet to save her arm, but eventually our cat got amputated. After seeing the successful results of the gene therapies, and after seeing of the reimbursement of the costs by the government authorities, and after seeing this treatment will be affordable and accessible for the whole entire these patients, I wish this gene therapy will be translated to the animal health. And my last slide, a message from Biggie to you. And he's saying that even though I am not there with you, but I deserve a thank you from you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ulasz, for this great overview and also for this very entertaining presentation. So I have also 2 cats at home, yeah, but they never help me in preparing my talks, yeah. So, so the talk is now open for discussion and questions. So we have a couple of minutes for discussions, questions. While you're thinking, maybe preparing your questions, I will maybe start with one question. So the gene therapies that you talked about for thalassemia, sickle cell disease, so they require conditioning therapy. So can you explain us a little bit what type of conditioning is this? Is this like the traditional conditioning that is used for stem cell transplantation?
Mostly the myeloablative conditioning regimens are used in the clinical trials. And as I said, mostly busulfan is used for it. But some trials use also melphalan and treosulfan, tiotepa sometimes are used. But roughly 80% maybe of the patients received busulfan, not RIC, RIC, myeloablative conditioning.
Thank you so much. So other questions? Maybe, yeah, yes, Dr. Manis. Yeah.
No, great talk. How do you choose between the therapies for the patients, and for which gene therapy approach you would use? In other words, if a patient comes to you, how would you select which exact gene therapy you would use for thalassemia or sickle cell, for example?
I think we cannot choose nowadays because all of the treatments are in the clinical trials. But base editing, if I have a chance, I will choose base editing. We do not have yet the results, but it's a promising treatment option. Otherwise, now gene editing, I think much more better than the addition treatment, because gene addition treatment, there are some concerns that insertion mutagenesis can be seen after it, but not yet proved. But these trials are very not long time passed from these trials. Maybe 5 or 10 years later, we will see which one will be the better for us.
Okay, other questions? If not, I have another one. I mean, it's about outcome measures of these therapies. We know that how challenging measuring outcomes for treatments in sickle cell disease is. So can you maybe tell us how is success defined here in gene therapy trials for sickle cell disease or for thalassemia? So is there something that we can measure and monitor, or is it just a pure clinical response that is measured?
Laboratory measures, as I said, nearly 10% or 30% of the hemoglobin F levels are adequate, and most of the trials achieved these levels. These trials' primary outcomes for TDT is the transfusion independence, and for sickle cell disease, because it's a debilitating disease, and hospitalizations generally required for these patients, the primary outcomes are the VOE events. Clinically, outcomes are the meaningful for these treatments.
Thank you so much. So I have asked all my questions. So if you have a further question, so then we will continue maybe to the next talk. I will hand over the chairing to you.
After my talk, you have a, I think, difficult presentation. So, yes, now Mr. I will talk about the gene therapy for hemophilias. Yes, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Actually, I think your talk was a great introduction to my presentation, and thank you for that. Yeah, so really explaining the principles of gene therapy, and it's really my great pleasure to be here today with you. And I would like to thank Gerda for the invitation. Before I start, I have also to tell you something. Gerda and I work in the same hospital, but there is another secret I have to tell you. We both had the same Latin teacher and mathematics teacher at high school, yeah? So I think when she graduated from high school, they just started with teaching in that high school, and when I graduated, they retired after my graduation. So don't start to calculate, yeah. It's really my pleasure to talk about gene therapy in hemophilia, and I think this is really, hemophilia is a model disease for what really research can achieve and how research can finally really impact patients' life in a very good way. And before I start to talk about like the gene therapy in particular, I would like to give you an overview of hemophilia first, what hemophilia is, what the problems are there, what current treatments we have available and what the challenges are, and how really gene therapy is going to address some of these challenges here. So hemophilia for me, but in general, it's really a fascinating disease. It's an inherited bleeding disorder, which is caused by deficiency of two different coagulation factors. In case of the deficiency of factor 8, we call it hemophilia A, and in case of deficiency of coagulation factor 9, we call it hemophilia B. It's an inherited disorder, as I mentioned, and has an X-linked recessive inheritance pattern. However, the spontaneous mutations can occur. So this is a disease that was always present in mankind history, and it will always be there also in the future, because around 30% of the mutations are spontaneous in the genes of these coagulation factors. Hemophilia A is more frequent than hemophilia B, so it's like we have a proportion of 80–85% hemophilia A, and then 15 to 20% hemophilia B. The problem of this disease is bleeding, so, and especially in severe hemophilia, it's spontaneous bleeding, and typically in soft tissues, muscles, and joints, and recurrent joint bleeds, and approximately 80–90% of the bleeds occur into the joints, yeah, ankles, knees, elbows, that joints that we really use frequently. They lead eventually to chronic arthropathy, and this is like a picture of chronic arthropathy of the lower extremities, which we really don't see like in the region of our world where we have access to treatment nowadays anymore. So this is especially not present in the younger generation, which is growing up in Europe, for instance, where we have access to therapy. Hemophilia is also very fascinating from a historic perspective, and I love to talk about history. Maybe we had also the same history teacher, but I don't know, at school. And it's called, in the history, it's called the royal disease. And the reason why it's called the royal disease is because Queen Victoria of England was a carrier of the hemophilia gene. And also 2 of her daughters were carriers of hemophilia, and through marriage between the royal families all over Europe, so hemophilia was distributed among the royal families. And one of the famous persons with hemophilia was the young Alexei Nikolaevich Romanov, yeah, and with the remains of the Romanovs and genetic analysis of the remains, it was revealed that probably the Queen Victoria was carrier of hemophilia B. The severity of disease and the clinical presentation, and I think this is important, and this is why, to understand why hemophilia is really a model disease for gene therapy, because the severity of the disease is proportional to the severity of the factor deficiency, and so the clinical presentation is based on the coagulation factor levels that these people have. So in severe hemophilia, where factor is not present, so these people have spontaneous bleeds. And the first major spontaneous joint bleeds occur around in the first age, at the end of the first age in newborns, yeah? And then we have the higher the coagulation factor level, so the less the coagulation, the bleeding phenotype becomes less pronounced here. And in mild hemophilia, we have rarely spontaneous bleeds, but bleeds that can occur after hemostatic challenge like surgery, trauma, and etc. And this is the evolution of hemophilia therapy, and this is really amazing how treatments have evolved in hemophilia. We had in the 70s and 80s a first golden era with the development of plasma-derived products, which enabled prophylaxis to prevent bleeds. However, there was a big drawback and drama in the 80s and early 90s with infections with contaminated plasma products, yeah, with HIV, hepatitis, and etc. But now we have really another golden era with new extended recombinant factor products and also with gene therapy. But what are the challenges of the current treatments? The challenges are that these factor products have a relatively short half-life, despite the half-life extension approaches here. So you need regular infusions, and you have peak levels, trough levels, peak levels, and trough levels. For hemophilia A, we have an bispecific factor VIII mimetic antibody, which is used in clinical practice for prophylaxis. However, and it can be given subcutaneously, so the factor products are given intravenously, but however, it's also a repetitive treatment here. So, and the principle of gene therapy is here, you have one infusion, and then there is a restoring of the factor production, and you have a continuous factor level over time. We have now in Europe 2 products approved for gene therapy in hemophilia. The first one was a product for hemophilia A, and the second for hemophilia B. However, the company that was manufacturing Roctavian for hemophilia A, they decided to stop production here, not for safety reason, because of economic reasons. So they didn't really make the money they were expecting. However, we have nowadays access in some European countries and also in the US to Hemgenix for treating hemophilia B patients with gene therapy. I think the introduction by the previous speaker, my colleague, Dr. Ullers, was perfect. In hemophilia, we have the gene therapy is a vector-based gene therapy, and it's a non-integrating episomal gene therapy, and it's an in vivo gene therapy. So basically you have a gene therapy product that is produced and manufactured, and you get it and you administer it at a one-time infusion, and then it's a non-integrating episomal gene therapy here. Vector-based gene therapies have some limitations, so because there is a limit of the transgene that can be packed into the vector here, and in hemophilia, so for hemophilia A, not the whole wild type gene is used as a transgene. It's a short version of the transgene that is used. So one big domain is deleted, which is not useful for the coagulation function here. And in hemophilia B, and this is very interesting, a variant of factor 9 was identified with a very high activity compared to the wild type, and this variant is used for the gene therapy here. So the advantage here is that you need just a lower dose of this gene therapy, of this transgene, to achieve a similar effect of the wild type here. And hemophilia is ideal because it's a monogenetic disorder. We have, as I explained here, a large variation of the factor levels, and the bleeding phenotype is responsive to this wide range of factor levels here. And it's a liver-directed gene therapy, so the liver cells are the target cells here. And in case of hemophilia B, this is also the natural cell which is producing factor 9 here. So this is the home of factor 9 production here, while it's different for factor 8, because factor 8 is not produced in the liver cells, in the hepatocytes. It's produced in the sinusoidal endothelial cells of the liver here. However, the target cell is also here, the hepatocytes, which is not the natural cell that produces factor 8. This is probably relevant for understanding the differences in clinical outcomes of hemophilia A and B gene therapy here. And what we really want to achieve with gene therapy in hemophilia is to transforming the disease. So from a severe to moderate disease phenotype to a subhemophilic or a normal range here. And with that, to prevent bleeds, to protect patients from bleed, and also to improve quality of life. It's not a classical cure. It's a gene addition here, but it's not a classical cure here. So here is just an overview of the two trials for these two approved gene therapies for hemophilia. So on the left for hemophilia A, on the right for hemophilia B. These are single-arm studies, so where patients first are entered in a lead-in observation trial where with the traditional replacement therapy for prophylaxis, the bleed rates are measured, and then they receive a single infusion and then observed for clinical outcomes and response in terms of factor expression and factor activity levels. In the hemophilia A gene therapy, people with pre-existing AAV antibodies, and the AAV capsid is used as the vector here for the gene therapies in hemophilia, but those who have positive neutralizing antibodies, they were excluded. And there are many people who are probably exposed to these AAVs. In some regions, there is a high seroprevalence, in other regions of the world a lower. But in the hemophilia B gene therapy, they included patients irrespective of the pre-existing AAV antibodies, which I think it was interesting to really understand what the effect of a positive NAP status is and what the effect of a negative NAP status is. And this is the result here. So, and the outcomes here, first of all, here the factor expression. So as you see, after infusion in both trials, in approximately 2 to 3 weeks, so the factor levels are rising. In hemophilia A, however, there is a decline over time here, so which raises the question of how durable is the gene therapy in hemophilia A, but in hemophilia B, and I will come back later here, we have here a stable response over time here. And the second outcome is the bleeding rate. So you can see compared to the previous lead-in period of the gene therapy where people were already on a prophylaxis that was approved, so the bleed rates decreased significantly here. So that is remarkable here. And also the need for regular factor prophylaxis decreased by over 90% here, which really shows how effective this therapy is if you look at these outcomes. What about safety? So there were no major safety signals. So treatment-related severe adverse events were very low or absent in the hemophilia B gene therapy. There were other serious events of interest, of big interest, during the observation periods. So 2 patients developed cancer in the hemophilia A gene therapy trial and 1 patient in the hemophilia B gene therapy trial. And this was mentioned already in the previous talk. There is a discussion about like the oncotoxicity of gene therapy, but all the cancer cases were analyzed within the trial with all the available molecular analysis to see if there is a connection or association with the gene therapy. And all the results have been published and reported in a very transparent way. And it was excluded there was an association with gene therapy here. And there was 1 death in the other trial, but it was a patient with a cardiovascular disease who developed cardiogenic shock and died. So during infusion, patient can develop like infusion-related reaction, but what are the other side effects after infusion? Mainly like flu-like symptoms, and the biggest and one of the biggest concerns after infusion is the increase of ALT levels of transaminases. This occurs in around 80% after gene therapy for hemophilia A, but in just 20% after hemophilia B gene therapy. I hope you can remember what I told you, what the different size of the gene of factor 8 and factor 9 gene, and the natural cell, the target cell, which produces this protein here, which is not the natural cell for factor 8 here. These are the final results of the hemophilia B gene therapy. This is the reason why I would like to show you this is to address the question of durability. So we see here this trial was planned for 5-year observation and follow-up here. You can see here, the longer the observation period is, the benefit for the patients is increasing. So the bleed rates are below 0, but they even go lower than below 0, below 1, and which is really remarkable here. And this is the factor expression levels after 5 years here, and we have now also 7-year data, which really shows that after gene therapy for hemophilia B, we have really stable factor expression level. And what is also important is here, we don't have an overexpression, which is relevant because coagulation factors are also prothrombogenic, so there is no overexpression here with this type of gene therapy. So this seems to be a really good technology that was chosen here. There were 2 patients with lack of efficacy, and one of the patients had a very high titer of neutralizing antibodies against the AAV5 vector. And the second patient received just 10% of the dose because of infusion-related reaction, and the investigator decided to stop the infusion here. And this patient, of course, after infusion, developed sky-high neutralizing antibody titers here. So this is also important for the clinic, for informing patients in clinical practice when they are interested. So screening for AAV antibodies is crucial. If transaminases, so ALT levels increase, so we treat with corticosteroids, immunosuppressions, because we assume that this is an immune reaction against the AAV here, or against the transgene. And what is important to mention here, that it is just a limited duration of immunosuppression with corticosteroids that you give, and then ALT levels go down, and you can then taper corticosteroids and stop finally here. So it's not for a longer duration here. Now about like implementation of gene therapy in hemophilia. So, I mean, the infusion is easy, and I will show you and exemplify this with a case. However, you need the environment and a proper setting here. So there is some complexity of implementation. So you need logistics here. You need, I would say, GMO-friendly environment, and you have to fulfill the GMO requirements here. And the model, and this is an orphan disease, so the model that international societies are proposing is a hub and spoke model. So there should be maybe infusion centers where they fulfill all the logistical requirements, all of the legal requirements, and every center can assess patients and evaluate eligibility and send them to the hub center where they get their infusion, and after infusion they go back to follow up in their home center here. And this is really to enable access to every patient, yeah. And then you need a multidisciplinary team here because during eligibility you need, this is a liver-directed therapy, you need the hepatologist here, you need the pharmacist, you need other specialized colleagues here. And I mean, although the administration is easy, the process until administering gene therapy is a long way because it's a one-time therapy, it's a therapy that is not reversible. So it starts with really a detailed information and discussion. It needs an informed decision-making, yeah? And it is also a shared decision-making here, which should be followed here. So this is, the patient needs, you have to give the patient all required information, and the patient needs to come or make the decision together with the treater here. So then you infuse the patient and send him back, and then afterwards, especially in the first 3 months, you need regular weekly follow-ups here to really see the increase, whether there is an increase of ALT levels or not, and to start immunosuppression if there is an increase. Because if you miss this, you will lose probably the effect or the effect of gene therapy, and you will lose expression of therapy. So, and finally, the last couple of minutes, I would like to share with you some of our real-world experiences and real-world observations. So we have, for like 2 months ago, for a conference, we collected all the data that have been of patients that have received gene therapy for hemophilia B in clinical practice after approval in Germany, Austria, and also Switzerland started recently. And here, I think nowadays we have around more than 20 patients treated with hemophilia gene therapy in the German-speaking countries here. And you can see here that the response to gene, this is the observation period, the response to gene therapy, their status of neutralizing antibodies against AAV5 and whether there was an increase of ALT levels and steroids were given here. But what this really shows, or what the key messages of this information from clinical practice is that really the implementation was successful. Gene therapy works in clinical practice, and we understand how to manage this increase of ALT levels of this transaminitis with a reactive corticosteroid treatment. This is the first patient that we treated in our hospital with gene therapy. So this is here the gene therapy here. So it's not really like, it doesn't look like science fiction here. Yeah, it looks quite boring here. So I will tell you so this was done exactly 1 year ago. And so of course it needs some preparation. So to get there was a lot of bureaucracy, yeah, but there was also a lot of support by Nina Worrell. So she is there is a committee, GMO committee there, and we needed to get approval to be a center and so on. And and a lot of paperwork and ordering a couple of weeks before. So we received on a couple of days before, the gene therapy with Hemgenix for hemophilia B was delivered. The patient was, although this can be done in a day clinic, but we decided the patient is coming the day before to the hospital just to do the last checkups here. And then in the morning, I contacted the pharmacist at 9 to prepare, and then the therapy was delivered within 1 hour. We had a continuous infusion over 1 hour. We monitored vital signs during these times. The infusion was well tolerated, no infusion-related reactions. And then the patient was then observed after infusion for an additional 3 hours. And then in the afternoon, he was discharged from the hospital. I also prescribed him, just for the case, antipyretics and corticosteroids here. And then you need a weekly follow-up for the first 12 weeks. He developed 20% of the patients flu-like symptoms after 7 days, but they improved. And this is his factor level. So, the patient, this was the day before. He was on prophylaxis with a factor 9 product. This was the factor level the day before of gene therapy, but he continued prophylaxis also the week after gene therapy. So here he already had administered also a factor 9. So, and this is the first endogenous factor levels, 20-21%. So after 14 weeks, we have already seen this factor expression and factor levels, and further increase a little bit, and then a plateau around 30% here. So the patient was then really stopped prophylaxis since the 1 week after infusion of gene therapy. He didn't need painkillers because he had joint problems, and he started also regular activities. So he was really protected here with this factor activity levels. Of course, one of our focus during the weekly control was also to look at the ALT levels, and we have seen 14 days after infusion of gene therapy this increase of ALT levels, where we immediately started with corticosteroids and for around 1 month. And then there was a slight increase again after week 12. We decided just to watch and wait, because this is his last factor activity levels at 9-month follow-up, so 36%, yeah, which is enough for him to live a good life, yeah. And what we really observed was another increase of the ALT levels. We started again corticosteroids, so ALT levels declined, and since then he has normal ALT levels here. So what are the take-home messages here? So gene therapy for hemophilia and especially for hemophilia B, where we have the practical experience, works in real clinical practice. So we have a sustained factor activity level for at least for hemophilia B with a stable factor IX expression. However, the implementation requires a structured preparation, a multidisciplinary collaboration, and the safety with the EALT elevation is manageable with close monitoring and the reactive corticosteroid management. And I think what I really see is that hemophilia care, especially for hemophilia B, is entering really a completely new era. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rai. After my talk, this was more scientific presentation. Any question for Mr. Rai? Yes.
I am the first.
Excellent lecture. I have a question, because there is really a revolution in hemophilia treatment nowadays. And if you can see in the future, because we have excellent new drugs like Hemlibra, Altuvoct, and it's changing. Everything is changing now in hemophilia. Where will be the space for gene therapy? Another question, how you will choose the patient? If the patient comes and says, because they are very informed, and he comes, I want gene therapy, and you go to this, or you decide?
Maybe first question. I think there will be 3 types of therapies still available. So one is the classical replacement therapies, maybe with modern new recombinant factor products with prolonged half-life. The second is the non-factor therapies, like the non-specific, bispecific antibodies that we have, or other antibodies, rebalancing agents. The first one, I think there is still, this is a completely different approach, is gene therapy. And for hemophilia B, this will be definitely an option here. For hemophilia A, there are new approaches to improve gene therapy with regard to durability, with regard to the toxicity, hepatotoxicity here. I think we will still have these 3 treatment options, because gene therapy is restoring again the factor production, which is, great, yeah? So, and the choosing patient is, so usually, it's not that I choose, so we choose together. So our approach is changing totally. So I'm not the doctor who is saying, you need this, yeah? So it requires information. So the patient should be at least on a certain level to understand what's about, what are the principles, what are potential risks. Then you start with an eligibility assessment. So the eligibility assessment includes, of course, is there a presence of neutralizing antibodies against the vector first? Then it includes like comorbidities, yeah? And one of the most important comorbidity is liver comorbidities, because it's a liver-directed gene therapy. So is the liver in a good health status to be able to produce then the factor after the transduction with the transgene here, which is relevant. That's why we need a close collaboration with the hepatologist to evaluate the liver here, yeah? And the third one is, of course, the motivation, because after this infusion, 1 hour infusion, it's not ending. You need this close monitoring, which is so crucial, because if you miss an transaminitis, then you will lose the effect. And this is just a one-time chance here. You will have a response in hemophilia B with over 90%, which is great, yeah? But this needs to be made clear, and at the end it's a shared decision process here. So I start the discussion and go all the way, and at the end we decide together here, yeah?
Yes, Mr. Lozano. Mr. Lozano.
Thank you, Geta. Thank you very much for this clear and informative presentation. I was wondering if regarding the hemophilia B therapy, gene therapy, could you share with us something about the cost of the therapy and put it into perspective with the current strategy of replacement of factor 9, please?
Yeah, thank you so much. And this is, I think, such an important question. And you also in your talk mentioned cost, yeah? So the one-time cost is high for this therapy. And we can argue why the costs are so high. So it depends on the region where you are, but probably it's around 1.8 million to 2 million in the US, probably a little bit higher. Depends on the negotiations. But what is very fair with this gene therapy is that the company for hemophilia B is proposing a pay-for-performance model. So not a one-time payment, but a payment over 5 to 8 years, depending on the response. And there are certain criteria defined here. So what is the factor level? And does the patient went back to prophylaxis or not? Yeah, so these are the two criteria for defining the success or failure here. And I think this is very fair. Yeah, so I mean, I'm a hematologist. We do treatments. I know, you know. And the second is there are calculations, and I did a lot of negotiation with politicians, and we talked about like the current prophylaxis, which really gives the patients the opportunity to live a normal life, to participate in social life and so on. But this is a costly therapy. Yeah? So it's a therapy, depending on the region where you live, probably 100,000 to 300,000 euros per year. And start to calculate. So if you multiply like 200,000 by 5 or by 10, and if you have and we can extrapolate with the latest data in hemophilia B gene therapy that we will in the majority of patients have a durability of at least 20, 25 years. So you will have an amortization probably after 7, 8 years here, and but without the need of regular infusion and injections. And I think there is another factor that is so difficult to put into this like thinking, because you will have, I mean, with gene therapy, every second of your life, this factoral activity level, I mean, this would mean to give a continuous infusion, which, I mean, this is a big difference here, yeah? I think costs at the end, it will be cost saving if we have a durability of at least probably 7, 8, 9, 10 years, yeah?
Okay, thank you very much.
Franz, a question.
Thank you also, Miguel, for the question. And when I hear such enormous high costs, I'm thinking of my work last 20 years in the lower middle income countries, where even patients or our colleagues do not diagnose these patients because they even don't have blood-derived components available to treat these patients. So I really hope that in the near future, some part of the 1.3 million US dollar per patient here, it's also important for those patients, but that an important part of this money can be spent to lower middle income countries to help our patients there. And
thank you so much, and thank you for this comment. And so currently we have programs where there is a lot of donation of factors and other therapies in the low-income countries especially. So there is the community in this field is really trying to help each other here. And I have a dream, I have to say, yeah? And I have a dream that probably gene therapy would be ideal, especially for people in the low income countries here, because one-time treatment, especially for hemophilia B, less side effects here. And my dream is that probably there will be a program from World Health Organization or somewhere else, which is probably helping to fund access to gene therapy in low and middle income countries. Yeah.
Let all of us help you to fulfill your dream.
Yeah. But I think this will be ideal. Gene therapy, like in hemophilia B, would be ideal for this region where there is no access to therapy today. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rai. I kindly invite Mr. Menis for talking his collection of the stem cells for gene therapy.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to the organizers. I'm also a fast speaker, not only my South African colleague. I grew up in New York, so stop me if we learn at a young age to speak very fast or get in trouble. There's some overlap with the wonderful lecture we've heard already on hemoglobinopathies. What I want to do, though, is take the optic of apheresis and bring up, this is an apheresis meeting after all, and bring up what are the challenges of apheresis, the collection, and how does this fit into the landscape? And I'm picking hemoglobinopathies because hemoglobinopathies are one of the hardest collection challenges in apheresis. So if we could overcome that, we could really do everything else. So while there's some overlap, I don't want to get into therapeutics or other details, granular details of the therapeutics, but rather from transfusion medicine and apheresis, what could we take away? Because this is one of the big challenges we have in apheresis. When the patients come to us, we are very, very impactful. So I do have some disclosures. I've been a speaker with Terumo in the US. Again, for the apheresis part, it doesn't have impact on my data. And working with Vertex and gametocel for motixafortide, which is a mobilizing agent that's necessary. So there are many key points here. Some of the key points that I really want to bring out is that trials for sickle cell disease, when these trials were really designed, nobody thought about the collection problem. Collection, after all, has been spectacular for decades. You send the patient to be collected for autologous or allogeneic, it happens. You do it in 1 or 2 days, you shrug, you're almost cavalier about it. So nobody really thought, is this going to be a challenge? And actually, it's an enormous challenge. The biggest challenge, and I'll just pause right here for 1 second, it's one of the biggest challenges because I'm very worried in the next 5 or 10 years, it may stop gene therapy for hemoglobinopathies. It's so difficult that I do worry that this therapy will disappear. So it's something that the apheresis community should really take quite seriously and work together to improve. Stem cell collections, we really need larger cell collection targets. There's the preparative regimen, and this is, I'll touch on this. In other words, when patients come to us, they're not coming just for 1 day. They're coming over months before they get mobilized. They're coming for red cell exchange, the thalassemia patients are. But these are also other patients I'm going to bring up in the next slide, not just the hemoglobinopathies. These patients, and this is, I'm sorry, my lecture really is concentrating on HSC, stem cell diseases. And this is different than AAV. AAV will go to the liver, to other cell types, but really to be able to do ex vivo HSC gene manipulation, you really need apheresis to do that, whether we're going to next generation in line. I could go on for hours, and I have my phone right here because I know I shouldn't stand between an audience and lunch. We have mobilization, very limited. We can't use GCSF, for example, in sickle cell disease. Although some of our Italian colleagues did publish earlier in December of last year, rather, to use GCSF in sickle cell disease. We know that there have been deaths with using GCSF for sickle cell disease, so that really requires clinical trials in the future. I really can't, although it did work in a handful of patients, I can't emphasize more. We can't just say, yes, do it for everyone. What is red cell exchange? And really transfusion medicine and apheresis. And this is a real difference. Apheresis is usually a one-day order. In other words, very skilled professionals that could get the job done. But in this case, it requires communication, and it actually requires thought from transplanters in hematology and the companies, because a contract may be signed with transplanters, but yet apheresis may be done by a facility that has no say in the patient. So how do we navigate this? And this is the takeaway I want to really bring to you. And there's a real new role for blood banking in supporting these activities. So let's move on. I've shown you and I've told you there's patient selection. I'm not going to get into that. Mobilization and apheresis collection and ex vivo manufacturing. The myeloablative conditioning, really we have to change that. A lot of work. Many labs, even my lab, looking at how could we get away from busulfan and the toxicity, and do we have to do it in one step? I'm not going to talk about that in this lecture. It's a little bit outside of the scope. Again, we're talking about how do we collect before we get into it. But there's so much excitement. There's so much to unpack here. What are the approved therapies? Again, our first speaker went over this very eloquently, and really there's a lot of therapies. And actually what's pretty amazing is there's so much in the hemoglobinopathy sphere. There's so many therapies, and we forget about the original therapies, which were for primary immune deficiency, really pioneered by the French group and the Milan group, the Paris group, and 20, 25 years ago, this was really outrageous, fantastic medical intervention. But there are fewer. There's the ADA that's for SCID that's here, and others are coming out that I'll touch on, and MLDs that are really coming out. But really the majority of therapies now that are approved are in the hemoglobinopathy sphere. Sickle cell disease, sure, we have the anemia, but the takeaway message here that I want from the apheresis side is it's not just the anemia. Thalassemia could just be the anemia. It's the inflammation and the inflammatory disease. These patients are inflamed, their vasculature is different, the thrombotic risk is different. We heard a wonderful lecture early this morning about not putting lines in. That's vascular access in these patients, incredibly important. These are all things we have to think about. I'm not going to go into the details. This is not a pathophysiology of sickle cell disease. But really, there are all these factors that we have to think about. Iron overload, the inflammatory factors. What could we do to get rid of those? Because if you're going to go into transplant, and if you're going to go for mobilization, what do you do with these? And really, what's the role even of plasma exchange for this? There's a lot of evidence maybe getting rid of free heme from the hemolysis may be important before mobilization and transplant. Really, what do we do? I'll skip over these. These were, again, really covered in the first lecture. But it's multi-step approach. You have to reduce the sickle cell pathophysiology, but also the thalassemia pathophysiology, and maybe for the metabolic diseases, really, is your patient healthy enough to undergo mobilization and transplant? What could we do from the apheresis side to really ameliorate that? And again, sorry for the overlap, and it's my fault for not being more communicative to do it, but really all these different therapies, the gene editing, gene addition, and all the emerging therapies, BEAM, The data was just published last week, last Thursday in the New England Journal. Very, very exciting data coming out of base editing. But there's also prime editing. And base editing is now still limited to BCL11A enhancers. What could we do for any gene? Imagine the power of going into single base pairs, repairing them with base editing, or even with prime editing where we could rewrite kilobases of genes. And that is transformative. Again, it's ex vivo. Many different therapies are around. There's lentoglobin. I'm putting my plug in I'm at Boston Children's Hospital. I should have gone over this. I'm an adult hematologist oncologist in the pediatric hospital. You do the math. I'm also transfusion medicine trained, but we do both. I see both adult and pediatric patients, but we have our own in-house BCL11A lentiviral knockdown therapy. And it's actually important because we just received approval to do this therapy for patients as expanded access, which I'll get into with cost. Do the therapies work? We heard in our first lecture they do. Just look at these dots. These are hospitalizations, before and after gene therapy. There are really no dots afterwards. I took that one slide out. For outcomes, I think it's very important. There was a question, how do we measure efficacy? And that's very, very important because we have to get away from clinical efficacy only. And getting assays to understand that, because now we'll have 3, we'll have 4, we'll have 5 gene therapies for the same thing. How do we know what's best for the patient? For example, we're launching a clinical trial to biotinylate red cells and look at their half-life to see in thalassemia and sickle, how long does it last? Maybe we could compare different gene therapies. Anyway, what could we do to optimize collections? We need 5 or 15 times more cells than a regular transplant. That's a lot of cells, and you need it on 2 days. And that's incredibly, incredibly difficult. We get sent patients, and we're told, we were told during the trials, collect 10 to 15 million cells per kilo. But now we're being told, collect as much as you can, which doesn't really help an apheresis center. But, collect for 8 hours at a time. How do you staff that? But also, we need 20 to 30 million cells in 2 days. That's enormous to be sent. And I understand that. I'm not faulting anybody. It's incredibly hard to do this. There's not a selective advantage. Maybe in other diseases like immune deficiencies, there is a selective advantage. If you put a lymphocyte that's corrected in an empty vacuum, it will expand. That may not be the case for hemoglobinopathies. So more may be better. A bigger product may be better. So we need at least 2 days of collection. The beam, I'm actually very happy that was very successful. Those data showed that they did 3 or 4 days. I designed those trials. And that was very, very successful. They only needed 1 cycle. But that's again in a trial. What's the real world? We'll see what the real world looks like. But processing, it's very difficult. You take the cells, there's ex vivo expansion. You lose cells every time you spin them down, you count them. You need cell quality. I could tell you this is our in-house study. We're even. What you give us, we'll give back at about 50%, 50 to 60% of what apheresis gives us. But Vertex, for example, the recovery is 10 to 20%. So if you're sending 20 to 30 million cells, you will only get back 1, 2, or 3 million cells as a drug product. It's very, very disappointing. I'm not blaming Vertex or the manufacturers. It's incredibly hard, but we have to think about that. We have to think about, and that's why the apheresis piece is so important. So there's transfusion regimens. These are all published, but we're transfusing patients for months before mobilization. 2 months, 3 months, it really depends on the manufacturer. Why are we doing this? And again, This is our in-house, all these swim lanes. This is everything that needs to be done before transplant. All these little boxes have to be ticked. Who could do this? I mean, this involves a lot of teamwork. I'm not trying to be discouraging here. This could be done. These are transformative therapies. It just has to be planned. So what are the challenges? Communication, that's the biggest challenge. We require communication between hematology. You may see the hemoglobinopathy patient, but when do you talk to your transplanter? And when does your transplanter talk to you? Transplanters are notorious. They could do anything, and they do. But they'll say, for example, our transplanters, I'm great colleagues with them, they'll say like, oh, I've collected patients with sickle. I'm like, no, you've collected allogeneic transplants for sickle, but not sickle patients. And there's a big difference. And there's pause there. The same with hematologists. And transfusion medicine, again, here we have a role to step up into this. And I could say this filling different hats and different shoes. So there's access to centers of excellence who could do this. The training for the collection, should it be done everywhere? Should we have the spoken wheel model? It's hard to know. Practice standards are everywhere. And really, the scale up. This works in trials, but will it work in the real world? And why is that a problem? This is out of the New England Journal paper from 2 years ago almost now, the Vertex paper. Only 1/3 of patients with sickle cell disease were able to be collected in one cycle. 1/3 required 2 cycles, another required 3, 4, or 5 cycles. What does that mean? And I could tell you what that means. A patient comes in, gets collected. They have to then, if they fail collection, which most of them will do, they have to wait for a new manufacturing slot, which could take up to 3 to 6 months. Then wait again. These patients are taking a year to a year and a half. Remember, the expiry date of the product is 2 years. This is anticipated. So don't be disappointed. Prepare yourself for it. And this is the paper that just came out with a median of 1 cycle or 3 collections for Beam, different manufacturing. So there is hope in manufacturing. Will change. So what do? There's transfusion. That may change the way we look at patients with sickle cell disease. How does transfusion affect mobilization? I'll touch one slide on each of these 3 things. I'll try to make this very compact. And the collection efficiency. What we forget, and this is one takeaway message I really want to give this audience. There's a failure of mobilization and there's a failure of collection. It's 2 separate issues. Just because somebody did not reach their target, don't confuse mobilization with collection. They're 2 completely separate points, and the collection piece is incredibly important. And we're hoping to publish a paper. If anybody knows my reviewer 3, please speak to them. On just the collection piece, there's also the mobilization piece. So the preparative transfusion regimen, it's really to stabilize the patient, vaso-occlusive events. You need many months of transfusion. That means red cell exchange. What you want to do, and this is not only for sickle, but for thalassemia. We saw the burnt out plane engine. That reminds me of the bone marrow with stress erythropoiesis. Can you give enough blood to really modify that bone marrow? And that's incredibly important for mobilization and also for collection. And really, red cell transfusion is a therapeutic intervention. Giving blood makes a difference, and I'll show you why. Here's mouse bone marrow. If you just look at wild-type bone marrow versus sickle bone marrow, what you could see is in wild-type, green is the vasculature, is the arteries. You can see that in sickle, it's very abnormal. If you then take these same sickle mice and transfuse them for 6 weeks, with wild-type blood, you normalize the vasculature in just 6 weeks. So just giving transfusion could normalize in a short period of time. The bone marrow and the end organs are very, very plastic. So that's something to really think about. So mobilization, I told you there's a problem. We could only use plerixafor, probably new agents. I know metixafortide isn't approved in Europe. It probably will be. We're using this, but there's a big, big need for better agents. And we're getting older patients. That's a risk for mobilization. So the preparative regimen is important. Go for several months. Keep the hemoglobin S under 30%. And really what you want to do is to suppress that erythropoietic drive. So what do we really care about for mobilization? You want it to be reliable, and you want to be able to predict that you could collect with a low failure rate. Again, for thalassemia, you could use GCSF, highly effective. Most patients, 80%, collect in one cycle. So what are the agents? We're looking at all these different agents. Actually, we're looking at them also for non-chemotherapy conditioning for transplant. It's the same agents. If you use anti-VLA4, and we have a clinical trial that just opened where we're using just plerixafor and VLA4 inhibitors, like natalizumab in humans, to be able to do this. But what's important to take away is in sickle patient, this is data from our center. If you look at the CD34 counts with plerixafor, in sickle cell disease, they're actually higher. They're better mobilizers. So this is important to remember. Maybe the inflammation, maybe where the bone marrow is, it is very different. So poor mobilization shouldn't just be taken at full value. What's different, though, is the collection efficiency. And you can see here, if this is a normal collection efficiency, CD34 counts, and how much you collect, it's flat for sickle cell patients. And why is that? I'll touch on that. And that's not just our experience. This is John Tisdale's, the NIH experience. These are collection efficiencies in 20 or 30%. I know my apheresis colleagues here would be quite disappointed if they had a 20 or 30% collection efficiency. And look at all these patients getting 20 or 30%. It's quite bad. How do we make this better, or why does this happen? I'll give you 3 takeaway messages. And I'm sorry for, there are a lot of slides here. I'll try to get through them really quickly. What's the apheresis instrument? We all know that. They're right here by our coffee in front. It's a centrifuge. And what does that really do? It's spinning the blood. We're able to get red cells separated from the mononuclear cells. But what happens when your red cells are abnormal? And if you think about it, sickle cell disease and thalassemia, abnormal red cells. You do a red cell exchange, but even if you have 5% leftover endogenous cells in a patient, 5% is about what? 100 or 200 mils of red cells in a patient. When you turn on this instrument, they all go to the interface. And that's the take-home message I'll give to you. So no matter what you do to the patient, the minute you push that button, my nurses in the apheresis unit would kill me for saying pushing a button, but you understand what I mean. You have an abnormal interface. How do we solve that? And what you can see here, this is an old paper, is that the youngest red cells go to that interface. So if you have a very high bone marrow erythroid drive, those reticulocytes, those young red cells will all go there, and you will not be able to collect. So keep that in mind, and that's what we have to overcome. What are those red cells? There's nothing magical about this. It makes sense. But what that means is when we're collecting, we're using a visual cue of how red our Buffy code is. You could not do that for hemoglobinopathies. And that's the take-home message. We're limited. We need better tools to do this. You could not use your eye because there are more red cells, because they're younger red cells. So everything we know about stem cell collection and apheresis really does not work for hemoglobinopathies. Dr. Yanaki and Salonika in Greece championed this about 20 years ago even. She tried to find these out and worked with Bluebird Therapeutics on this. But we now have the basic mechanisms, and I'm hoping we could publish that. So there are many factors, and we devised, this is the take-home method. We broke apart the instrument, and we devised a method where I'm able to sample from the collect line. We heat seal, we take something out in real time, not from the bag, from the collect line in real time. And what do we learn from that? And we do this now for every patient we collect. First, there was a great resistance on breaking the sterility, but you could imagine what you could learn from this. And what we learned in real time, S is standard interface, D is deep interface, that when you go to the deep interface, you collect more CD34 cells. You have more enrichment. And if you look at the differential, you have more, look at this differential in lymphocytosis. When you're collecting sickle cell patients, even though they have mostly neutrophils in the periphery, your product is all lymphocytes. This looks like a CAR T cell collection to me. So it tells you that even though it looks to the operator like you're collecting HPC collection, you're not deep enough. So what you can do is look at the monocytes, and we do that. We look at the monocytes in real time as we collect, because getting CD34 counts in real time could take an hour. We still do it, or 2 hours in some centers, but you could always go up to your hematology analyzer and put this through. All right, let me, give me 3 more minutes and I'll just get through these slides. So for pre-collection, as I told you, it's very important. Get as low as possible. Get rid of all those interfering cells. Do your red cell exchange the day before, not the week before. Very, very aggressive. FCRs of 10, FCRs of 5. Get rid of as many interfering cells as possible, then take the patient through. And what's important is iron deficiency. You may look at me like I'm speaking wild words. Iron deficiency, yes. When you take sickle patients and you put them on red cell exchange programs, they could become iron deficient. 12% of our patients became iron deficient. They become microcytic and you can't collect. So it's very, very important. What else could make microcytosis? Other globin disease interventions. So if you look at alpha globin disease deletions, that's very, very important. And for thalassemia, hemoglobin E, very, very difficult to collect. Think about this and get rid of those cells. Nobody would do a red cell exchange for thalassemia, but maybe for hemoglobin E, you might need to. Last thing, heparin, it helped us. I told you about the inflammatory aspects of sickle cell disease. Microthrombi form, it messes up your circuit. That's the scientific word, messes up. So we do use heparin. I know it's not been validated we use the Optiub for many of the instruments. We go ahead and heparinize the patient. We also have, there's work here being presented from the Vienna group who's worked in doing very similar things, trying to get the feedback from the instrument. How many alarms? If you're collecting for 8 hours, our poor nurses, how do they document this? It's impossible. You could barely, I'm a spoiled prince. I walk in for 2 minutes, fold my arms, and walk out. But somebody has to be by that instrument. And also, if you're collecting deep, you may be off camera. You may be in semi-automatic mode. Terumo, for example, won't really support this. This is how we collected for 20 or 30 years. So we have to remember how to do this. A lot of education is important. And going to semi-automatic mode may be important. Okay, last 3 slides. Vascular access, important. We had a fantastic lecture. Thank you very much on that. Not going. Our first patient never made it to gene therapy because we put in a catheter, kept him for 3 months, big thrombus in the right atrium, had to go to cardiac surgery, never received gene therapy. So how could we do this? We have to get better vascular access. So transfusion, I touched on that. Apheresis, we'll see the patients. And here's one slide. If you go to Esfh this year, you may see this. Absolutely measuring your hemoglobin S in real time. Very, very important to do the calculation. And what I'm showing here is that you could only do half an exchange and get an impact. And that's important. You don't need 6, 8, or 10 units of red cells for a red cell exchange. 2 or 3 units are important. Why is that important? Not only do we not need blood, what about the alloimmunized patients that only have 5 units of blood in the blood bank? What do we do with these patients? They need gene therapy. So we could take these patients. This was a patient with 4 antibodies that we took through with only 10 units of blood from mobilization, collection, and transplant. So these are very, very important patients that we have to think about and in transfusion medicine take forward. Okay, what's important here? This is a clinic I started at Boston Children's Hospital for pediatric and adult. All the patients come to transfusion medicine when they sign up for gene therapy. We figure out their erythropoietic drive, how much blood they'll need, is there enough blood for them in the blood bank, time out their red cell exchanges, everything that needs to be done before they get mobilized and before they get collected. So incredibly important stuff. And we have to know where to get the data from because many of these patients come from outside. Okay, safety profile, insertional oncogenesis touched on, but even Skysona, which is one of the most toxic therapies, there's going to be a new, because the promoter for this vector was very strong. These boys all got leukemia. So what's in the pipeline? What's in the future? These are all the therapies that are coming out. You can see that a lot of this is for Fanconi anemia, for immune deficiency, X-linked CGD, lots of, it's incredibly exciting. And it'll only go higher. But the problem we have here, and especially in the States, we have a lot of problems these days in the States, but let's stick to gene therapy, is it's so cumbersome. I may have scared some of you with all these steps. I'm still very, very hopeful. But the problem is everybody's waiting for in vivo. But how do we get to the stem cells if they're only 0.1% in the bone marrow? How do we find those cells? I hope in vivo works, but we're a decade away. I always get the question, well, what are we going to do about the rest of the world? Sure, you're in Boston, you could give gene therapy to anybody, but what about the whole world? Of course we want to give gene therapy one and done to everyone, but we still need to solve the ex vivo problem. And I think doing that either ex vivo like we're doing today, or maybe in line what we're developing now, during apheresis, could we give an RNP, a protein, that in line, in the bag, you could then give your gene therapy and infuse it at the apheresis center. This is something we're looking at, and we're actually thinking of doing because the patient's mobilized. The stem cells are out of their environment while you're collecting. You could infuse them back if they have a selective advantage. Different lecture, sorry about that. So where are we today? Are we going to be doing in circuit? These are the elephants in the room. I'm not blind. Are we going to do in vivo, allogeneic, off the shelf? Is everybody going to be doing haplotransplants? Maybe. These are all legitimate concerns. But what I really want to take away is that we have a transformative therapy today. And we have to think about this transformative therapy. So it takes a lot of people. We have a great apheresis team. I've been lucky enough to be funded by the NIH in the past about this from the Cure Sickle initiative. And I have a lot of people in my lab working on this, and a great colleague, Dr. David Justice. We have a PA just dedicated to this program. So it's incredibly important to think about this. And the costs, again, I talked about this cost recovery. If we do our cost recovery program for gene therapy is 10 times less than commercial therapies. So we're hoping that providers will say, yeah, we'll take the 10 times less savings to come to you. But it's not just the savings, it's for access. If more patients could get this, then great. Not only that, we still don't know how long these therapies will work. We have to prove BCL11A works. Even if we're doing small molecule inhibitors, is this the right therapeutic target? So these are all things to think about. Thank you for letting me go a little bit over time, and thanks for your attention.
So thank you so much for this really great overview and educating presentation. So I think we should have time for one or two quick questions. So, okay. Okay, if there are no...
One urgent question.
One question, please.
One urgent.
Yes.
Thank you very much for this nice overview. We are in the process in Leiden of starting this, and you haven't scared me. I think you gave some good advice. I was wondering about the logistics, because you know a lot of patients will fail in the first cycle of collecting. Do you already collect a slot for the next collection, or do you wait until you know how much you collected and then try to get another slot?
It's a fantastic question. The question is that communication piece, and it's very frustrating, I do have to say, because you have a manufacturer that may not report back to you for 2 or 3 weeks. It's frustrating. The cells go out, we know what we sent, but we don't know what happened for 2 or 3 weeks. So the manufacturers don't let you pre-schedule 3 times in a row. So then you have to wait. So now you know why it takes a year. Because we just collected a patient who failed. It took them 5 months as the next slot. So it's that frustration. I think it'll get better. I hope it does.
So thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed this session here. We'll stop here, and I would like to thank both of you. Yeah.
He stays here till tomorrow.
Yeah.
We can discuss the next days. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? Thank you for joining this sponsored session on navigating EU medical device regulation. This is a session being sponsored by Theracos, and my name is Nosheen Chowdhury. I'm the medical director for Theracos. So thank you for being here. I'm sorry, I am the only person now standing between you and lunch. I apologize for that. The topic is something which you might not consider is very relevant, but I will, in the next 15 minutes or so, try to make you understand why medical device regulation for you matter as a prescriber and matters for you, for your patients as well. So just to start off with something which is very, very central to medical device regulation is the term clinical evaluation, which you may or may not have heard used by people before. Clinical evaluation is a methodologically sound ongoing procedure to collect, appraise, and analyze clinical data pertaining to the medical device in question, and to analyze where there is sufficient clinical evidence to confirm compliance with relevant essential requirements for safety and performance when using the device according to the manufacturer's instructions. A mouthful of a sentence. I'm sorry, these are regulations. We've kind of got to work with them. So they apply to all kinds of, all classes of medical device. And in very simple terms, the objective is to make sure that the device can demonstrate safety and performance when it is used for your patients without exposing the user or the patient to any further risk. One thing that is very, very important, and perhaps as users you might not realize that when you are using a device, a lot of work has gone into putting that device on the market, and it doesn't stop there. It's an ongoing process. So this is the life cycle of a medical device from prototype down to classification. The clinical evaluation is the first step that manufacturers do. And depending upon the class of device, for everything apart from the simplest of devices, so anything from class 2A onwards, they go a conformity assessment by a notified body. Now, notified bodies are bodies which have been given authorities by the competent authority of a country to look at the technical documentation of a device on their behalf. So whilst the competent authorities will look at the drugs themselves, they have these organizations called notified bodies that will evaluate devices on their behalf. Once a conformity assessment has been done by a notified body, the device is given a CE mark. It is placed on the market, but then again, it doesn't stop there because you have to have, well, the manufacturer has to have an ongoing post-marketing surveillance and also post-marketing clinical follow-up. Now, they are two different things because post-marketing surveillance is more reactive, spontaneous information coming from users' feedback from the field, from patient complaints or from product complaints, and post-marketing clinical follow-up is more proactive in the sense of it can range from doing simple surveys about the use of device with regards to user usability down to clinical investigations, which may be required for the more difficult or more complex classes of devices. Let's have a brief look at the historical context, and then you will understand why MDR matters. So the Medical Device Directive, which has now been superseded by the Medical Device Regulation, was enacted in 1993. And the main focus of their directive was to place the device on the market. Before the device directive, technical standards varied from country to country. Clearances were slow. So if the device was available in one country within the European Union, if you wanted to place it in another country, you had to follow the whole process all over again. So this idea was, and this new approach was, that by having some sort of directive, it would help in globalizing the economy within Europe, and with the trust that the devices at least met minimum standards. However, there were some problems with that. It was a directive. Therefore, interpretation of the standards, of course, was applied inconsistently. Manufacturers could shop for notified bodies that more favorably interpreted the standards for the device of their choice, because when there are gray areas within the directive, somebody can interpret it more easily and some people can make it more difficult. So there wasn't consistency there. Adverse event reporting was also inconsistent between member states, and it was difficult to identify a device risk profile between member states. So this new approach, although it established the essential requirements for standardized performance and technical specification, which we know as a CE mark, did have some problems in sort of the implementation. Manufacturers even then would receive the CE mark through a certified notified bodies, and that meant that it was just easier to trade across the boundaries of the European Union without going through the process multiple times. So what led to the change from the directive to the regulations? So in the 2010s, there were at least 2 major scandals within the device industry. Some of you might have heard of them. There was the metal-on-metal hip scandal, whereby patients ended up getting tumors with the metal-on-metal hip implants. And then there was the breast implant, which perhaps more people might have heard of, where non-medical grade silicone was used within the implants, which again led to breast cancers within the patient who had received them. And these were the 2 major scandals, but there were other small things going on, which of course jolted the European Union, the European Commission, into thinking that this directive needs to be changed. And therefore, on 26th of May 2021, the Medical Device Directive was replaced by the Medical Device Regulation, properly known as EU MDR 2017-745. There were lots of problems in the implementation because this was supposed to have happened a number of years earlier, but then kind of COVID came into place, then things kind of got delayed, and eventually 2021, it kind of moved in place. So what are the key pillars of the new device regulation? It establishes a unified binding framework for devices across EU, replaces the previous device directive. It lays down rules concerning the placing on the market, making available on the market, and putting into service of medical devices for human use and accessories for such device. It also applies to clinical investigation. With these devices, devices must prove their clinical benefit through well-documented and robust clinical data. There is stricter emphasis on post-marketing surveillance. Manufacturers must continuously monitor device performance and safety after market entry. There is a mandatory unique device identification system which improves traceability, helps prevent the circulation of counterfeit or unsafe devices, and it has strengthened the role of the notified bodies. There is more rigorous oversight and auditing of manufacturers, unannounced audits and so on, just to make sure that people are not doing things at the last moment and their quality management system is working throughout the year rather than just before a notified body audit. There is supposed to be transparency through the EUDABET database, which will provide access to public on the safety and performance of the data, which would enhance trust and inform the decision-making. Unfortunately, as with other things, there have been some problems with the start of EUDABET as well, but hopefully it's supposed to be implemented sometimes during this year. The other thing that happened was that medical device regulation required all medical devices to be recertified under the new law to assure a consistent performance with no grandfathering. So even if a device had been on the market for 20 years, they still had to show the clinical data and show that they were safe and effective. And that even applied to something as simple as a hypodermic syringe. There was also, to make sure that the notified bodies were consistent, all notified bodies became decertified, and they themselves had to undergo a recertifying process just to make sure that they were all at the same level. And again, there was no grandfathering there. Some of the notified bodies decided that they did not want to pursue this recertification process, and the number of notified bodies themselves became less during this time period. So what are the differences between the MDR with the previous MDD? In contrast to directive, regulations are directly applicable and do not need to be transposed into the national law. There is no room for interpretations of the requirements. Requirements are standardized. The new MDR therefore reduces the risk of discrepancies in interpretation across the European Union. MDR is significantly more comprehensive and detailed compared to MDD. While the MDD comprised of only 23 articles, 12 annexes, and 60 pages, the MDR has 123 articles, 17 annexes, over 175 pages, and certain other clarifications have then thereafter been issued because there are still ambiguities in these 175 pages. Compared to the old directive, the regulations emphasize a life cycle approach to safety backed by clinical data. The major changes in the MDR include technical documentation, requirement for clinical evaluation and post-marketing clinical follow-up, and increased traceability of devices. This particular slide depicts in a sort of a pictorial representation the differences between the two. As far as the legal nature is concerned, as I've mentioned, those were directives. The regulations are regulations. Directive is transposed into national law, allowing interpretation, whereas the regulations do not require that. I've already mentioned the difference in the articles there. Clinical evaluation for the device directive were less rigorous. Equivalence was accepted. So equivalence in the sense of, if I decided to put a device on the market today under the MDD, and there was a previous device which was similar, I would just say that because I'm similar to that device, I can use their clinical data to show that I'm safe and effective. This is not permitted under the MDR, so the device has to generate its own data. No grandfathering is allowed, no equivalence is allowed, especially with competitor products. Even if two competitor products are exactly similar, and if they want to use equivalence, and that has to be biological, technical, and clinical equivalence, then they have to have contracts with the competitor having access to their technical documentation and design history files, which, as you can understand, nobody's going to be able to provide that or would allow that. Post-marketing surveillance under the device directive was minimal requirements, whereas under the MDR, the life cycle approach is there with continuous monitoring. And there was no transparency under the MDD because there was no centralized database. Once UDAMED is up and running, it will be public access, and that will help improve public knowledge and public safety and choice. So there are certain benefits. Benefits, of course, first for safety and clinical evidence. The new rules introduce better protection of public health and patient safety. They significantly tighten the controls to ensure that medical devices are safe and effective, and at the same time foster innovation and improve the competitiveness of the medical device sector. They also better reflect the most recent scientific and technological progress and set the gold standard for device regulations globally. Compared to the current device, and I say current, I'm sorry about that, but this has been taken from one of the European Union's ones, so now that's obsolete. Compared to the directives, the new regulation emphasizes a life cycle approach. The rules on clinical investigation for medical device have been reinforced, and they clearly describe how investigations should be designed, notified, authorized, conducted, recorded, and reported. And regulations require manufacturers to implement post-marketing surveillance follow-up plans, which involves compiling safety reports, updating the performance, and clinical evaluation through the life cycle of a device. Depending upon the complexity of the device, this clinical evaluation would need to be updated from a yearly to down to 5-yearly basis. So devices which are new to the market, devices which are more complex or implantable devices, need to have a clinical evaluation which is updated every year, which means that the manufacturer needs to have clinical data around that product, and that can come from various sources, not just clinical investigation, to be able to show that they still consistently meet the requirements of the regulation. I'll come to this slide in a minute, but just to talk about traceability and transparency, regulations aim to create a robust, transparent, and sustainable framework that is recognized. Regulations pave the way for more patient-friendly environment where transparency and patient information and choices are priority, where patients can benefit from innovation. High-performing devices and new therapies become possible. A comprehensive database on medical device, UDAMED, as I mentioned before, will contain a living picture of life cycle of all products being available on the EU market. The UDI system will facilitate traceability of medical devices, enhancing the effectiveness of the post-market safety-related articles for devices and better monitoring. And UDI would help reduce medical errors and fight against falsified devices. Use of the UDI system would also improve purchasing, waste disposal, and stock management by health institutions and other economic operators. Going back to this is the final transition timelines. Considering all the problems that have happened during this pathway, nothing is final until it's final, but at this point in time, this is supposed to be final. So all the devices have been approved under the MDR by 26th of May 2021. The ones which are left are the ones which have some sort of commitment to their notified bodies that they would be doing that by the end of 2028, at which point the transition period ends. So any device that has not been recertified under the MDR would be off the market at that point. So like I said, at this point in time, this seems to be final, but then who knows, because the goalposts have changed so many times. Going back to our device, so I'm talking about the Theracos Salex photophoresis system. Intended purpose is the administration of extracorporeal photophoresis. And this used to be the indication as well under the MDD, but that is not fit any longer because you can't just stop it there. You need to be able to demonstrate clinical benefits. And for clinical benefits, you have to be able to correlate your intended purpose with your intended target population. And then you come to your indications. And that is based upon the benefit that you have been able to show with the data in those patient population, in those indications. So our intended target populations, as we were able to demonstrate in conformity to what we put in our technical documentation is cutaneous T-cell lymphoma in patients over 18 years of age, acute and chronic graft versus host disease in patients greater than 3 years of age, solid organ transplant rejection, heart and lung, in patients over 18 years of age. And based on that, our final indications are, as I've mentioned before, because we have been able to demonstrate conformity and compliance to the MDR with the clinical data in these indications. So this is CTCL, solid organ transplant, heart and lung, and also acute and chronic graft versus host disease in patients over 3 years of age. I hope I haven't taken too long. I have tried to rush through it. That comes to the end of the presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
First, I want to thank you for this presentation, for the guidance for us through the challenges and requirements for the EU, of the EU for medical devices. And without your work, we weren't able to do our work. And as you clearly showed with the last slide, we are dependent on each other.
Thank you so much.
Questions?
So it could be two things. Either I'm an excellent speaker and you've understood everything, which is great for me, or perhaps this time the requirements of the tummy override the requirements of the brain. But in any case, enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
When we look at the world, we see potential at every turn. We seize that potential to unlock a better future, recognizing what is and reaching for what could be, building on what we know to advance into the new. Unlocking potential is our promise and our purpose. We uncover needs, then work to fulfill them. We tap our collective potential to keep innovating, improving, accelerating, to help bring better care to more patients around the globe. We advance technologies that automate complex processes and harness data to improve access to an adequate, safe, and sustainable blood supply around the world and support advanced clinical outcomes. We expand our blood technologies expertise to unlock the biological potential of cells and genes, helping to advance promising therapies while seeking better outcomes for patients. Every day, we dedicate ourselves to unlocking the potential of blood and cells. Technology and data, our colleagues and patients, as we strive to fulfill our mission, contributing to society through healthcare. When we look at the world, we see potential at every turn. We seize that potential to unlock a better future, recognizing what is and reaching for what could be, building on what we know to advance into the new. Unlocking potential is our promise and our purpose. We uncover needs, then work to fulfill them. We tap our collective potential to keep innovating, improving, accelerating, to help bring better care to more patients around the globe. We advance technologies that automate complex processes and harness data to improve access to an adequate, safe, and sustainable blood supply around the world and support advanced clinical outcomes. We expand our blood technologies expertise to unlock the biological potential of cells and genes, helping to advance promising therapies while seeking better outcomes for patients. Every day, we dedicate ourselves to unlocking the potential of blood and cells. Technology and data, our colleagues and patients, as we strive to fulfill our mission, contributing to society through healthcare.
Is this working? Yes? Just going to give 1 more minute and then we'll start. Thank you for being here. Everyone complains about the last slot before dinner. Try the one right after lunch.
Because the next diamond sponsor.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining. It's been an incredible pleasure to be back here with the ACFH people, meeting old colleagues, meeting new colleagues, catching up with people. It's been very nice. And thank you, Gerda, and everyone who made this possible. It's really a pleasure to be here. The reason I'm here today, so I'm Hugo. For people that don't know me, I head the Europe, Middle East, and Africa Medical Affairs Department for Terumo BCT. And it's a pleasure to be here today to present, as you can see, on behalf of many people, 13 people in total from 7 countries, representing a wide area of expertise from transfusion medicine to cell therapy to transplant medicine. And the goal today, I'm going to try and walk you through a story that's 3 years in the making now, that has had truly occupied me since I joined Terumo BCT 5 years ago. And we're going to talk about the systematic review of mononuclear cell collections. We're going to go over 3 main themes: inconsistent reporting, analysis of performance, and product characteristics. Before I start, I think when I joined Terumo, I was full of hopes and dreams, everything I could be doing with all of that available literature on apheresis. And for me, one of the main ways to use that data the most efficiently as possible was to try and compile as much as we could and try to see what we could be doing. So that's going to be the topic of the conversation today. Quick disclaimers, I am obviously an employee of Terumo BCT. This presentation is presented by the Medical Affairs Department, so the aim is to provide accurate medical, scientific, or clinical information as a fair and balanced review of the subject matter, which today is the literature review. And it's not intended to be promotional or to provide medical advice or advice on the practice of medicine. This done, we heard fantastic talk yesterday on the CAR-T track about how cell therapy as a whole is a rapidly growing field. But what is evident is that reliable apheresis data is essential to keep pace. We have cellular therapies that represent valuable treatment option in hemato-oncology, and we also saw this yesterday in immunotherapy. The global cell therapy market is expected to grow. Don't fully trust those numbers. Those numbers are pulled from a report. It's supposed to grow to 20 billion by 2030. Target cells predominantly collected by peripheral blood by apheresis for now. That's what we saw yesterday. Variety of devices and protocols used. Obtaining a high-quality product with sufficient target cells while limiting non-target cells is critical for treatment efficacy. This is also something we'll see. And predictive algorithms and collection efficiency monitoring are used to optimize procedures, but only if data is reported consistently. You heard in John talks the reliance on collection efficiency, how important it is, the reliance on monitoring of device data and procedures. This is also something that weaves into that storyline. So, as you will see, the objectives going into this workflow and the objectives as we evolved while we analyzed the literature evolved quite naturally while we were discovering the data. The goal was to essentially summarize published performance data for MNC apheresis over the last 10 years. And the last time this was done was work published in Best Practices of Apheresis in Hematopoietic Cell Transplant by Burgstaller and Winters in 2020. But the way they proceeded to doing this was first very narrative. It wasn't in a systematic way, and it was also coupled to both of those very high experts' opinions on what protocols, devices, and how it weaved into the treatment options. So the work they did extracting the data and trying to already start populating a table assessing the performance was done between only 2007 and 2013, so it was quite outdated. A lot of the bulk of the literature on those topics also came after 2013. So we set out to do that review over the last 10 years. So the literature search happened in 2023 with one later addition, and then it's the standard Prisma flow that everyone is aware of, so I don't think I'm going to dwell on this. The goal was to identify inconsistencies and gaps in reporting practices across the published literature, and this evolved into proposing a standardized guideline for reporting apheresis study parameters, and this is what I'm going to focus on. Quick word on the Prisma flow. We started with 227 identified papers that dwindled down to 82 records included. By included, we mean that we obviously scanned all of those publications, and we extracted every piece of data that could have been reported and put into a big table, and this is where we started assessing what we could be doing with this data. Quick words on study characteristics. Reported, 65% of studies report on CD34 PBSC collections. It's still the dominant collections in the literature. 60% use control study design. We have 52% of the studies that are adult only and 20% only on pediatric. Two big geographic contributors, Germany and the United States, both 21% of the publications. And we start digging into the data. 16% did not report collection efficiency at all, and 51% reported only CE2, with 10% only reporting CE1. And the collection efficiency definition was unspecified in 9% of the studies. A quick view, so I'm not going to go into the detail, but it's essentially what you'll see in the published review. And if we look at the CD34 collection performance data, which is the parameters that we have the most data on, you'll see that C1, when reported consistently between 62 and 85%, which is not surprising considering CE2 values oscillate between 40 and 60% in a range of 26 and 146. Procedure time vary widely between 120 and 346 minutes. Processed blood volume also vary a lot, and the product volume also vary a lot. There's a wide variations between devices and protocol, and what we identified while doing those extractions is that data in and of itself, even though, as you can see, we can graph it pretty well, but the best we could do was actually plot the medians, but they're not even weighted because, as you can see, every dot represents a median from each of the papers. The problem, we cannot weigh those medians efficiently because we lack the information to actually properly do so. So in those kinds of representation, you'll see a study with 20 people being showcased in the exact same way as a study including 200 people. So the same type of work was done also for extracorporeal photopheresis, donor lymphocyte infusions, and T cells for CAR T cell manufacturing. Here I only put a brief summary, but you can see the plots were also devised for those protocols. ECP, we included 18 studies in the review with, again, very varying volumes of volumes and collection efficiencies, wide range of procedure times. Donor lymphocyte infusions, focusing on donor lymphocyte infusions, we only had 4 studies, which C1 consistently around 60% and a product volume around 180 milliliters. And the CAR-T, 6 studies, is probably the hardest literature to assess because this is where collection efficiency, volume, and time are available in a spotty manner, but they're very inconsistently reported. That's probably the meat of the presentation. What we came to find when doing this work was we identified 6 critical gaps across the 82 publications. The first one is around patient age and weight. It's very inconsistently reported. Pediatric data is often pooled with adults or omitted entirely. We had good conversations with a few of you on the thresholds to include pediatric or adult populations. It's not an easy debate, but it's something that really needs to be at least discussed and reported. 14 publications did not report participant age at all. The second gap is around collection efficiency. Both the definition and the reporting, CE1 and CE2, are used interchangeably in a few studies without stating the formula used. 16% of studies omit CE results entirely, and even when CE2 data is available, 10% reported only CE1. because when you have CE1, you obviously have CE2. The third gap is around cell counts. Pre-collection CD34, CD3 or blood cell concentrations are often missing. Without these, the collection efficiency cannot be accurately calculated or verified. Gap 4, and it's one of the most important ones, especially when we're trying to weight the results and build groups and trying to do comparisons of populations, is that the collection targets are not always specified. So most studies that did not report the targeted cell dose, and without this, the procedure's success cannot be objectively assessed, and also we cannot compare the studies together. Fifth gap, the non-target cell content. It's also a big gap because red blood cells and platelet contamination data is missing in many studies. Granulocyte and monocyte data is rarely reported. And we know that purity matters, not only for CAR-T manufacturing, but also in considerations of freezing and thawing cycles. All of those contaminations things, aspects need to be reported. Just for information, we counted 5 different units for reporting red platelets contamination across the literature that we identified. And the sixth gap is also an important one, although it's not the most sexy one, is statistical power considerations. Most studies are underpowered. The sample size rationale is rarely provided, and the heterogeneity of data kind of precluded the meta-analysis. So even accounting for all of the previous gap assessed, there would still be a statistical lack of power to do a lot of the analysis that we set out to do originally. So what this all led to, and if you maybe hung by the posters, you'll see that one of them has the actual extract of the recommendations that is fully printed out. So if you're interested, go take a look. But what this led to is a standardized reporting guideline that was built upon that review of the literature as a justification. And what it is a practical, actionable reporting framework for future apheresis studies. And what you'll see, so I won't give a lot of details here, but what you'll see is roughly 2 categories, one strongly recommended and some optional and contextual parameters to report. Strongly recommended obviously include matters of study design, device and protocol, indications, patient donor age, weight, body mass index, diagnosis, collection targets. We saw how critical this was to enable that kind of work in the future. Pre- and post-apheresis blood counts. I know it's also always easy and not everybody has the capability to do all of those counts, but it's a nice to have to actually at least calculate CE2 and very possibly CE1, and a nice to have would even be crude collection efficiency, which is kind of a new thing, but it accounts for intra-apheresis recruitment and it's independent of blood volume. So it's kind of an interesting metric as well that is also detailed, that will be detailed in the paper. Product volume and non-target cell content, again, there's an under-reporting of all of those aspects. Process blood volume in the right units so that it can be compared, and procedure times is usually done pretty well. And then we have a lot of optional and contextual categories, including mobilization regimen and timing. The studies we assessed didn't really always account for all of those information. Ionized calcium levels, hemoglobin and hematocrit, again, in the right units. Donor-recipients relationship, related, unrelated. Again, a lot of the, not specifically for this, but a lot of the populations are pulled together, which renders group comparisons very hard in the current literature that we have. Adverse events and tolerability data, statistical power, I said a few words about this, and individual patient data where possible. The more data, obviously, the better we will do in the future with those kinds of analysis. Quick words on statistical considerations, because it's also a big part of the review, even though I'm not going to go into the full detail. But different collection targets across studies, inconsistent reporting, and insufficient sample size prevented meaningful pooled analysis and will still prevent pooled analysis even if we report the right parameters and even if we report them in the right units. It's really important that there's a lot of statistical assessment before those results are published. The first recommendation is power analysis, planning the sample size before the data collections to achieve at least 80% power at 0.05. There are free tools available to do this. I think we'll go into a bit more details in the manuscript and in the poster. The second recommendation is appropriate statistical testing, using not only use tests, but also using the right test depending on the data type and distribution. This is also something that we that we were confronted to while looking into the literature is that sometimes the statistical approach is not the right one with the populations that were considered or parameters considered. And also good gold practices in reporting, effect sizes alongside the p-values, not only the p-values alone. And the third recommendation is around personalized medicine. We entered, and we saw this over the last 2 days, we entered kind of an era of personalized precision medicines that should ideally account for individual patient characteristics. So in order to enable those subpopulation analysis, pediatric versus adult-related versus unrelated, we require adequate sample sizes. So strong evidence from well-powered, consistently reported studies. This is what will enable tailored, evidence-based apheresis procedures. And I said in the introduction that when I joined Terumo, I was full of hopes and dreams. This is what I actually thought maybe we could achieve. And this is exactly that kind of work is exactly what will enable that kind of personalization approach. Because if everyone reports it in a consistent way, it's very possible in the end to have meta-analysis. I always take this example, but when a patient comes in, a pediatric patient with a specific condition, then we'll know exactly what kind of problems we might encounter during the apheresis. We know how much blood volume we usually will use to collect those patients. This is kind of the power that those analyses, years into the future, when this is adopted, might be what it can enable over huge sample sizes that one center might not have. So a few take-home message. I think you've heard by now a lot inconsistent reporting. I think that's the main message of the talk. Published apheresis studies, they show significant inconsistencies in reporting of key parameters. So we went over patient characteristic, collection targets, collection efficiency methodologies. We saw this also today, and product quality. The comparisons right now are not feasible, and it's not only across devices, but it's also across protocols, patient groups, and this will all be able to help inform clinical decision-making and policy development. The third and big aspect of that presentation was, of course, the standardized guideline that is proposed. So it's a comprehensive reporting framework, and it covers strongly recommended and optional parameters with defined units and formula. I think this is what was lacking, and I think this will be the start of hopefully this framework being picked up by as many centers as possible, by journals potentially, to make sure that they're integrated in the instructions to publish apheresis results. This is the framework we need to publish in to enable those kind of analysis in the future. And that's what the call to action is the adoption of this guideline will enable meaningful cross-study comparisons, support meta-analysis, and drive optimization of apheresis procedures for all cell therapy indications. That's the hope. The paper is finalized. We just need to push for its publication now, so it should be available soon, hopefully. If the reviewers are kinder with us than with Dr. Manis. And hopefully we can put it in as many hands as we can. And again, we can all be a part of this call to action and make sure that the reported apheresis results are better used in the future and enable better usage in the future. I thank you very much. I thank all of the co-authors that we've been chasing for a very long time and chasing their inputs, and they've been very, very collaborative and hopefully, and of course, very helpful in pushing this to the finish line, and without them, that wouldn't have been possible. So thank you so much to them, and thank you so much to you for your attention. Thank you.
Hugo, thank you for the presentation. It's a huge amount of work what all of you did. But I'm wondering, collection efficiency is a really stupid thing within our machines, because we even don't know what it is, because we only know the pre-count. And sometimes we know the post-count. How it's going, we don't know anyway. And what we also know is that during, for instance, the multiple myeloma treatment, with the introduction of daratumumab, we saw changes going on, not only in the pre-counts, but also in the collection efficiencies that we traditionally calculate. And so shouldn't we stop with this fake key point? Shouldn't we go to another one? Shouldn't we think of more? And also against that is something to talk about, but to the collection per 1,000 mils of processed volume, the collection of cells per 1,000 mils of volume related to the pre-count in this kind of way. You get rid of that, of whether you process 2 liters in the boy of 6 kilograms or 30 liters in the adult male patient with a lot of cells needed. So shouldn't we go and shouldn't we think of parameters that are not that variable to the specific disease?
I think it's a question that's more involved than the time I probably have to answer question. It's an incredibly good question, and I think it's a question that we asked ourselves as well when we're trying to build this framework. But then there's a balance to strike between what is actually feasible to impart as a change in reporting, where do we start from and where do we want to go. I think what you highlight is truly the where do we want to go. In the meantime, working from what people already know or what people already have access to and trying to standardize the way, at least trying to start the standardization of the way it's reported is, I think, and I don't know if I speak for everybody, but I think it's at least the first stage on where to go. I fully agree with you. Is it an actual good way to measure performance in every case? No, I don't think so. But both for collection efficiency, first we have a few work ongoing with the Barcelona Tissue Bank on real collection efficiency, so with samples taken at regular intervals, which is work that's been done in the past, but quite a long time ago. So we're trying to renew a bit this and compare it with both collection efficiencies, but also the new crude collection efficiencies, a few new metrics and arithmetics, as it's known now, to see if there's something that tracks better the actual collection efficiency than what we have. And in the future, I agree with you, but it's more a white paper material, an announcement. Let's try and federate around new ways to assess efficiency in general, but I fully agree with you. Yeah.
But you can't compare, even with that, you can't compare amicus with the CMLC or the MLC procedure in spectroptia. So it's a good start, because then maybe we might know in specific people how the CD34 volume amount of cells is in during the procedure, because we even don't know in that way. So then we could start on that, but this is not only my idea. This is already presented in the 2012 WA meetings in Istanbul in that time by colleagues from Terumo themselves. So I think this is a huge work, and we all in our apheresis department should be aware, and could be helped by bringing this more into a kind of a framework to make a presentation, make a publication, and make it worthwhile, worth publication it. And it's also work for the editors then to be involved in that.
I'll be happy to further this discussion, see what we can do built on this. I know we're out of time, but one last quick thing I want to mention, because it's kind of a follow-up to what John was presenting this morning. There's also a big place that's left for device data in general. There's a wealth of information within the devices, and I'm not only speaking about Terumo's devices, but there's probably a wealth of device data that's in those machines that's not routinely analyzed along with the rest, and I think it would be worth a shot as well. Down the line, again, this is the same thing. Do we integrate this as a standard framework for reporting the device data with Sorry, Gerda, I'm done. Thank you so much. Thank you.
There's no need to hurry up now, because we are not on the... Oh, thank you very much. Now we will proceed to the next session. That's the abstract session. And me and my colleague and friend Stenka Gashova, I heard yesterday, something like that, will chair this session. You are the hostess now.
Microphone man.
Genau. So, I want to open the session now, and our first speaker is Lanska M. And she will talk about the role of lipid apheresis in the treatment of familial hypercholesterolemia, a 30 years experience. Yesterday we heard a talk about this, and now we are interested in your experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a kind introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizer to invite me and to choose my abstract. And now let me introduce our experience with lipid apheresis. Here are my disclosures. And as you already know and heard, that familial hypercholesterolemia is a common disorder, which is characterized by a high level of LDL cholesterol and premature onset of atherosclerosis. Based on clinical and genetic testing, we can classify our patients as heterozygous and homozygous. The diagnosis and scoring system is well known. 70 years ago, the only option how to treat familial hypercholesterolemia was only diet. And then in 1967, plasma exchange was used for the first time for the treatment of this disease. And then during the 50 years, many drugs were developed which changed prognosis of our patients. It was particularly statins, then PCSK9 inhibitors or evinacumab. During the age, of course, the goals or treatment goals were changed, and in this table you can see the levels for in 2026. So, lipid apheresis is an extracorporeal technique which is enabled to select selective removal of cholesterol. We can use single-use or reusable columns or filters. As all methods, we can have some positive or negative effect or advantages. As an advantage is, of course, selective removal of LDL cholesterol. We have minimal loss of platelets and other factors from the blood. This method is very efficacious. The reduction is very high. But on the other hand, it's a long-term treatment. The procedure takes several hours. You need usually two-needle approach. Of course, you must have some treatment center, and of course, the cost is very important. According to Esfh guidelines, the indication for homozygotes and heterozygotes is in category 1 and 2. During last 50 years, a lot of techniques were developed, as you can see here, immunoadsorption, double filtration, and another technique. And now, let me introduce our center. Our center was founded in 1976, and the most important person was Professor Blaha, who started with LDL apheresis in our town, and he developed a lot of method. Late in 1980s, he started with plasma exchange. Then in 1996, he performed the first LDL apheresis in Czech Republic in 18-year-old woman. During age, we use various techniques, separators, as you can see, Cope spectra or spectraoptia. We use a lot of types of columns and filters now. Nowadays, we use only two techniques for lipid apheresis, LDL immunoadsorption. We use spectraoptia as the separator of plasma, then secondary device adsorb, and as a reusable adsorbent we use lipocollect. And the second method is rheophoresis, again spectraoptia, and then we use Monet filters. And there is the schema of the LDL immunoadsorption, so that the plasma goes through the adsorbers. There are the picture of these adsorbers, and treated plasma is returning to the patient. And it's a picture from our center. There are the columns which we use. The second method is rheohemapheresis. In this technique, we use the same separator, and as a filter, we use single-use filter Monet from Fresenius Medical Care. And again, the picture from our department with the equipment we use. So now let me take a look about our patients. It's a period of 30 years, so very long period. And during this period, we did 4,800 procedures in 20 patients. The median age in the beginning of lipid apheresis was 50 years. Till now, we continue with 6 patients, and the discontinuation was in 14 patients. The number of lipid apheresis per patient is very, very high. It's the median average is about 240 procedures. So to explain how we work, I decided to divide our patients to the first group of patients ongoing with lipid apheresis. You can see that we started in 1996 and continue during this period. 5 from 6 patients are homozygous. We use both methods during this long period, and you can see that the number of lipid apheresis is different, of course, but the first woman is the first woman with the first apheresis. She had more than 600 procedures. During this age, she had 2 babies, and she is in very nice conditions. The interval between lipid apheresis is usually 2 weeks. It depends on LDL level of cholesterol. And there are some more details about our patients. When they started with immunoadsorption, only this young woman had no signs of atherosclerosis. During these 30 years, we saw some new manifestations. And as the new drugs were developed, we add new drugs to our patient. As you can see, now they have or lomitapide or evinacumab. And as we treated them every second week, the goal of cholesterol is only in 2 patients. We look at the effectivity of our treatment. The patients 5 have now immunoadsorption, 1 is on rheohemapheresis. We treat more than 2-fold of total plasma volume of the patient in combination of heparin and ACDA. The duration is too long, of course, but we must treat such a volume, so we need some time for it. And there you can see the LDL numbers before apheresis, and it's not so bad because it's homozygous. and we have more than 80% of degrees of LDL cholesterol. When we look to the other group, so it's there are patients in which we discontinued lipid apheresis. Only 2 of them were homozygous, and both, it was women, they died because of their disease, of complications of atherosclerosis, and 12 were heterozygous. We use both methods. There you can see the number of lipid apheresis and the duration. And what is very important and very interesting, the reason of termination of lipid apheresis. In 2 patients, it was they died, the death, the 1 stroke. And then last patients were terminated because of goal level of LDL cholesterol, and that's due new drugs which we can use nowadays for these patients. Of course, we saw some adverse events. They were usually mild and easily manageable, less than 3% of procedures. And the most common complications are complications with another apheresis. That means the main problem is vascular access, then some bleeding from the site of injection, signs of hypocalcemia. There are some special reactions, bradykinin-mediated reactions. We must discontinue AC inhibitors 24 hours before immunoadsorption. Some hypotension are very rare technical problems. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that familial hypercholesterolemia is a serious disease which requires comprehensive treatment. We have a lot of new drugs, but for homozygous, now we still need lipid apheresis, and the lipid apheresis is still standard of care. We can't discontinue apheresis in our homozygous patients. In heterozygous patients, the situation is a little bit different because there is significant impact of new drugs. And lipid apheresis is now indicated only in patients with intolerance of medication or insufficient effect of lipid-lowering drugs. In this case, we need multidisciplinary approach because it's very expensive combined therapy and you need a big team for treat these patients. You need some specialized centers, but on the other hand, lipid apheresis is a very nice procedure with effective reduction in LDL cholesterol with low incidence of adverse events. It's long-term therapy, and the problem, of course, is venous access. And I thank you for your attention, and this is our patient after 100 apheresis, and this is after 550 apheresis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this concise presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you for the interesting report. I was wondering, because you reported using 2 different techniques, immunoabsorption and filtration, which one you apply to which patient? I mean, which is the criteria for using one or another?
It depends on a lot of factors. First of all, it's a level of fibrinogen, then vein access, then the level of LDL cholesterol, and of course which type is available, because you see it's about 30 years. So now if we use immunoadsorption in one patient. We continue with reopheresis because she started when the LDL apheresis was unavailable in our center, and the results and effectivity is very high in her. It is about 85%, so we continue with that.
Further questions?
to have performed frequent controls of coronary angiography in patients to assure the sufficient response to apheresis treatment?
Sorry,
do you perform frequent coronary angiography in your patients?
Now we usually perform ultrasound of the heart and carotides, and now it's work of our cardiologists, and they perform MR, CT or CT angiography. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for your impressive results. And there's one question. I saw that the patients, or I'm wondering about the patient that terminated because of the novel drugs. To our experience, if you look at the long term, the drugs are not as efficient as in clinical studies or at the beginning. So the question is, did you follow up those patients who terminated apheresis at that time? I think that was okay. The same what happened in our unit in Rostock several years ago, that we stopped because of PCSK9 was launched to the market at that time. But on the long term, even in those patients who terminated, we could see after 2 or 3 years that the patient had a re-increase of their LDL cholesterol levels. There are some different reasons for that. In some patients, it's just the adherence of the patient, but also there seems to be a loss of efficacy on the long term. There is some early data on that.
Of course, we have follow-up of all our patients because we are small centers, so we cooperate with metabologists and so on. So yes, we follow them and check them, but nobody of them need again lipid apheresis. Yeah.
I had one question. The reusable columns are washed out and preserved for the same patient. How long could you use them?
For 2 years, we use it for 2 years. It's about 80 procedures. Yeah.
Okay. And from the heterozygous patients who were on new drugs, all were free from apheresis or not all?
No. We started with apheresis, then we add PCSK inhibitor, 9 inhibitors, and then we follow them for 3 months. And when they have very low LDL cholesterol, we stopped apheresis.
Yes, okay. And they're still...
yeah, we check them and they are...
with the
yes,
drugs alone? Okay.
yes, without our needles in veins.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. If there are no further questions, I will call the next speaker. Please. What's your your first name? Yes or no? Caroline Conte. I remember the name, but I was not sure. So, that's also a very interesting presentation. Chronic myeloid leukemia during pregnancy, a safe and successful treatment with leukocyte apheresis.
Yes, thank you for the introduction and the opportunity to present our case here today. I have no disclosures to make, and I would like to present the case of CML during pregnancy and discuss with you the background and challenges we faced with this case. And I will end with some take-to-work messages. So the case was a female of 32 years old. She was pregnant with twins at a gestational age of 6 weeks at the time of the diagnosis, and she was diagnosed with first chronic phase CML with a low SOCOL score. And at the presentation, there were no hyperviscosity symptoms. And the laboratory analysis showed white blood cell count of almost 200. And the BCR-ABL was positive, and the bone marrow aspirate showed no blasts. So CML during pregnancy is a rare clinical scenario. And the incidence is around 1 per 100,000 pregnancies. And most patients present in chronic phase. And if you look at the evidence and literature how to treat these patients, it's mainly case reports. And it comes with 2 great challenges if you decide to treat the patient. In the Netherlands, the first-line treatment in non-pregnant patients is TKI. But during pregnancy, the teratogenicity for the fetus should be taken into account if you start a medication. And the other side, if you decide to wait or choose an alternative treatment, the risk of disease progression from the mother must be taken into account. And there's a hypothesis that the hyperviscosity and the thrombotic complications from the CML cause placenta insufficiency, and that can give intrauterine growth restriction, premature birth, and higher risk of fetal complications. So an option could be a leukocytophoresis, but also this can come with complications. So if you decide to treat, what to choose? So as I said, TKI is first-line therapy in non-pregnant patients, but it's contraindicated during the first trimester due to the high risk of congenital deformations. In the second and the third trimester, it is possible to start TKI. And the literature shows that in case of blast crisis, maternal outcome should come first, and then you should start TKI and chemotherapy, or consider also to terminate the pregnancy. So an option could be in first trimester to start interferon alpha and together with leukocytophoresis. So if you want to start leukocytophoresis, what should be the threshold? Well, if there are signs of hyperviscosity, we can look at the Esfh, which shows that in acute leukemia that you can start with a count around 100, but this is of not very high grade of evidence. And if you want to start as a preventive measure to prevent the complications of the hyperviscosity, then the threshold remains unclear. So the literature says you can start at 100 or 150. And if you start, there are some practical considerations and complications that you have to think about in pregnant patients. It's advised to process 2 times the total blood volume. But due to physiological changes, you should make an adjustment of the calculation in pregnancy because the blood volume increases significantly. So you should take this into account. And also the plasma volume relatively increases and causes a dilution effect with a drop in hematocrit. It's also advised to use replacement fluid to assure a positive fluid balance, as pregnant women can be more at risk for fluid shifts. They are also more at risk for citrate toxicity because the absorption and the need for calcium is higher in pregnancy. And there can be a loss of platelets and hemoglobin after the procedures. There's an expected reduction of 30 to 60% after processing 1 total blood volume, but a rebound effect occurs very oftenly, and this comes from rebound from the spleen, the bone marrow, and the liver. And in general, 1 to 6 sessions are needed in total. And also vascular access can be more difficult in pregnant patients, and they can be more at risk for more infectious and thromboembolic complications in the vascular access. So with these patients, we started leukocytophoresis at 8 weeks of gestation and weekly interferon alpha. We performed a total of 4 procedures in 3 weeks. We used Spectra Optia and the white blood cell depletion program. And we used albumin to achieve a positive fluid balance and preventive calcium gluconate infusion. We processed almost 2 times the total blood volume, and in this case we did use the Nadler formula because we saw that her hemoglobin, hematocrit and weight stayed relatively stable from the beginning of the pregnancy. We had an inflow rate of around 40 milliliters per minute and a collection preference of 55 to 60, and she tolerated the procedures very well. Here you can see over time the levels of the white blood cells and the hemoglobin. Every arrow represents the leukocytophoresis procedure, and as you can see, we did see a rebound effect. And we saw degrees of around 80% of white blood cell count after each procedure. And also we saw a drop in hemoglobin and platelet post-procedure. The lowest hemoglobin was 4.8 millimole per liter, and the lowest platelet count was 173 after the procedure. So after the 4 procedures and at 11 weeks of pregnancy, still on interferon alpha, the white blood cell count was 55. And at 26 weeks of pregnancy, she had a partial response. And despite counseling to start TKI after the first trimester, the patient chose not to, so they continued the interferon alpha. And at 36 weeks, 2 healthy newborns were born. And after the delivery, she started with TKI, and at 6 months after that, she achieved major molecular response. So I would like you to take home that CML during pregnancy is a rare clinical scenario, but it comes with great challenges concerning the maternal and the fetal outcome. And alternative options can be, in certain cases, watch and wait, leukocytophoresis and interferon alpha. But in high-risk patients with blast crisis, TKI should be started. And our case shows that leukocytophoresis is a safe and effective additional treatment in pregnant patients with CML. And before answering questions, I especially want to thank the apheresis operators, Jacobine and Imke, who performed the procedure, and my colleagues, Professor Becker, Snorri Holle, and Kaatje Lepole, who were in charge of treating the patient.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation and the encouraging data. If anybody has such a case, we had also one such a case. Are there any questions?
Just a quick question. Did you use HES for the apheresis?
No, we didn't use HES. No.
Oh, okay.
And did you give red blood cells at the time point she had so less hemoglobin below 5?
No, I believe they didn't do that. No, yeah, it's on the, yeah.
And she's on therapy now.
Yes,
patient.
yes, on TKI. Yeah.
The baby is still well.
Yeah, yeah.
So may I have a short comment? Because decrease of leukocytes after leukocyte apheresis was on average about 18%. And we observe at our apheresis department similar results. But my comment is that there is a big difference between patients with chronic myeloid leukemia and acute myeloid leukemia, where we are able in acute to decrease leukocytes by 50 to 60%, but chronic myeloid leukemia is completely different, and probably many leukocytes are mobilized intravascular during the procedure.
Yeah, already you have a rebound during the procedure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker will present use of plerixafor for stem cell mobilization in multiple myeloma patients, real-world data. Mrs. Halasova.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. First of all, let me express my gratitude to the conference organizers for the opportunity to present the results of our teamwork. My name is Juliana Hlasová, and I work in the hematology department in Roosevelt Hospital in Banská Bystrica in Slovakia. On behalf of our team, I would like to share the results of our research, which focuses on the mobilization of patients with multiple myeloma. Here are my disclosures. And we know that it's still true that autologous stem cell transplantation remains an integral part of the first-line treatment in eligible patients with multiple myeloma. In clinical practice, we currently use daratumumab regimens in the first line, which are associated with impaired stem cell mobilization and a higher need for plerixafor in clinical trials. In our work, we aim to evaluate the need for plerixafor during stem cell mobilization and the yield of collected CD34 cells in multiple myeloma treated with daratumumab-based versus non-daratumumab induction regimens in our department. We retrospectively analyzed 99 patients with multiple myeloma, including 2 patients with primary plasma cell leukemia, eligible for ASCT, treated between 2018 and 2025 in our department. Patients received various induction regimens, including daratumumab-based and non-daratumumab regimens. So, in our work, we evaluate 99 patients, 48 men and 51 women, with median age 59.5 years. Most patients had a diagnosis of multiple myeloma and were on first-line treatment for the disease. We treated patients with multiple regimens over a period of 7 years, including CVD Junior, VRD, VTD PACE, PAD, VTD, and now Dara-VTD and Dara-BRD. Patients achieved at least partial remission, but most patients achieved VGPR. In total, we filled 101 mobilization, 97 once, and in case of 4 patients, mobilizations were filled twice. The most commonly used mobilization regimen was cyclophosphamide at a dose of 3 grams per meter square. We mobilized patients using a short-acting growth factor with a median administration of 6 days with range from 4 to 14 days. Plerixafor we used in 17 patients, in 7 patients as a single dose, and in 10 patients for 2 consecutive days. And stem cell collection was performed in most patients on 1 day, in 35 patients on 2 days, and in 2 patients on 3 days. We currently perform the collection through peripheral veins, rarely center veins in case of poor peripheral venous access, or in the case of repeated stem cell collection. Here you can see the use of plerixafor in individual regimens with CVD Junior. It was used in 2 patients out of 42 patients. And in new regimen Dara-VTD, it was used in 7 patients out of 25. And in Dara-BRD, it was used in 5 patients out of 8 patients. Overall, plerixafor was used in 36% of patients with daratumumab regimens and only in 7% of patients with non-daratumumab regimens. But total number of CD34 stem cell collected for 1 collection was similar for daratumumab regimens with median 3.8 million per kilogram, and in non-daratumumab regimen it was 4.9 million CD34 cells per 1 kilogram. We can say that plerixafor was required significantly more frequently in patients treated with daratumumab-based regimens compared to non-daratumumab regimens. Despite the increased use of plerixafor, stem cell collection was successful in both groups, with no statistically significant differences in a CD34 cell yield. And I can summarize that daratumumab-based induction regimens are feasible in routine clinical practice, but are associated with a significantly higher need for plerixafor during stem cell mobilization. But with appropriate mobilization strategies, adequate stem cell yields can be achieved, supporting the continued use of these regimens prior to ASCT. I would like to thank the entire team of the hematology department in Banská Bystrica, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and we are happy to have plerixafor. We are a little bit, we have 5 minutes. So, are there some questions? Were these patients already transplanted?
Yes, the most of them.
Yes, okay, so everything is good?
And we continue to treat them.
Yeah.
Once a short question, maybe I haven't noticed. What was the volume of processed blood?
About 2.7 or 2.9. It depends on tolerability of patients and also of level of CD34 before collection.
Thank you.
And 1 application of plerixafor was enough?
Yes.
1, yes. And how many hours before collection?
How many? Approximately 5 hours.
Okay. Well, if nobody has any question, we will continue. Thank you very much. Now I hand over the microphone to
So I would like to invite other speaker, Dr. Jasper Becker from Utrecht, Netherlands, to present her presentation on stem cell mobilization with pegfilgrastim.
Thank you for the invitation. And one thing I have to say straightforward, I'm not a doctor, I'm a nurse practitioner. So I would say it would be a good idea for the team of the stem cell apheresis to add a nurse practitioner. I'm from Utrecht, from the Netherlands. I'm working in the Princess Maxima Center. I have nothing to disclose. The Princess Maxima Center in the Netherlands is open since 2018. We treat all Dutch patients with cancer, and also from 2022 several patients from the Ukraines, and they were sometimes special referred for stem cell collection and high-dose chemotherapy. We have 3 nurse practitioners, and we give the information to the patients and the parents. We make the plans for the mobilization and the collection. We obtain informed consent for the storage of the cells, and we present the patients, if feasible, to the vascular access team. Our center is named after our queen, Princess Maxima, when she was before, and she sometimes visits the center and have little talks with the patients and with the people who work there. We see about 600 new patients in a year. The diagnosis is diverse from different types of tumors. The most of them are solid tumors. We have patients with brain tumors, patients with lymphomas. We see patients for collection for CAR-T therapy, and we have other indications. Those are a few for gene therapy or something like that. On the last year, we have an average of 51 collections per year. In this figure, you see the distribution of the different tumor types or diagnosis for the apheresis. We saw a peak in 2020, and I think that's due to, after the centralization, we saw all the patients from the Netherlands. We had a few patients with a relapse disease. And in 2019, there was approval for the CAR-T therapy in children. So we saw a lot of children for that indication. We started mobilization with pegfilgrastim in 2019. So we have a cohort now of 7 years. We had 248 mobilization with pegfilgrastim in 240 unique patients. We also performed 14 stem cell mobilization based on filgrastim. That was for practical, for medical reasons. And we failed sometimes in 4 patients, and in those years we performed 5 bone marrow harvests. Why would you consider to mobilize the patients with pegylated filgrastim? There are some pros and cons. In the children, the most positive effect is the use of the single subcutaneous injection. And in literature, there are some indications that the peak of the stem cell count may be higher and last longer than when you use the filgrastim on a daily basis. There are some cons. The risk of hyperleukocytosis, and the effect is probably less predictable and cannot be stopped. These are the characteristics of the cohort. So we saw more boys than girls. Indication, I don't know for sure, but I think it's a coincidence. In those years, we saw more boys with a Ewing sarcoma, with a Hodgkin relapse, and with the medulloblastoma than girls. And you see in the figures below the distribution of the age and the weight for the whole group. So mainly young patients. And that is, the reason is that we saw 75% percentage of the patients had a solid tumor. Mainly that was a neuroblastoma. That's a tumor in younger children, and it's often they often present with bone marrow infiltration at diagnosis. we saw almost 80% of the patients with a new diagnosis, but also patient with relapsed disease or refractory disease. From literature, we know that it would not be possible to harvest all those patients after one single injection of pegylated filgrastim. So if needed, we added also filgrastim, sometimes once, sometimes for several days. And if that not lead to a sufficient count, then we added plerixafor as well. So in general, half of the patients in this cohort we were able to harvest after one single injection of pegylated filgrastim. The results of the mobilization you can see here. We divided 3 groups. You see the group with the only pegylated filgrastim is has a good result in the stem cell count, and the other groups have some lower results. Something notable are the 2 cases in which we did a stem cell harvest with leukocytes of 0.8. Sometimes that happens when the patient has his birthday the next day. We decide, we can do a stem cell count, and it was sufficient to harvest with a really low leukocyte rate. Speaking about hyperleukocytosis, we saw it in 80 patients. The figure under is a distribution for the stem cell count without 15 outliners with a count above 400 per microliter. Speaking about hyperleukocytosis, we saw it in 18 patients, mainly the most patients with a pegylated filgrastim-only treatment. It never led to clinical disadvantage implications. Talking about the influencing factor of the success of stem cell mobilization, you can think about the number of cycles that the patient was treated with, and about the fact if there is a bone marrow involvement of need or not. We saw in this cohort that mainly half of the patients had already had 1 to 3 cycles of chemotherapy. And this figure shows the distribution of the CD34 count in relation to the former treatment. And you see an increase in the count after more chemotherapy. The aspect of the bone marrow involvement leads to a lower leukocyte count and a lower stem cell count at harvesting, but there is a wide range in results in the different groups. We started all patients with a dose of 150 milligram per kilo, and in an interim analysis after 2 years we saw that certain patients are not going so well, so we decided to raise the dose up to 300 microgram per kilo. If you have a look after different diagnoses, we see in the solid tumor group, patients are only in 47% successful with an only injection of plerixafor. And that's mainly due to the high incidence of the neuroblastoma. That were 109 patients, and almost 80% of them has bone marrow involvement at diagnosis. Speaking about the duration of the mobilization time, that is the day that's counted from the day of when you give the pegfilgrastim until you harvest the stem cells. And it's notable that you see an increase of days, and I think it's a clear explanation for that when you need more interventions before you can harvest. In all groups, you see a period of 3 days, and that's a very short period. We saw that in patients that had no chemotherapy before, or especially when they were treated with irinotecan or immunotherapy. So then you have no nadir, no aplasia at all, and then we were able to harvest in a few days. In this group, you see a particularly high leukocyte count and not so high stem cell count, but all the way a big variation in those results. So from practice to theory and vice versa, we make a flowchart for the dose of the pegylated filgrastim based on literature, based on our experiences. and that's very useful in the practice. We take in account the amount of chemotherapy the patient had, the diagnosis, the fact if there is a bone marrow involvement or not, and that we use in the daily practice to make our plans. In daily practice, the nurse practitioner, before the procedure, will see if the patient qualifies. And we go out from the principle, start only the procedure preferable when there is a good prognosis for the intended yield. So I think half of the cohort of the patients needs stem cells for 2 or maybe triple transplants. So we have a high amount, high demand of cells. We discuss with the colleagues of St. Quinn, our national blood supply. We have very dedicated colleagues. And we discussed the amount of blood to be processed and agreed to get started with the apheresis. During the leukapheresis, we monitoring the vital signs and the electrolytes and give calcium if needed. The setting is mostly in the outpatient clinic. In more than 80% of the cases, we were successful to harvest the patients in 1 day. The results of the leukapheresis are here. All credits go to the colleagues of St. Quinn, who have a very high collection efficiency. I maybe cannot say that anymore, but they have. You see the amount of cells they collected, pre-cryopreservation and post. Keep in mind that for the most patients, we needed 6 to 9 million per kilogram cells. And then we have a good success rate in that. In conclusion, the stem cell mobilization with the pegylated filgrastim was successful in more than half of the patients. It was well tolerated in all patients. The mobilization in patients with bone marrow involvement needs more interventions. And specific important lesson learned to start collection preferably only when the prognosis is good for the intended yield. And that's we have a simple clue. If you need 6 million per kilo, ask for an 8 to 10-fold stem cell count and proven arisen rate of the stem cells. It is teamwork with my colleagues, with the doctor, and with the people of St. Quinn, the colleagues, and the people from the laboratory.
Thank you for perfect presentation of promising results. And are there any questions or comments?
Question here. Just what was the strategy when you administered Plerixafor? When you started the apheresis collection?
That depends from child to child, but we added Plerixafor. Is there no, if we have a stem cell count under 10 or no promising results until that point. So then we added Plerixafor as well. So at first we added filgrastim for certain days, and then when the stem cell count is not rising, then we use Plerixafor.
And you perform immediately the apheresis?
Yes. We do administer it in the night, and then
next day.
And then that day we place the line and do the procedure. Yeah.
Thank you.
I would have a question. In which disease status or clinical status were the patients who received all 3 mobilization treatments?
That are mostly patients with a heavy treatment before, a recurrence disease, or 8 to 10 cycles of chemotherapy treatment before.
Okay, so not a new diagnosed patient. So
Sometimes. Yeah, it varies. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's one question. 2.
The hostess is back.
Yeah, hello, thank you very much for this excellent presentation, really much admired. I would like to ask you, what was the rationale that you have applied in order to define this 15 mobilizations that went over 400 cells per microliter as an outlier?
Just to have a clear plot. If you have the outlier in it, then it is...
But does it mean that these procedures went into your stats, or did you simply just decide not to depict them?
On the first slides in the tables, it was they were counted in, but then for the plot, it was better to exclude them. to have a clear vision of the distribution of the cells.
Okay, clear. And I understand. Then let me put the second question, of course, in that case. Do you make the experience sometimes that when you have an enormous mobilization with 400, 500 cells per microliter, that despite that pre-count, you're experiencing still a low collection efficiency at the end?
No. I think we had once a failure in all those years. We collected 0.7 per kilogram, but that was a failure of collection, and we had mostly platelets in the back and not the stem cells. But apart from that, we have very good collection rates.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Volker Witt.
Yeah, I have. You said you calculated the collection efficiency, but this was the yield, which is different.
Yeah. But the people have a good collection efficiency, so we have a very good yield.
No, the efficiency is from the machine. You reach you go. No, it's different.
Yeah.
You can also reach with a low efficiency a good yield. So that is not the same. And the second question: what is about the costs?
Yeah,
is cost sparing, or is it exploding, the score?
No, it's not exploding. We have like biosimilars for the pegylated filgrastim, so the costs in the first year were higher than now. And we have also costs when the home nurse have to go to the patient for several days. So it's a way of...
But calculated, is there a cost calculation behind, or is it what you assume?
I assume we didn't a cost calculation, and we were used to use pegfilgrastim after the chemotherapy, and just said, let's try it for stem cell mobilization as well.
So, any other comments? So, if not, thank you. And I would like to invite to a presentation Dr. Cherry from Department of Hemotherapy and Hemostasis from Barcelona on platelet removal during peripheral blood hematopoietic cells in mobilized donors.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to thank to the scientific committee for select our abstract, and let me present our experience of the last 15 years. So currently, the main source of hematopoietic progenitor cells is peripheral blood collection after mobilization, while bone marrow harvest has been reserved for selected indications. And it's known that in peripheral blood hematopoietic cells collections performed with COB spectra and Optia using the continuous mononuclear cell protocol, platelets are removed during the procedure. So in this study, we have evaluated the degree of platelet removal per every total blood volume processed during CD34 collections between 2010 and 2024. Data were retrieved for a prospectively maintained database created in 2010 in our unit. The database captured demographic characteristics, laboratory volumes, mobilization regimens, venous access, device type, anticoagulation method, and procedural details adjustment during the procedure. Complete blood count and CD34 counts were performed immediately before and after apheresis procedure, and the product batch counts were recorded for each procedure. Mobilization of the CD34 was achieved using individualized drugs regimens tailored to donor characteristics and underlying conditions. Most donors, almost 73, were mobilized with filgrastim alone, while 26 received GCCS plus chemotherapy, and 23% of the donors had insufficient CD34 counts on the collection day, and plerixafor was administered. Collections device include a COB spectra until 2013. Later was replaced by Spectra Optia. And the analysis of the platelet removal was performed in relation of total blood volume processed during the apheresis collection. Peripheral venous access was the most frequently used vascular access. According to our standard practice since 2020, peripheral venous catheters were inserted under ultrasound guidelines. This graph was presented this morning by Maria Jesus and showed the percentage of central venous catheter placed in patients to collect CD34 cells for autologous transplants. And you can see, since they use the ultrasound, this percentage has decreased significantly. And I would like to emphasize that in the last 2 years, we have not placed any central venous catheter. A total of 1,280 collections from almost 1,200 donors were included in the analysis. We observed a slight predominance of donors, male donors, at 54%. The mean age of the donor was 51 years, and total blood volume 4.5 liters. We categorized these donors into 6 groups. 27% were healthy donors, and the most frequently indication in patients was multiple myeloma, followed by non-Hodgkin lymphoma. In terms of procedural parameters, the mean total blood volume processed was 3.7. The duration of the collection was 224 minutes, and the average flow rate was 84 milliliters per minute. Regarding to the apheresis device, 42% of the CD34 collections were performed using COBE spectra, whereas 58% were performed with spectra optia. In fact, also, the COBE spectra shows a statistically significant higher platelet removal relative to total blood volume with 13%, compared to 10% with COBE spectra. These findings were consistent with stratifying according to pre-apheresis platelet count. In fact, across all platelet count categories, we observed that the mean of platelet removal was higher with COBE spectra compared with the spectra optia, with a statistically significant difference. We also analyzed trends over time, and we observed that the main platelets removal per total blood volume process decreased significantly over the years, with a statistically difference very significant. And this parameter reached the maximums around 2014, coinciding with the transition from COBE spectra to optia, and progressively declined to its lowest value in 2024. Finally, there were a statistically significant difference in platelet removal among the different donor groups, considered highest in the group of healthy donors and lowest in the case of patients with autoimmune disease. In conclusion, in our center, platelet removal during CD34 collections in obesity apheresis platforms has decreased significantly over the past 15 years, probably due to technological advancements. However, optimization of the apheresis collection by the staff cannot be completed ruled out. These findings support further optimization to minimize platelet removal during hematopoietic cells progenitors collections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for interesting presentation.
Thank you.
and I will start discussion.
Thank you for this interesting and important presentation on platelet loss. We know that COPE Spectra was known of platelet loss. We know also that Spectroptia has two specific variations in procedures, the CMNC and the MNC procedure. And in 2013, first of all, the MNC procedure was introduced with the elutriation system in it, meant to remove less platelets, in fact, from the donor, so more return to the donor. I also know that from the publications of Dr. Lozano that he was one of the very important persons in introducing the CMNC. So, in fact, the continuous system similar to the COPE Spectra. So I didn't see this back in your data. So what you do see is with the change in 2013 going from COPE Spectra to Spectroptia, what system did you use? Did you use the MNC program? Why is it going up? Did you see any difference between the CMNC and the MNC disappearance of lowering, in fact, of the platelets? So did you see any effects anyway?
Yeah, I commented that was the continuous mononuclear cell collections protocol, but I'm not sure if we have another one.
No, we move directly from the COPE Spectra to Spectroptia when the continuous MNC was available.
Is the same protocol with Optia, with all collections.
May I ask you, so in total, platelet loss during the collection is about 50%. If you process 3.7 or 4 blood volumes, yeah.
Is 10% per every total blood volume that was processed.
Yeah. It's not, yes, we observe also similar data, so it's very interesting and we have to think about it, that platelet loss is expected, especially, and also in donors, a little bit higher.
Correctly, yeah, it's the same results in our review.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you for this interesting matter that is interesting, yes, for not only for donors but also for receptors. Do you have experience with other platforms like Amicus regarding the collection of CD34? Because in our experience, to collect from an allogenic donor an amount of platelet could be good for the receptor, usually because they are at that time with a low count of platelet. Actually, one dose of CD34 from a stem cell collection could be half a dose of platelet, no? But not the same case for autologous. So do you have any experience with Amicus comparing to this platform of Terumo?
Yeah, we have minimal procedures performed with Amicus, but yes, we perform it. But we prefer use Terumo BCT apheresis device because Amicus, when has a lot of leukocytes, we have observed that the collection efficiency is not good. So prefer Terumo apheresis device.
Other question?
Thank you for the great presentation. We were just discussing that we noticed you have relatively high flow rates, and we were discussing that if you have such a high inlet flow, then the packing, packing factor will decrease, and that can also give significant platelet loss.
Yeah, we have the opportunity to review all the dates when we do this review. And we observed that the collection efficiency is not affected by the flow rate. So yeah, we go very fast, but the collection is not affected in all the proceedings that we review.
Well, I only wanted to say we of course have the same findings, but we decided years ago to use but only in the allogeneic healthy setting, the amicus for stem cell collections, because they almost have no loss of platelets, and we have no bad experience regarding yield. So we always, mostly we have enough, we are able to collect the required cell yield. And
that is true.
Yeah?
Yeah, that is true. The platelet loss in amicus is lower.
And by the way, many, many years ago, when this CS3000 was used, we did something called soft spin. This is after the collection, in the same procedure, there were a soft centrifuge and the platelets were given back to the donor. But that's, yes, that's long, long time ago.
Thank you.
2006. Okay. Okay,
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And now I would like to invite Dr. Ramon from Spain, from University Hospital Santander, to present his presentation about the blackout in Spain.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this presentation, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be with so many colleagues who I admire and so on. We are not going to talk about cells, we are going to talk about ourselves and what happens when things don't go as right as they should be. I will talk about the lessons learned for the 2025 Great Blackout for the Spanish transfusion and diapheresis sector. No conflicts of interest here. As a context, the Spanish national transfusion system is composed of regional transfusion centers which collect blood and distribute it to the hospitals. There are 20 of them in the 17 regions, and there are also hospital transfusion services that receive that blood, transfuse it, and also perform therapeutic apheresis. There are 250 public hospitals and some other, more or less the same number of private hospitals, but which cater for only 15% of patients. So 85% of patients in Spain are treated by the social security. Both of those institutions belong to the regional health services and are publicly owned, of course. There is a regulatory framework which requires contingency plans to guarantee the safety of the transfusion and cell therapy. I must remind you that the SOHO directive that we are going to implement now requires in its Article 63 a national emergency plans. JC standards and CAT, that is a national Spanish standards, require emergency and disaster plans for clinical programs, collection and processing. And the Spanish hospital transfusion services must have diesel backup generators, but of course not all hospitals have the same capacity. So what happened during the Great Blackout? In the event, in the 28th of April 2025, about 12:30 in the morning, there was a complete blackout in the Iberian Peninsula, affecting the whole of Spain and Portugal. Some regions recovered electricity 5 hours later, but in some places it took about 24 hours to regain normal life. The initial impact was that a general failure of all electric appliances. Some electricity-dependent patients died at their homes. People with CPAPs and so on died. Many of them flocked to the emergency services in order to plug into the emergency generators. But there was no major catastrophe took place. There was no plane crash or train crash or whatever. There was a national emergency declared. The army was mobilized to supply fuel to key infrastructures and, of course, health facilities to keep emergency generators working when needed. There was an official press conference citing a minor disruption to the health system but there has been no official evaluation of the impact of on the healthcare system of the Great Blackout. I'm showing you this very nice paper which was published by our colleagues in Portugal, analyzing all the things that could go wrong in Portugal. That was not done in Spain, but I recommend you to read that, because some people, for example, have to take their products to the local supermarket, which had better generators than they had in their home hospitals. So. So the objectives in our case was to describe the impact of the Great Blackout on the Spanish collection centers and the hospital transfusion services. Our specific objectives was to ascertain disaster preparedness, evaluate operative response during the incident, identify corrective and preventive measures to take after the event, and to perhaps devise a work frame to improve safety of transfusion and cellular therapy supply. We passed the 26 question survey directly through Google Survey or to members of the Spanish Transfusion Society, asking about availability of emergency plans, alternative energy plans, impact on operations, and so on. We asked them how worried they were, very worried or not worried at all. And 20 of the 17 regional blood centers, 20 regional blood centers responded, all of them, and 61 hospitals that was 21% of public hospitals, and most of them who answered were tertiary university hospitals. The results are a bit off-putting because nothing very bad happened. So when we talk about blood transfusion centers, 55% of them were very preoccupied. 100%, all of them had contingency plans. 75% had already planned for a prolonged blackout. In 65% had backup generators. That doesn't mean that the rest didn't have. It meant that they were in another institution that provided energy also for the regional blood center. But in those who had, 79% worked without problems, but 21% suffered issues with the generator not starting properly or needing fuel supply because they hadn't expected that the blackout in the region would take more than 6 or 5 hours. The operative impact, 70% of the blood centers had to suspend blood runs, 55%, more than 50% reduction in that day in blood donations that day or in the next days. 15% lost communications with hospitals, 35% had communication, but it was very difficult to contact, and there was no significant loss of blood products at blood regional centers. So after the event, 100% reviewed their plans, and 80% thought that they were now, with the measures implemented, thought they were better prepared for another catastrophe. They bought batteries, improved communication channels, established protocols for communications breakdown, and so on. What happened at hospitals? 70% were very, very worried. 92% had contingency plans, 65% had planned for a prolonged blackout. Generators worked in practically all of them, but 44% of hospitals needed external assistance when the blackout in the regions was prolonged over those 5, 6, 7 hours. 16% suspended non-critical activity, but no increased mortality was reported. 75% could go on issuing blood to their hospital without difficulties for those patients who needed that due to emergencies or whatever. 23% had difficulties. There was no significant loss of blood products. There were, of course, communications problems inside the hospital, and, of course, apheresis activity could be stopped safely. Post-event measures, 43 started or planned additional measures, and many of them couldn't answer that because as they are included into bigger hospitals, it is the hospital who is taking the lead in that correction activity. So what are the strengths and weaknesses of the National Transfusion Service? There, I think we observed an adequate response thanks to existing contingency plans and backup generators that avoided catastrophic product losses and hospital disruption more than it was possible to prevent. But we detected main vulnerabilities, as I have explained: critical dependence on electricity and communications, trouble with generations, activation failures, and fuel supply. There was a lack of coordination because preparedness depends on regional, local, or even individual hospitals, without a national coordination focus. And I must remind you that this happened in a very favorable day. I mean, the temperature, it was a mild day of April. It was neither very hot or not very cold. It was not raining, whatever. It was the best possible scenario to have a blackout. But we cannot rule out that in August, in a very, very hard fire situation or a heat wave, things could have gone south very easily. What lessons learned and what is the need for change? Well, I think that we have to think beyond formal compliance. I think all those years preparing, analyzing processes and making risk analysis, thanks to quality systems and so on, have been vindicated, but we have to plan. To have a plan is not enough. We have to look for robustness in our institutions. We must focus on neural resilience. We must take into account that we are in a climate change or climate crisis, and we have to take into account the European Union preparedness strategy, WHO resilience frame, etc. We must go beyond diesel generators. We should integrate short duration batteries, hybrid systems, renewable energies, rethink storage and distribution. We are used to having good supply lines. We don't like to store too much blood in our hospitals. Perhaps we could change that, or store too many materials in our hospitals. We could perhaps go a little bit from that paradigm, and we must have intelligent monitoring systems all the time. I think that at least in Spain, we need a national plan for that kind of energies that standardizes minimal requirements for energy autonomy, communication redundancy, logistic support, as I told you, practical guidelines to harmonize implementation report, and we have to drill for disaster, and we have to stress our emergency plans, even for more remote events. So there are, of course, very limitations to our study. This was made by another guy and I. That was just a question, a survey that was circulated among people of the Spanish Transfusion Society, so there can be self-reporting bias. We didn't analyze factual clinical outcomes, delays for transfusion, morbidity, and so on. And perhaps there is a limited applicability to other contexts, for example, to low-income countries that don't have such a robust electric grid. And as I told you, the event was then, as we could say, short-lived. So in conclusions, the great blackout of the 20th of April tested the resilience of the Spanish transfusion system, which operated without product loss, but unmasked critical vulnerabilities in energy and communications. Local response was effective, but coordinated national approach is needed, and proactive resilience investment must become a strategic objective and not only a regulatory requirement. So with that, I thank you for your attention. And,
Thank you very much for excellent presentation, very important results and experience. And has anybody questions or comments?
So I think this is one of the most important presentations what you can give during, and this is also now being seen more and more during meetings like this all over the world, presenting these kind of data. I think one person here in the room, she was telling me a few weeks ago about a similar situation in a missile attack on the pediatric hospital in Kiev. What I've also heard about, I was also seeing the results of the big earthquake in Slovenia, in which one of the academical hospitals was almost completely destroyed. So it's really, really, really important that we realize, we think everything is available, but also previously working for the National Blood Transfusion Association in the Netherlands, when you have a blackout, it seems so easy to transport to hospitals. It sounds so easy to say transport to the hospitals, but the hospitals don't have sufficient capacity for refrigerators. But also the cars transporting don't have fuel because you can't go and get new fuel. You can't open specific locks anymore because the electricity is failing. And when the electricity is failing, okay, usually it takes a few seconds before the generator is coming up. But when it's taking days because of natural disasters, and yeah, it's not really a question, it's more a content that I think that everybody of us, and I'm an international JC inspector and always looking and asking for that because of one of the standards is asking for that. But what do you have on an emergency plan when this is in SOP 312,000 on the computer available when you don't have any electricity?
Yes, thank you for your nice comments and so on. That's what we are feeling. I think that we are so used to going to open the tap and having drinkable water, flushing the toilet. All those things that for us are normal are not normal for many other people in the world. And now this is coming to us because the world is changing. As you said, cars cannot drive, but also street lights don't work. So if your blood center is about 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers like we have in some places in Spain, cars may come, may not come. But if you cannot even tell them how much blood you need or how much blood they are going to send you to stock, it's very difficult. For example, in my hospital, WhatsApp worked, but internal lines didn't. So everybody was so mad with their phone. So, and I must, as I told you, it is, we were very, 2 years ago, we tested our emergency generator, didn't work. And we share our emergency generator with the intensive care unit. Didn't work. It took our electricians 3 months to know what the hell was the problem. So thank God we have done, we did that experience. So we should take, like the Japanese take very seriously the earthquake drills. We should take all our drills very seriously. We have to think that we may have to work 1 or 2 days without computers. We did that 30 years ago. So back in time, we should go back in time and think that we have to store more things. We have to be better prepared for things and so on. That's what I can tell you.
During electricity failure is one thing. Electricity failure is one thing, but when a missile is coming down on your hospital, or a big earthquake, or a tornado, or a tsunami, or whatever, and everything is destroyed.
I can't think of.
No, but then you have the wounded, because you can get wounded also in this situation. The Ukrainian colleagues lost colleagues because of these kind of things.
There was a question there.
Thank you. I think this is very impressive what happened. What I'm struggling with is we had an audit last year, and we got the comment, well, you should have a SLA or contract with the other hospitals that they take over care. And I find it difficult because I think, well, of course, if I'm calling my colleague that I need help, they're going to help. If they're if they're capable. So what would be your, I think it's just something on paper, and if you really have a problem, it's not going to help. So what's your advice? What's the first thing we should do? Have a WhatsApp list?
Maybe you are asking the wrong person, because in my region it lasted only 5 hours. But I can ask you what we have been in our heads is that maybe you should have a multi-layered strategy. Then it's not the same thing if you have a blackout in your town, or if you have black in the region, or whatever. So there is a real effort, and perhaps we need to learn that from the people in the aeronautic industry, or even from the military, or whatever. We must have a multi-layered strategy and think more harder about all the things that can go wrong. And then prepare for them, and then learn to improvise. In the theater, they say that the most improvised acts in the theater are the ones that are most prepared. So we have to also get creative, teach people leadership, teach people how to act. Even we that won't act, we don't work in an emergency room, but we need our people, our staff, to learn how to work in an emergency situation, how to distribute tasks, who is going to be in charge of what, who I have to contact, and so on, and so on, and so on. And also, and it is very useful also to analyze the risk assessment, because you are going to find things that you can improve in your practice for every day, not only for that bad event to happen. So I think that we should also take another thing to think about.
Okay. So thank you very much. I want to close this session now, and I thank all the speakers for the excellent talks, and I wish a pleasant break. Thank you.
When we look at the world, we see potential at every turn. We seize that potential to unlock a better future, recognizing what is and reaching for what could be, building on what we know to advance into the new. Unlocking potential is our promise and our purpose. We uncover needs, then work to fulfill them. We tap our collective potential to keep innovating, improving, accelerating, to help bring better care to more patients around the globe. We advance technologies that automate complex processes and harness data to improve access to an adequate, safe, and sustainable blood supply around the world and support advanced clinical outcomes. We expand our blood technologies expertise to unlock the biological potential of cells and genes, helping to advance promising therapies while seeking better outcomes for patients. Every day, we dedicate ourselves to unlocking the potential of blood and cells, technology and data, our colleagues and patients, as we strive to fulfill our mission, contributing to society through healthcare. When we look at the world, we see potential at every turn. We seize that potential to unlock a better future, recognizing what is and reaching for what could be, building on what we know to advance into the new. Unlocking potential is our promise and our purpose. We uncover needs, then work to fulfill them. We tap our collective potential to keep innovating, improving, accelerating, to help bring better care to more patients around the globe. We advance technologies that automate complex processes and harness data to improve access to an adequate, safe, and sustainable blood supply around the world and support advanced clinical outcomes. We expand our blood technologies expertise to unlock the biological potential of cells and genes, helping to advance promising therapies while seeking better outcomes for patients. Every day, we dedicate ourselves to unlocking the potential of blood and cells, technology and data, our colleagues and patients, as we strive to fulfill our mission, contributing to society through healthcare.
This is the first one?
Huh? Yes? It's working?
It's working. Hello? Yeah, a nice afternoon, and now we start the next session. And we start with Yoshi Schwarz, who's not able to come due to a reason which is very, very nice, and he will declare or even not. It's up to him, but it's a privilege to say hello, Yoshi, and we are really expecting a wonderful lecture about the current rule of ECP in solid organ transplantation.
Great. Do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, so good morning here, good afternoon for all of you. You know, I know since it's Europe, I feel my Eurovision joke will be okay. I feel like New York City is calling now. So I am very happy to be here, at least in spirit. Wanted to be in Prague with you, but the delivery of Mika, my first granddaughter, was a bit early. So you can see in the middle of the picture, now she is with all the apheresis devices. So I couldn't get the chocolates that Nina Worrell was promised to bring me from Austria. So for now, she is with Swiss chocolate that we got in New York. So anyway, so what I would love to do today is just to give you a little overview of the ECP and solid organ transplantation. And then just as a way of a background, we know that the principles of the basic mechanism of ECP is immune modulation, which include modulation of dendritic cells, alteration of the cytokine profile, and induction of particular T cell subpopulations. So we know that ECP has a dual mechanism. You can have, when you have the CTCL patients, we have those active immune responses, but we are really not talking about that part. We're really talking about induction of tolerance, clone-specific for reduce of rejection by moving the balance towards unresponsiveness, shutting down previously active cellular immune responses. So how is it ECP work in the context of transplantation? Those cross-linked T cells that are during the procedure become apoptotic. They are phagocytized by the dendritic antigen-presenting cells, which leads to induction and maturation of dendritic cells, as well as production of antigen-specific Tregs, which elicit immune response against T cell causing rejection, hence allow transplant tolerance. And with this in mind, specifically the end result, or how specifically ECP decrease rejection by increased the regulatory T cells. This is an early paper from 2025. Lamioni et al. Already showed that children after heart or lung transplantation treated with immunosuppressive drugs had significantly lower Tregs in circulation, and those frequency of the Tregs doubled after ECP, which is also significantly higher than LT control. And we know, just for general knowledge, that Tregs are CD4, CD25 positive, and co-express FOXP3. So getting back to our clinical experience after we know a little bit of the background of ECP in solid organ, we have the experience with heart, lung, and liver transplantation. But before I'll talk each one of those, just a short detour to quickly describe the ASPA therapeutic guidelines, where those indications I mentioned. More details about the ASPA therapeutic guidelines will be coming tomorrow morning with Dr. Rilnik. But just as a short for now, ASPA guideline got being published every 3 years, the structure of a single page fact sheet for each disease, which provide consistent layout and information with a goal of creating a practical tool both for the apheresis service as well as the referring physician. This slide concentrates on the header of the fact sheet. Disease referred to either a disease like myasthenia gravis or medical condition like where we're going to speak today, liver transplantation or heart or lung transplantation. While indication refers to the use of apheresis in specific situation encounter a disease. We know some diseases use TPE and or ECP. In this case, HPC transplant, you have major ABO incompatible or minor, so you have different indication that you can use therapeutic apheresis. And lastly, of course, the grade recommendation, the ASFA category, which are kind of the essence of those therapeutic guidelines. ASFA guidelines, again, I will not take the brand of it from Dr. Wilnick tomorrow morning. It's way more details there, but there are 4 categories for quite a few years. First line, second line, optimal role is not established, and category 4 is really think that apheresis should not be used in effect, or actually there is evidence for harmful, and if we want to do a procedure with a category 4, ideally should be under research condition with IRB approval. And lastly, the grade recommendation that supplement the category. So basically, the grade system has a grade 1 and 2. Grade 1 is strong, we recommend, and grade 2 is weak, we suggest. Each one of those, grade 1 and grade 2, is coupled with A, B, and C quality of evidence. And basically, at the end of the day, what is really the practical implication for patients is that if the disease gets a grade 1A recommendation, means that, or grade 1B, you can say safely that it can apply to most patients in most circumstances without reservations. However, if a disease grade a grade 2C recommendation, this is a very recommendation, and other alternative to apheresis may be equally reasonable. So back to the ASPA special issue and ECP solid organ transplantation. In this table, I summarize for you the indication for cardiac, lung, and liver transplantation in the 2023, the last guidelines that exist right now out there, and we'll go each one of them separately as we go to the separate indications. So let's start with heart transplantation. What do we know? First of all, ECP for heart transplantation is initiated for recurrent or refractory cellular rejection, rejection with hemodynamic compromise, prevention of rejection and sensitized patient, and allows for reduced use of immunosuppressive drugs. And let's see what the evidence for it. This is a study from 2021, and basically that study summarized all the published evidence at that time in the different categories for the use of ECP in heart transplantation, rejection, cellular rejection, recurrent rejection. And those two names that I mentioned here with the circle with the green are the two papers that actually came out after that review that now exists out there for ECP in heart transplantation. So let's just talk about a few of those really important articles that we know. In 1998, Barr published the first multi-center prospective randomized control trial describing the use of ECP in prevention of rejection in heart transplantation. 60 patients were randomized post-transplant to standard triple immunosuppressive drugs versus triple immunosuppressive plus ECP. ECP started less than 30 hours after transplant, and the patient had 24 treatments over the 6 months. Overall, ECP in that study resulted in significantly lower cardiac rejection episode. The ECP group, and I'll try to do on the other screen so you can see, the ECP group had twice more likely to have no rejection, while the control group had almost 3 times chance of 2 and more episodes rejection. The conclusion of the trial was that addition to ECP to triple drug therapy significantly decreased the risk of cardiac rejection without increasing the incidence of infection. ECP did not affect the time between transplant and first rejection episode, the incidence of rejection with hemodynamic compromise, and did not affect survival 6 and 12 months. The same authors continue to perform pilot prospective randomized study trying to see the effect of ECP on the development of chronic rejection, comparing ECP alone to drug alones in a small group of patients. In this case, ECP started less than 30 days after transplant and continued for over 2 years. In 1 year follow-up, the ECP-treated patient had significant reduction in HLA antibody, PRA level, which was statistically significant, and intracoronary ultrasound showed ECP-treated patient decreased coronary artery intimal thickening. So what about in treatment of rejection what about treatment of rejection when it's already existing? ECP also decreased cellular rejection of heart transplantation as apparent with a decrease of the cellular infiltrate. This is the left before, and this is the right after initiation of ECP. This is one of the largest retrospective studies to date of 13 years. ECP started for 36 patients with high risk for subsequent hemodynamic compromise, rejection, or mortality versus 307 patients with low risk who did not receive ECP. After 3 months, the risk of the rejection was decreased to 29%, P of 0.004, which you cannot see on the slide, but the risk for subsequent rejection with hemodynamic compromise and or death from rejection reduced the risk of non-ECP receiving patient, which was 0.06, and you can see on the slide what they call in that trial the photopheresis benefit, basically pre-photo risk, post-photo risk, photopheresis benefits. And the most recent study published is a multi-center European real-world retrospective study, 7 centers, 5 countries, 105 adult patients, 2-year follow-up after ECP. ECP used for a mix of reasons, AMR, ACR, prophylaxis in high-risk patient. And basically what it showed, the rejection grade, both in echo and biopsy, improved in 92% of the patient, and 88 of those who received ECP for prophylaxis remained free of rejection despite reduction of immunosuppression drugs. Similarly, in pediatrics heart transplantation, again, obviously in peds, always smaller data, retrospective cohort study, 20 patients, 16 with rejection, and the number of acute rejection episodes in the 6 months before ECP, here on the left, was higher than in the 6 months after ECP, 1.5 versus 0.5, P of 0.02, and trend of better survival in compliant versus non-compliant patients. So, to summarize the experience with ECP in heart transplantation in the 2023 Esfh guidelines, either for rejection prophylaxis or for cellular recurrent rejection, it's a category 2 indication. The first probably round of treatment should be immunosuppression. It's a category 2. It's either 2A for rejection recommendation grade or 1B recommendation red for cellular rejection. And since I asked to get a sneak preview of 2026, I can tell you, so far, as far as I know, in the 2026 coming up guidelines, there will not be changes in the category recommendation grades for heart transplantation and solid organ in ECP. There'll be obviously some of the more trials that will be listed, as we mentioned before. So let's move now for lung transplantation. First of all, for lung transplantation, ECP is initiated for treatment of rejection. As a background, 50% of recipients develop acute rejection in the first year after lung transplant, and acute rejection is a risk factor for chronic rejection. As you probably know, bronchiolitis obliterative syndrome, BOS, in short, is the most common chronic lung allograft dysfunction disorder, and it is defined by sustained more than 3 weeks decline in the expiratory flow rate, FEV1, for the floor expiratory volume in 1 second, provided that alternative cause of pulmonary dysfunction had been included. BOS is very difficult to diagnose even by biopsies, so thus the diagnosis is typically made by those pulmonary function tests, more specifically the FEV1 metrics. And successful treatment for lung rejection is either stabilization or slowing of this functional loss. So this is just as a background. So what do we know about the use or the evidence of use of ECP in lung transplantation? This is a retrospective study from the group in Washington University in St. Louis, 60 lung allograft recipients with BOS and declining FEV1. All patients had progressive decline in the lung function that was refractory to all other immunosuppressive therapy. ECP was used like in any trial with triple immune suppressive drugs for this patient. That's a common combination. And they received 24 ECP procedure in 6 months. Of course, in this 12 series of 2. The average rate, what was shown in the study is that the average rate of decline of the FEV1, the forced expiratory volume in 1 second, this is the functional representative of BOS, significantly reduced after starting ECP, and 25% at improvement of FEV1. And you can see here before ECP, it was huge decline, and now it starts to be really narrow range. What about long-term ECP? This was another retrospective study from Italy in which they looked at long-term ECP for patients with allograft rejection. 48 patients on long-term ECP compared to 58 control who did not receive ECP. The FEV1 slope flattened out after initial decline, so that's really good. Initial decline, but then there is a flattening of the FEV1, means that they don't decline anymore, as well as stabilization of lung function in 80% of the ECP patients. Similarly, that was another retrospective study. However, the advantage of this one by Greer et al. Is starting to look at the effect of ECP and survival. So the study showed a clear survival benefit for ECP responders versus non-responder, improving from 132 days to 401 days, which was statistically significant. With the food comes the appetite, and this is a prospective study by Jacques et al. In Vienna for over 20 years. They had more than 1,000 lung transplant patients. 194 of those developed BOS, received the established treatment. 51 received additional ECP. There was 61% response with stabilization of the FEV1 as a functional marker, as we said, and ECP responders had a greater survival and less need to retransplantation. Those are the Kaplan-Meier from this specific prospective trial. You can see on the left here that ECP responders versus ECP non-responders, significantly greater survival, statistically significant. And on the right, you can see actually eventually they did this Kaplan-Meier of the ECP responders versus the patient who did not receive ECP. It was again better survival, very close to statistical significance. And what about timing, when to start in lung transplantation? Well, probably early as possible when BOS diagnosis is made. This is a Swiss group comparing 5 years follow-up showing superior outcome of a patient with lower grade BOS compared to higher grade BOS. And then lastly, when to stop. When the previous slide, when to start, when to stop, or maybe not to stop. This is a study from Switzerland. In 2014, ECP had stopped in Switzerland for all patients due to withdrawal of country-wise coverage, and they followed 12 patients for 12 months after ECP cessation. Within 1 year after stopping ECP, 7 of those 12 patients died, which was P of 0.003. This is, of course, small size. This is not prospective on a randomized study, but it was very compelling. And what about prevention of rejection in lung transplantation? This is the most recent published trial from Vienna, 2025. Dr. Vorl was one of the authors, showing the triple standard triple immunosuppression versus triple immunosuppression plus ECP started as soon as after transplant. Adding ECP to standard triple immunosuppression resulted in both in significant reduction in the number of acute cellular rejection episodes and lower incidence of CLAD, as shown as those picture ECPs on the top and the control are in the bottom. Again, both reduction number of the rejection episodes and lower incidence of CLAD with those p-values respectively. So back to summarize the ASPA special issue in lung transplantation. Right now, the condition that is mentioned is obviously the BOS, the rejection. It's a category 2 with high, strong recommendation, low quality of evidence, 1C. Again, I got a sneak preview of the 2026. So for your knowledge, there will be no changes in category recommendation rank and grade for lung transplantation. Of course, as we showed here, there'll be additional trials that will be mentioned, including this trial, Benazonal, that was just published from Vienna. And lastly, for liver transplantation, this is a little bit more problematic because the treatment schedule for ECP vary among studies. ECP in liver transplant is initiated for prevention of rejection early in the post-transplant period in patients with high-risk calcineurin inhibitor-induced toxicity in the setting. It's also in the setting of ABO-incompatible transplant, we call prevent AMR, and to reduce immune suppression in patients with Hep C and biopsy-proven acute rejection along with antiviral therapy. The use of ECP in liver is very limited data. This is the first case in 2000. 14-year-old boy with refractory acute rejection despite multiple immunosuppression. He improved after 4 ECP series, complete reversal of the acute cell-mediated rejection and reduction of the inflammatory changes all subsided. Again, this is just a case report. Subsequent small case series from the Italian group that used ECP for liver transplantation rejection, variable regimen, and 3 of those patients had a normal hepatic function after very long courses of ECP. This is a small retrospective comparison study from the same group in Italy of ABO-compatible transplant using TPE and ECP for acute rejection prophylaxis. They had 11 patients in group 1 that only got TPE, and 8 patients in group 2 that got IVIG intra-op after each post, and they also had TPE and ECP started first week post-op. And you can see here on the graph that the group that got group 2 that got ECP had survival advantage at 6, 12, and 8 months. Again, very small number of patients. And lastly, the most recent and largest series for the same group in Italy, the peri-op mortality was lower in the ECP group, later on become less significant. So if we summarize the data for ECP and liver transplantation with the Esfh therapeutic guidelines, it's a category 3. The optimum role is not defined with very weak evidence. There are no changes in the upcoming 2026 edition. So in conclusion, ECP in solid organ transplantation is promising. It avoids rejection, it treats rejection, it's decreased the need for drug immunosuppression or maybe the dose of those drugs. There are a lot of unanswered questions in this context. Who needs it? Who is more likely to respond? When to start? How often? When to stop? And how to monitor, treat, and respond? And can we eventually replace drug completely? So I'll thank you for attention, and in any language you would like to take it, and thank you for attention.
Thank you very much for this enormous lecture and this overview about organ transplantation and the role of ECP. Are there questions?
Hi, Yossi. This is Miguel. Thank you for this nice presentation. And it has been a nice review of ECP in solid organ transplantation, but for me, it has been always surprising to see that there is nothing in the Esfh guidelines about kidney. At least until 2023, I don't know if in the 2026 issue we will see anything different.
I'm just guessing. I didn't look. I'll then I put the chat after I take because I have a copy. It's unfortunately just for the audience, and I gave Nina probably wrong information 2 weeks ago. It was supposed to be out in April, and there is some delay, so it won't be out before June or July. But in any case, so I don't think so, and I think probably part of the reason is because there's such a strong protocol to use TPE. That's my guess for kidney transplant. Again, I can verify, but I'll doubt if there'll be use of ECP. I know that Dr. Schneiderman in Chicago is doing some mouse models for ECP and kidney transplant, but I'll check about after that. I'm not sure there is.
Thank you.
Yeah, I take it.
Thank you, Yoshi. This is Hans. I'm always thinking, and for me still, ECP is a little bit a black box. We hear always about concentrations. I don't give paracetamol, but I give a gram paracetamol. And when I look at we had this morning a presentation on the Terracos machine, and then it's 1.5 liters to be processed. When you do this in an offline system with Turimo or the Amicus Blue system, then it's 2, 3, 4 liters. I know of Volker sitting here, he is doing the mini Buffy codes, and all is mentioned as the same ECP. And so is ECP the same as ECP? Can you comment on that?
The only thing I would say that I think I would agree with you, despite I started my apheresis career via photopheresis, and this is just even the UVAR, way before the UVADEX, way before the current machine, the online machines. I think I would agree with you. There's always a sense of voodoo, black box, so I'm not sure we always comparing correctly, you're right, apples to apples. I just have to agree with you. I'm not sure we're doing a great job. Everything is equal. I will say to you that at least with the third generation, with the current machine, at least all the 8-MOP and all the, at least some of the parameters are being controlled, or at least we know where the patient hematocrits affects, and we take it into consideration, and there is some value of the sets. But overall, I think as opposed to any other procedure we do in apheresis, and all of us really like precise precision, it's the one-off that we are not 100% sure everything is the same.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. It's Silvia Monsalvo from Hospital Puerta de Hierro in Madrid. Could you comment in any evidence or category for ECP, solid organ transplant, and humoral rejection for donor-specific antibodies?
I don't think that there are. At least as far as I remember, they have now very little category 4 in the guidelines, and I don't think this is one of them. Again, I'm talking to memory, so I'll take Miguel's question and your question. I'll put them together, and maybe I'll after I take off, I'll look at the copy that I have and not supposed to share, and I'll text Walker. He'll have the response. But honestly, if I have to guess, I don't think it is.
Thank you very much.
Any? You have a question? No. Then, if there is not another question, thank you very much, and all the best for you and your family. And
thank you.
Have a nice day with the girl in plus.
Thank you.
Princess.
Bye.
Okay. So let's go now with Dr. Miguel Lozano. Dr. Miguel Lozano is well known for all the people around. He's a former president of this society, and he's going to talk about current role of extracorporeal photopheresis in graft versus host disease. Miguel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, José Luis, for this kind presentation, and also for inviting me to discuss with you what is the current role of ECP in graft versus host disease. These are my disclosures. The learning objectives of these sessions are listed here. After attending this, you will expect that you will be able to describe the current technologies available to perform ECP, to list the main indication of ECPs, and to explain the current position of the ECP in the treatment of those disorders. Well, you have already heard about ECP, so I will just remind that modern ECP, most of the time, because as it has been mentioned, Dr. Volkerwied in Vienna is also performing the mini ACP, that is the collection of the mononuclear cells is not performed by apheresis, it's just drawing blood. But this would be a topic for another presentation. So we will be talking now, today, of collecting mononuclear cells by apheresis, by adding a sensitizing agent, soralen, methoxysoralen, and the illumination with ultraviolet, because in this way we will induce the apoptosis of the mononuclear cells that we have collected, and immediately we will return those cells to the patient. Currently, we have 3 different systems to perform ECP. we could group them as online and offline. Theracos was actually the introducer of the ECP technology. This is the Theracos Select Plus, which is the new system, but the first one was the UVAR model. And this is, I would say, an integrated system because the machine collects the blood using a Latham bowl that we saw yesterday. Those mononuclear cells are then exposed to the illumination here inside the machine after adding the Soralen, obviously, and finally the machine infuses back to the patient the treated cells. More recently, Fresenius introduced another system that can be considered online because, although in this case the system combines the amicus separator with an illuminator, the Felix, and with a disposable that connects both machines. So the disposables allows you to collect the mononuclear cells with the amicus, and then those mononuclear cells, after adding the Soralen, is exposed to the illumination in the Felix, and then amicus gives back those illuminated cells to the patient. Also, we have the offline method. Why we have the offline method? Well, it was in the late 80s, early 90s, and a French group in Paris wanted to treat pediatric patients with ECP. It turned out that the UVAR, the first Theracos machine, had very high extracorporeal volume. So they had to find out a way to do it. And they thought, okay, if the machine, we cannot do it with the UVAR, we will collect the mononuclear cells with the apheresis machine, and then we illuminate those cells. And that's the way how in Europe it was developed, the offline system. Nowadays, most of the times, the mononuclear cells are collected with spectra optia nowadays. And then those cells, again, after adding the Soralen, is illuminated. We have currently in the market 2 different machines for the illumination. We have the Macogenic from Macopharma and the Lumilight from the Pelham Crescent. Obviously, there are differences between those 3 technologies because the online method with Theracos only allows to process as 1.5 liters, as has been previously mentioned by Dr. Freeling. But then the FDA approved frequency of treatment is 2 treatments a week. Initially, the online Fresenius method was designed to process until 4 liters of blood. That means that just 1 cycle of the amicus machine. But we and other people start complaining to Fresenius, please change that, because the usual adult has 5 liters, 5.5. And unexpectedly, they say, okay, we will change the software. And nowadays, you can process until 2 cycles, until 8 liters of a patient. And then you can decide to perform the treatment 1 or 2 times a week. In our case, the offline method, we process 1 total blood volume of the patient, and then after processing those cells, we add the Soralen and illuminate and give back. But with the advantage that we considered that since we are treating twice as much as the initial machine, we think, okay, with 1 treatment per week would be enough. And that was our standard procedure from the beginning. There are technical but also economical differences, because obviously two treatments with Theracos is more expensive than if you perform just one treatment per week, for instance, with the offline method. We reviewed our experience, because actually there was nothing published using one total blood volume once per week. So we went back to our experience, and we published in 2019. We studied about 21 patients with, I can see from there, 21 patients with acute GVHD and 26 patients with chronic GVHD. We saw that the overall response rate and overall survival were 57% and 38% in the case of acute GVHD, and in the case of chronic GVHD, the numbers were 77% and 61%. Those numbers compare very well with what was published initially with the online method, processing 1.5 liters twice a week. So we continue with that practice. But as Josie has done before, what are exactly the recommendations for ACP in our reference literature, which is the Esfh guidelines? Still, we are referring to the 2023 version, because the 2026 is about to appear, but not yet. You have seen already this category. You are familiar with this. Esfh uses a categorization, 4 groups. First, category 1, therapeutic apheresis, first line. Category 2, second line. Category 3, the optimal role, not clear. We have to make the decision in every individual patient. And finally, category 4 are those disorders which actually the published evidence shows that the therapeutic apheresis is ineffective or even harmful, so better not do it. And also it has been also shown by Josie. This just that the guidelines is categorized depending in the grade of the strength of the recommendation and the evidence. Again, grade 1, strong recommendation with different levels of published evidence. And category 2, in this case, is weak recommendations, just with, again, different types of evidence. Category 1A, would be that evidence that is based on randomized controlled trial without any flow, and so on, so on. This is the list that we find in the Esfh guidelines regarding the use of ECP in different disorders. Some of them have been already discussed by Josie, and some others are very rare, such as nephrogenic systemic fibrosis. So we will focus our attention in GVHD, because actually is the topic of this review that we are doing today. And you can see here that for GVHD, for acute and chronic, it's a second-line treatment. At least in 2023, it was listed as a second-line treatment with strong evidence and relatively high quality in the published references. So, what is the current role, the current management of acute graft versus host disease? Well, as you know, acute GVHD is a major life-threatening complication of allotransplantation. Affects organs such as skin, gastrointestinal, liver. This is new. Remember that in the 2014, it was changed because at the beginning we thought acute first 100 days, chronic after. Now it's different. Irrespectively of the time of the onset of the symptoms, we consider acute if the patient has problems with the skin and so on. In the early days, we had about 30 to 60% of the patients that underwent an allo stem cell transplantation developed acute GVHD. But fortunately, nowadays, we have learned to decrease a little bit. And we have learned that with high dose post-transplant cyclophosphamate, we can decrease this really severe complication. And you can see here that nowadays, from 30-60%, nowadays is around 15%. So it's a significant change. Obviously, as always in medicine, there's a trade-off. In this case, we have delayed recovery. We had more infections. So nowadays, instead of using high dose, we are decreasing. So instead of 50, we are evaluating 30 and 40 milligrams just to have the advantages, but avoiding the complications. But the first line of treatment, corticosteroids, 1 to 2 milligrams per kilo. If there is resistance to the treatment or dependence, meaning that if the patient is more than 1 week under corticosteroids and we do not see a response, we have to look for second line. Currently, obviously, physicians, dermatologists prefer to give a pill than to send the patient to ECP. So today, it is considered that ruxolitinib, 10 milligrams twice a day per dose, is the treatment of choice. So nowadays, ECP is considered a third line or a combine to ruxolitinib in case of severe manifestations or existence of cytopenia, because ruxo is a medullary bone marrow toxic, and it induces thrombocytopenia, leukopenias, and so on. It is interesting, this paper that appeared just in the last year, because this is a German paper from Hamburg. They look at the long-term outcomes of 78 patients with steroid refractory acute GVHD, and they had 29 patients that received ruxo only, and 49 that received ruxo plus ECP. The patients were very similar. The only difference is that the patients receiving ruxo plus ECP had a higher forms of severe acute GVHD, because this is what we do. We give ruxo, the patient is mild forms, but if the patient is really severe, we administer ruxo plus ICP. And there was no differences in the 1 year relapse mortality, 1 year relapse, 1 year overall, 2 years overall survival, but they reported that there was a significant differences in the risk of developing chronic GVHD in the patients receiving ruxo plus ECP in comparison to ruxo only. So meaning that actually the patient receiving ECP plus ruxo has some advantage, because some of them would not develop chronic GVHD. And this is really an advantage because, you know, chronic GVHD actually is the major cause of non-relapse mortality and severely, I can tell you, severely impairs the quality of life and long-term survival of allo stem cells transplantation. Symptoms developed usually in 3 years after allotransplantation and often follow a history of acute GVHD. Symptoms, almost every organ in the body, skin, liver, eyes, etc., etc. Fortunately, also here, the introduction of cyclophosphamide post has decreased the frequency, because in the early days, we had about 35%, and nowadays it's in the range of 22%. Again, for chronic GVHD, first-line treatment, corticosteroids, 1.5 to 1 milligrams per kilo per day. And what about second line? Again, in this case, ruxolitinib is the first choice in most of the center. In the pivotal studies, the overall response at week 24, when in this study that compared Ruxo versus standard therapy, chosen by each center. So there were a huge heterogeneity between different centers, because some centers were using ECP and some others other drugs. Anyway, response in the Ruxo group, 49%. In the control group, 25%, significantly lower. But, as I mentioned, thrombocytopenia at week 24, Ruxo 15%, control group 10%, less toxicity. And at US, they have a new drug that has been approved, velumoside. Has been approved, but it is not available at the EMA in Europe. It has not been approved. Also in a pivotal study, the overall response rate at 14 months was 74% in the group receiving 200 milligrams and 77% in the group receiving 200 milligrams twice a day. What about ECP in chronic GVHD? Well, for many years it was considered second-line treatment, but nowadays, due to the development of those drugs, no, it's more a salvage therapy. But again, the tendency is to combine ECP with ruxolitinib. This is an interesting publication. It was already a couple of years ago from the EBMT Transplant Complication Working Party, because they performed a survey. They sent a survey to the centers performing ECP and asked about what was the experience treating patients with ECP or with Ruxo. 31 centers responded, and they collected data of steroid-resistant chronic GVHD, and they collected 84 with ECP and 57 with ruxolitinib. It was interesting because at day 180, after starting the treatment, actually the response between Ruxo and ECP was not statistically significant in overall survival, progression-free survival, and non-relapse mortality. Obviously, this has limitations because it's a retrospective study from different centers and so on. But, well, it is interesting, the data. And also, this is a report that has been just published also last year from Jordan. They look at patients treated, adult and pediatrics, patients with steroid-resistant acute and chronic GVHD, treated between 2017 and 2024, that had received Ruxo plus ECP, 31, and Ruxo alone. And they found that, again, the two groups were well-balanced, except that in the case of acute GVHD, in the group Ruxo plus ECP, there were more severe acute forms. That's why we give it. And the overall response rates were 58 for Ruxo plus ECP compared to 49 for Ruxo alone. And remember, actually the patients with Ruxo plus ECP were more severe. It had more severe forms of acute ECP. And interesting, they also found the same as the German group, because at 1 year, the cumulative incidence of chronic GVHD was higher after Ruxo versus ECP. So indicating that actually ECP has a protective effect regarding the development of chronic. What about ECP in our center? You have seen already those numbers yesterday and this morning, and we started in 2012 and look at the increase. We had a peak here because we were, as I mentioned yesterday, we were performing a clinical trial with using Theracos for kidney transplantation. That's why I ask, you see, why we don't have any reference in the guidelines. And last year we performed 410, most of, at 20-30% of them in kidney transplant patients. This is the third time that you see those data, but just to show you that the importance of the ultrasonography to perform the treatment, because we perform most of the ECP of Maria Jesus has shown you this morning with ultrasound. So it's really a safe procedure. And if no, we have, as she explained this morning, we have an implantable port to use in those few patients that have problems with their access. So instead of take home, I have liked the presentation from the Netherlands that said, take work, messages. ECP is efficacious therapeutic procedure when ultrasonography is used, can be performed using peripheral exercise. ECP has shown high safety profile, even in immunosuppressed patients. For treating acute and chronic, ECP is currently considered a rescue treatment in patients refractory to corticosteroid and JAK inhibitors, to Ruxo. But the evidence suggests that the combination of ECP and JAK inhibitors increase the response rate to the treatment, and in the case of acute GVHD, reduce the risk of developing chronic GVHD. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lozano, for this very nice review of the ECP in graft versus host disease. The floor is open to questions. Any question or comment?
I thank you for this presentation. I must admit that I didn't know the answer when I was questioned by one of our physicians in the Netherlands. You want to introduce ECP in the graft versus host. Graft versus host is also a very heterogenetic disease, in fact, or symptom complex with skin, liver, gut, everything what you can think of. Is there a difference between the so the symptom complex, is it more helping in skin or less helping in skin or more in gut? I didn't know the answer, to be honest.
Yeah, good question, Hans. Yeah, absolutely. There is a difference in the response because they are particularly in the chronic forms, for instance, the skin and those sclerotic form respond very well, but while others like the liver or the lung, the response is not so good. And also we saw a difference in the mucose because the oral mucose is a good response, but the ocular, no. And so we had patients that we were treating with ECP that had problems with the eyes, so we had to create a program of autologous platelet lysate drop eyes to treat those patients without response in the eyes. And now they are most of them, they are okay. But the response, in short, yes. There are also differences in the organs in the response to ECP.
Just a quick question, your take and your thoughts on biomarkers, like how, and the length of treatment, because that's always very difficult, especially in GVHD. which is so slow, there's a lag. Any thoughts on what we could use to really monitor other? It's a terrible question. So
No. Thank you, Dr. Manis. No.
We have experts out here, so
Yeah.
this take would be useful.
It took us months to decide which one to use, and finally we are using just very, very simple. To the acute and to the chronic forms, we have different forms, but the question in the end is the same. How do you feel with respect to the symptoms when you started from 1 to 10? And then the patient marks, and then is the way that we follow the response, and obviously also in collaboration with our clinicians, colleagues that follow very close. And so we continuously monitor the response, and we decide to continue, to stop, or to change the protocol. But we go to subjective symptoms. Thank you.
Dr. Lozano, I have a question. Do you have any evidence or any result regarding the use of ECP in graft versus host as a preventive treatment?
Good question. Yeah. You know that it was used in Italy. It has been used by Dr. Vasigalupo, is one Italian professor that was the initiator of stem cell transplantation, and he has published some evidence using ECP as preventive measures, and according to his publications, the results are good. But we haven't dared to do it in our center.
So if there is not any other question, we are going to the next speaker. That is my colleague, Dr. Volker Witt from the Santa Anna Kinder Hospital in Vienna. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here and to talk about children. It's not a talk which is so structured, because I'm a pediatrician and we are not that structured as the scientific colleagues. So we are more in the center, have our children, and we are talking about this scheme, the ECP. We take some cells, we treat the cells and give it back with the rest. And this fourth step is something we give this is a typical patient of us. He had a chronic GVHD and also a BOS. And we collect the leukocytes, we add the 8-MOB, the UVA, and then reinfuse it. There was someone who said when we make mini ECP, we don't make an apheresis. If you go 5,000 years back, they would have called it an apheresis, but now it is not. So it's clear. This mechanism, I think it's very interesting. The question is it different in children? No, it's not different. Is the action different in children? No, it's not different. The Esfh guidelines are very interesting, will pop up every time. The literature is ped and adult, mixed, is the literature we took for the guidelines. So the guidelines are not distinguishing between peds and adults. And the main complications of immunosuppressive therapies is for us very important. It's not only infection, endocrine dysfunction, the necrosis, the multi-organ failure after infection. You can see it here, but also quality of life. And corticoids are really dangerous for kids and young adults. You have also the psychosis, psychiatric diseases. And so we know that ECP has immunological benefits as it has for adults. And ECP in children is very interesting because it advantages the selective downregulation of GVHD without increasing infection and malignancy relapse, which is very important. Possibly to reduce general immunosuppression, minimal acute side effects, and no reported long-term side effects so far in adults and in peds. So, and this I think make clear, these are children, and to make a treatment for 2 hours with the children is different to make it with an adult. So we need some toys and TVs and Netflix and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, ECP has an excellent safety profile. And this is the difference between the second line, the decision, what is the second line therapy? You heard ruxolitinib has a lymphopenia, a leukopenia, and thrombocytopenia. This could not be the goal in every child. So sometimes we are used to use ECP in the same time we use ruxolitinib, a little bit earlier than in mean with adults. They are not good data, but this is our feeling that it happens. Here is the list of publications to show you. Here, Messina, a really nice colleague from Padua. She followed Roberto Dall'Amico in Padua in 1996, and he was one of the first who made ECP together with Edelson in New York. So this is children, and you can see here, this is children, and this is children. So summaries, early summaries of data were full of children. And this is also full of children. This is responders have a better outcome than non-responders. This is why we use this as an argument to make ECP. And it's clear this goes through all summaries that there are children involved. And here are the children's, it's a summary, an early summary of literature from the last century. And you see it was very early used in ECP, in children because it has so many advantages. And it was every time this picture, when the patient responds or is compliant to the treatment, has a better outcome. And there are many, many reports, and this is a summary of reports in children made by Jennifer Schneiderman from Chicago. And you see this big, big list of case series and cohort studies in children. So we are very sure that we don't do some worse with the children. And I think there's a difference. Older people have not the possibility to have a thymopoiesis like a child. They have it after a stem cell transplantation, and it's very important to propagate the new immune system, even in adults. But for children, it's very, very important to have it because it's a young immunological system which is then exchanged. And it could be shown that after ECP in the treatment, the thymopoiesis has a better outcome as with immunosuppressive agents alone. And this is, I think, very interesting to use it. This is an example. It's another study, but to explain how it works in peds. This study was planned as a multi-center, randomized, controlled study. Then they looked for centers, then they count the patients, and at the end of the day, it was a multi-center study, prospective, but a one-arm. So, and this is the major problem in children. We need much more centers to be part of a multi-center study, which is randomized, because we don't have so many patients. And as you know, which is the biggest orphan disease in the world? In Europe? It's having a child. Yeah. We have less birth than myocardial infarctions. Sounds strange, but it's not my data, it's the data of the adult world. So there was also, it was every time a matter of discussion, and you can see here Mr. Edelson and some Europeans, 2 Europeans were here, Norbert and I. We were invited to discuss the ECP, but at the end of the day, to answer your question, we don't know what it is. It's still a black box. And now we go to the technical details. And to show you that it's not true that TerraCos is one system, the whole way of ECP. In 1970, they took a pill and they went to the sun. Okay, this was the first photopheresis, photo whatever. Okay, and then 1982 there came, instead of the pill, the ampoule, and so this was the first machine. And we started 1996 with the UR, and not with this system. This has you told it's a huge extracorporeal volume. It's 640 milliliters, more than half a liter. So what we did, don't do it yet nowadays, we cut all these lines. And we put, instead of 4 lines, 1 line. And so we reduced the extracorporeal volume to 210, which was at that time maybe allowed, maybe not, who knows. It's long enough ago, so I'm not guilty. And then we had this inline or online systems, and then the offline system. And it was founded in Italy mainly, used in Italy and in France, and also, I think, also in Spain in some areas, in Israel, for example, but for example, not so much in Germany. So there's differences. And these are there's overpit also, this is also on the market today. The other ones you had seen before. And here the extracorporeal volume. And you can imagine if you treat a 10 kilogram child, which has 700 milliliters of whole blood, and at least 15% should not more than 15% should be in the machine, you can imagine that these machines are roughly better than these machines. So the newer ones have low extracorporeal volumes, and the older ones higher ones. So nowadays, and this was a reason, especially in peds, to use offline. Yeah. And what we then changed, you had this graph, 1 leukapheresis, 1 reinfusion, 1 leukapheresis, and we said, no, we can make it 1 apheresis. We asked the authorities that we can store the Buffy code and to make 2 reinfusions. In France, the people did 1 apheresis and 110 reinfusions. So you can imagine the dose was not that big, but it was divided in many doses. And this is the so-called mini ECP. And to tell you the truth, it's not peat. It comes from Herrn Borberg. He was the first who published this in patients who were not willing to go on the machine with a cutaneous T-cell lymphoma. And so as peds, we like comics, so we read it and we took it and to make it. So our program is very interesting. We have different body weights, and so we have different types of procedures. This is inline, this is offline, this is mini ECP. It's an older slide. And mini ECP has many steps, but it needs at the end of the day 180 minutes, and I think this is okay. And you need a GMP facility, you need a laboratory, but you can make it in the daycare center. So the patient comes, plays, and get the reinfusion and goes. Yeah. And this is one example. You see, this is a girl with both coronary GVHD, and she don't like to have a CVC, so we used these lines, which is an arterial line. So she came, and every time she got an arterial line, and we don't need a pump for that because it's her heart. And you see the bag for the mini ECP. This is the arterial line. It fills up. And this is not an arterial line. This is a vein. If you look, you have also veins here. You can take it and make the reinfusion. And if the patients are on intensive care, we can make it also with this system. So we take it in the collection with ACDA, and we make a hemodilution with packed RBCs and human albumin. So it's an isovolemic hemodilution or exchange. So we can go up to 2.5 kilogram body weight. And this is also, if you want to have an SOP on it, please buy this book. I don't get money for that. It's written in this book, and it's the last SOP. It's easy to find for peds. And this is how we make it now. We take the blood, we put it in the centrifuge, then in this automated Buffy-code producing machine in the Red Cross, and then it comes back like a Buffy-code erythrocytes and plasma, which is thrown away, and the Buffy-code is then diluted, irradiated, and comes to the patient. This I have shown, and this is how we make it in peds. So we use what we have to make it short. And we have done, since 1996, roughly 3,500 procedures. So we have some experience in that. And coming back to the timetable, it's very interesting that we, in many pediatric divisions, since 2006, even the publication was not there, we use 3 times a week in acute GVHD for the first week. This is a difference in schedule. And we use now the amicus. You can imagine we used it for offline, so it was easy to take it. These are our patients with chronic GVHD, so that you have an imagination how it looks like. And interestingly, we have PVCs and CVCs. And the point is we took what they have. When the patient has a CVC, because the transplantation team needs a CVC, we take the CVC. If it does not have, we take the parallel veins. And so our first experience was we used it in patients. These bars are the amicus, so instead of the normal ECP. And we have an excellent outcome on the first 13. This is the follow-up study then. And you see that we have 15 kilograms. It was our smallest ones, and from 5 to 30 years. 30 years is not a ped, but sometimes the behavior is like a ped, so we can do it. And you see how it is, and we have 9 responses, one very good partial response, and 3 were ECP dependent, so they responded, but we could not stop. This I skip. And then is the question, how's the collection efficiency with the amicus blue? And it's roughly the same way as it is for mononuclear cell collection in stem cells. It's not that high, it's a little bit lower, but it's only 1 cycle. So we know that the first cycle has not that high collection efficiency like the second. So if you want to have a little bit more, you take the second cycle and then you have more. We had a good performance we do not need transfusions afterwards, even in 15 kilograms bodies, and thrombocytopenia was not a problem, so even giving platelet concentrates was not a problem. Even if you see that there were 8,000 and 9,000 thrombocytes, we look for the bleeding and not for the number. If the patient does not bleed, he gets no platelets. Then comparison, which is very important because we used also the other one, the Celix in children, and you can see that the MNCs in cells per kilogram body weight was roughly, let's have a look, it was 15.2 and here it was 14.8. So we used it in the same way we used the Celix. That means the volume processed was adapted to what is on the market. And I think that's very important because you saw 2 to 8 liters you can use in amicus blue. I think we should use a standard protocol, irrespectively to what is possible. But that's only my opinion as a Pete. And we had some advantages because we know this machine for a longer time, so we changed to that. Sufficient patience. Here you see a patient in this normal behavior. He was a little bit boring during the procedure. And another question is, mini ECP has a low number of cells. Inline is in between and offline was above. And the question is every time, does that matter? But before I show you the data for the Celex system, we did invalidation. This I had done in the Columbia University together with Yoshi. And these are data from St. Anna. And if you look, I think so important for the machines. This is the hematocrit coming in the machine, and this is the hematocrit which comes out of the machine. It's clear there is saline solution in, so there's 0, and we started with a dummy. And you see there is a rise in hematocrit. And this is the moment the machine empties the Latham bowl. And you can imagine for an adult that doesn't matter. It's 25 milliliters. But if you give 77% hematocrit fluid, 125 milliliters to a child of 8 kilograms, that makes a difference. So I think I want to show you that making ECP in children needs validation with a dummy before you make anything. So every machine which we use is not only validated by the technicians or by clinical data, we make also dummy runs and have to have a look what goes where. And so we calculated that without blood, we would have, for example, in 25 kilograms, we would make the procedure with 20% hematocrit in a child. Then the point is this lowering of the hematocrit is in the Celex. This was a 16-year-old, 55 kilo body weight female patient, and you see it comes from 30% to lower than 25%. And this is sometimes the reason small adults could have some symptoms in this situation. And I think if you validate your data, then you know it, and you can take the legs a little bit above before it comes to that situation. And also the volume process, this schedule, to show you that it's not that easy with this schedule. This is the SOP at Columbia, the old one. 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, these are the body weights. And we took a new one. This was my job, to make a new one. And so we adapted this. And to show you, the new one was stepwise going up. The old one had here an increase and then a stable. And even this was 20 kilograms to 75, the same volume. And that could not be physiological if we are believing that the volume matters. I don't know, but who knows? This is from Terracos, and you see the milliliter per kilogram body weight in children is much more higher with the old SOP than with the adapted SOP. And I think this is something we have to look for the machine before we use it. And also the question, how many volume we should treat. We treat not the machine, we treat a patient. And that's the difference. We have to make it the other way around. So, and the same was true for the heparin dose. You see, we had a new and an old SOP, and you see that there is a difference. And especially in 40 to 50 milligrams, there was an overdosage in heparin. So by a strict schedule, and a strict schedule has to be validated. Also in adults, because you know there are adults weighing 40 kilograms. And we would advise to do that. And so I go through, and then comes to Jennifer, and she had this one that her volume was even going here up, and we had a we had a discussion to make it more smooth, and yeah, it's not coming to an end because I had to leave and COVID came. Our data so far, we have our patients, we have the same picture as the literature. We have, these were acute GVHD patients, not all of our patients, but some of them having different types of ECP. We compared them in acute GVHD, mini, offline, and inline, and you see there is no statistically significant difference in outcome in disease-free, GVHD-free survival. So it doesn't matter if you take inline, offline, or mini ECP in children. And you see that we have a diverse situation in age, mini ECP in the younger ones, then offline in the children, and inline in the young adults. And here you see the body weight also, it goes up. This is mini, offline, and inline. And interestingly now, what we know is that the treatment of adults needs more time. And even for our young adult, that was true. There was a number of ECPs until the transplant team said, now it's complete remission. So we didn't make the decision. We asked them, how is the status? And this was not influenced by us, and they did not know which kind of ECP we use. It was not double-blinded, but they didn't know. And you can see that, and we know, children are much more often and faster recovering from acute GVHD than adults. And this is true also in our pediatric cohort. And now the cumulative MNCs per kilogram body weight, these are all patients in this group, and you see it goes up a little bit more diverse. And if you look for the inline ECP, you have this is this, and the offline, this is this, but the mini ECP per kilogram body weight, it comes here. So the amount of cells per kilogram body weight is not so different. The absolute number is different, but not per kilogram body weight. And I think maybe there is a rule of the number of cells cumulatively treated. But in adults, this is never looked for. And it's clear, there is this rule, a patient needs 1,000 leukocytes, otherwise it doesn't matter, you should not treat it. Maybe you need something to treat. You cannot treat red cells. But I think as a ped, maybe also in the adult world, to say, what is the cumulative dose to have a response? I think this is something I would give to you. And you see, we have very different second-line therapies. We have ruxolitinib, but we have more often not ruxolitinib because these were patients who were suffering on leukopenia or thrombocytopenia. And so this is sometimes a little bit different in our collective than in the adult world. And the schedule is also something, you cannot treat a patient 2 times a week when the mother has birthday on Wednesday and the father on Friday. You can make it once and then the next week 3 times. And this is our schedule. We go to the patient and ask him when he can come. And this is the reason, especially in the puberty time, so 16-year-olds, they come or they come not. Our patients are coming because they have to, we ask them when they want to come, and they come. And it's very important that they come. And here's the GVHD-free survival, and it's statistically not significant. The p-value is 0.87. I forgot to write it down. And to close, I want to show you a case This is a 9-year-old female, cystic fibrosis, lung and pancreas affected. She had a first transplantation. She had diabetes. They had a laparotomy, an ileostomy, intestinal reconstruction. She was severely ill, and she got a second lung transplantation, and then she had donor-specific antibodies, and she has a rejection. And you can imagine, after 2 transplantations, it's hard to transplant a third time. So we were asked to treat her, and the lung function, this was before we started, went from 100% to 50%. You can imagine she was not in good condition. And this is what we did. So we made mini ECPs, and then we saw it is stabilized, but the function was not that well. And then we remembered there are DSA, even knowing that in lung transplantation in children could not be shown that immune absorption or TPE has a long-term effect, a short-term effect on the lung function. We said, maybe it's good to reduce this DSA. So we started with immune absorptions. And we had a schedule of 1 immune absorption on 2 consecutive days, then giving immunoglobulins, and then the next week mini ECP in the 3rd week, and then this cycle returned every 3 weeks. And then we went to every 6 weeks, and you can see that the lung function stabilized. This was end of 2025, and now she has 65, so she increased. Now she is able to come. The point is we were translocated from the 2nd floor to the ground floor, but when we were in the 2nd floor, she comes by her own the stairs now. And so the lung function was better, and we discussed it with the transplant team, the lung transplant team, for a long time, and they said they've never seen such a situation, and we are now trying to make a new scheme on that. The combination of ECP, and we heard it could help in lung rejection, and to slow down the DSA at the same moment. And this is the lung of the child when we started, and we don't have a lung X-ray now because she's in that good condition that we don't want to give her a lung X-ray. And she plays, and now she is in Cyprus with her father, hopefully in the water. So that's how I end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Witt. Is there any question on the floor? Guardia?
Thank you so much for your wonderful lecture. I have a question about the 8-MOP. Do you have any adjustment in the doses that you use for the kids?
We now use the 8-MOP. We used every 8-MOP on the market. So from Mako Pharma, from Terracos Mallinckrodt, was it? And Gerod Pharma. So we Vienna is different. It's written down on the if you enter Vienna. So we use what we have. And Gerod Pharma is a pharmaceutical industry which is situated in Vienna, and they were for a little time they were not able to produce because of legal interactions between Terracos and Gerod Pharma. But we have different types of sources for the 8-MOP. It's no problem.
Okay.
And I think the point is the costs. A mini ECP costs 467 euro. So everything we do. And per day, we are paid daily by the insurance companies. we get 1,300 euro for a day. And so you can imagine that's the mini ECP is not only good for us and the patient, but also for the administration of the hotel, of the hospital.
Thank you.
Is there any other question? So perhaps, Dr. Will, would you like to close the session?
Yeah, thank you very much for tolerating 5 minutes plus. And as I heard, there is a huge event now on the river. Yeah. And I heard we have to be there at 18:20, but it's more different if you go by foot or you go by bus. And please enjoy the evening.
Thank you.